Cliff Lambert's home is his sanctuary, his dream.
Good morning. Voila. You look happy.
The touches that he put on in his house were very unique.
He had beautiful paintings up and down the hallway.
He liked to show that he had money.
The house became kind of famous in his neighborhood.
But sanctuaries can be desecrated.
What's happening? What's going on?
I'm so sorry.
There were many doors and many ways into that house. He was starting to get scared.
And dreams derailed.
You don't know who these people are.
When death comes knocking, no one is safe. It's known as Hollywood's desert getaway.
Palm Springs is pretty diverse. It has a big vacation population, a big destination population.
Hollywood created Palm Springs, in the 50s as a place where movie stars and people of the like can come and play. They all bought homes in this neighborhood. So the homes are all very big, and they're all very lavish.
An ideal setting for longtime resident Clifford Lambert.
He had a lot of movie stars for friends.
He had pictures everywhere of movie stars. And I would ask him, do you really know these people? And he's like, Eddie, all these people stayed in my house. He had stories for everything. It was really fun. The house became kind of famous in his neighborhood because it was the only house built of its stature.
Here, people watch out for each other.
Clifford Lambert's neighbors did keep an eye out on his house.
One day, his neighbor across the street notices that Cliff's gate is ajar. And he's concerned because things just don't seem right with that door like that. So he calls the police.
Detective Simon Min and his partner arrive minutes later.
We checked outside the property, we checked the mailbox, we checked the trash cans, we checked everywhere where we could find something. We looked for a reason to go inside, and we didn't have any at the time. We couldn't kick the door in to go check because we didn't have enough information at that time. Since we didn't have it, we left.
But the next morning, Clifford Lambert's name comes up again.
Hello, I'd like to file a missing persons report for Clifford Lambert.
The missing persons report was filed by Clifford Lambert's friend.
Cliff and I talk every day, and now he's just vanished. He blew off our plans yesterday. I went to his house last night. He wasn't there.
I called my friend and I said, something's not right. And I said, Cliff is gone. My friend was like, you need to go to the police department and file a police report, missing persons report. And so that's what I did.
But Cliff's a grown man, and there's no evidence of anything criminal.
Police initially did not take that report very seriously because they often get reports of missing people. And within 24 hours, the person will show up. They had no leads and they had nothing to follow up on at that point.
But police do ask Cliff's neighbors to get in touch if they notice any suspicious activity. It's not long before they do.
On January 7th, 2009, Clifford Lambert's neighbors noticed a U-Haul parked in front of his house and two men were emptying the contents from Clifford Lambert's house.
They called Palm Springs Police Department right away, and that sent detectives and police running to the house.
When police did arrive, one man was still at the scene.
What's going on here? Who are you?
Miguel Bustamante, just moving some things.
Is this your house?
He told me
Have some ID?
that he was responding to an ad on Craigslist asking for assistance to move a house out of the area, and he was provided with a key and $1,000 and a U-Haul.
Just doing my job, man,
And sure enough, when police enter the home, it's clear this is no smash and grab.
We entered and we cleared the house, but we were unable to find Clifford.
They found most of Clifford Lambert's belongings stacked up in the dining room and the laundry room, readily accessible for exit through the garage.
When calls to Cliff's cell phone go unanswered, police check out Bustamante's residence, a nearby motel. The contents of the room tell a different story than Miguel does.
We found bottles of wine, shoes, driver's license, birth certificate.
Almost every inch of that hotel room contained Clifford Lambert's belongings, his life.
That's more than enough for police to arrest Miguel Bustamante.
He was charged with burglary, possession of stolen property, and the property that belongs to Clifford Lambert.
Do you know where Mr. Lambert is?
Bustamante refuses to talk.
We pretty much hit a wall. He wouldn't provide any information.
They booked him and transported him to jail. They put him into a tank where the other inmates immediately questioned him. Who was he? What was his paperwork? What was he in for? And one inmate in particular took him under his wing.
You know, I know my rights, man, Cops don't really know what went down, so I ain't saying jack.
And police still have no idea what happened to the owner of the home. Since his early years growing up in Missouri, Clifford Lambert has taken care of himself.
He was an orphan. He had no family.
Clifford Lambert was adopted. And so, Clifford Lambert had issues with depression, as most adoptees do.
As soon as he finishes college, Cliff leaves a small town in the dust.
He moved to New York City. He was a theater actor. But he said, if I'm not a star by 30, I'm going to get into another line of work.
When his 30th birthday rolls around with no spotlight in sight, Cliff turns to his other passion, art.
Cliff loved art. He loved the art. He loved the art world. But he realized the reality of the normal person being able to afford to buy art, was impossible. Only rich were able to buy, priceless pieces of art and enjoy it.
Cliff resolves to change this.
Clifford created a technique that replicated oil paintings so that it didn't look like they were print, but they actually looked like they were real oil paintings.
He decided to create a mail order business called Lambert Studios.
Beautiful.
Before he knew it, it took off and he was off and running. He did it for years and years and years until he retired.
As he approaches 60, Cliff decides it's time to enjoy the fruits of his labor, starting with a lavish new home.
It was classic Palm Springs, high, well-manicured green shrubbery, 2 automatic gates for the driveway kind of went through the property. He had a garage and then a sort of a grand entrance. So you knew you were at Clifford Lambert's house when you pulled in.
He had beautiful paintings up and down the hallway.
He liked to show that he had money.
Yet money can't buy Cliff what he craves most, love.
I believe he was looking for companionship.
Oh, it's the second door on the right.
Eventually, Cliff finds just that with Trevor Smith.
Excuse me. I don't mean to seem too forward, but could I interest you in having a drink with me sometime?
How about right now?
Okay. Why don't you pour?
He was substantially younger than Cliff, so he was like, he's really fun. I want to know more about this person.
Within months, the romance deepens.
They were married at the top of some building in Canada. It was a very private ceremony. It was nothing big and splashy.
I'm the luckiest man in the world.
Thank you.
They were going to live out their lives together and be happy.
For the next decade, the Lamberts' marriage is a dream.
They had a great life together.
But there is one thing Trevor loves more than Cliff.
He was an alcoholic, full out.
By 2007, the dream has become a nightmare.
He wanted to leave, and Cliff said, that's fine. If you want to leave, you know, I love you. I want you to be happy.
The Lamberts are soon divorced. Cliff is heartbroken. And his suffering is only beginning.
Cliff called me, he was crying, and Cliff never cried like that.
It's Trevor! He had money, he had a house, he had a Rolls Royce, he had everything, but he was still alone.
When wealthy art dealer Clifford Lambert's marriage sours, he's left divorced and embittered. Even surrounded by the best life can offer, Cliff is lost.
Cliff fell into a deep depression. He was very lonely.
Cliff was also hurt because he would go to the local bars and get drunk and talk a lot of lies and a lot of smack about Cliff. I'm like, you know, why did you let that happen? And he's like, well, because I loved him. Hello.
Then, a few months later, another blow.
What? What? Cliff called me, he was crying, and Cliff never cried like that. And I was like, Cliffy, what's wrong?
Eddie! It's Trevor! He drowned!
The toxicology reports came back and said that there was drugs involved.
Cliff was crying because he still loved this guy. And so it was very sad.
Clifford Lambert became very depressed. He was going through a hard time.
That hard time does eventually fade.
Good morning, Clifford.
Good morning. Voila.
Oh, somebody's happy this morning. Thank you.
I think I'm ready.
Ready? Ready for what?
It's time to move on.
Clifford, that's great. Well, let's find you the right man this time.
Eddie offers to help Cliff navigate romance in a new era.
Everybody is online now.
Oh, I was doing it. A lot of people do it. Everybody does it. Everybody.
You're gonna post a message, okay? There's really nothing more to it.
That sounds perfect.
It's great.
Clifford Lambert had posted ads online to have young, attractive men come spend a weekend with him, and if he in fact enjoyed their company, he would ask them to come back.
Cliff would fly people down from San Francisco or wherever and let him stay in his house in the spare bedroom. And, you know, Cliff was like, Eddie, I'm not flying these boys in to have sex with them. He's like, I want to get to know them. I'm 75 years old. We don't do that.
No, thank you.
Cliff was being naive because you don't do that. You don't know who these people are.
One day, Cliff was chatting online when he met Daniel Garcia. And after talking for a while, he invited Daniel to come to his house for the weekend.
At the time when he met Daniel Garcia, Clifford Lambert was really looking to fill that empty void of being alone.
Hey. Cliff, hi. Hi.
And when his date arrives, he's even better than Cliff imagined.
Daniel Garcia was probably the most charismatic,
I'm glad you could make it.
fun, entertaining person.
Wow, you got a beautiful house.
At the time, he was 21, and he just knew so much about the world.
Daniel Garcia came across as very charming.
Hurry up, close the door.
The weekend passes in a blur of fine food, fine art, and fine conversation.
They spent some time together in the house. They went to dinners together, breakfasts together.
Improvise with limes. Yeah, for sure.
Things are going well until Daniel makes a small request.
Cheers. Cheers to you.
He wanted him to invest money in a business that he wanted to get going, StarTech.
Cliff, I wanted to talk to you about something.
Sure.
Well, I'm starting this computer company. And it's basically a program that helps track and report child predators online.
How to track them down, how to investigate, and how to report child pornography on the internet.
Is this why you came here? Were you even interested in me or just my money?
It's not like that, Cliff.
I think I'll retire early. I won't see you before you go. So, goodbye.
Cliff,
You've said enough. Goodbye.
The next day, Daniel leaves without a word. Cliff is relieved. But when he checks his credit card statement, he finds a parting gift from Daniel.
What?
He ended up upgrading his return flight to first class on Clifford Lambert's credit card, unbeknownst to Clifford Lambert.
While the upgrade was only $16, Cliff's upset on principle.
He never seemed overly angry at people. He was always hurt by people. And he just seemed really hurt, like disappointed.
He believed that he could trust Daniel, but that trust was broken.
But his disappointment is soon forgotten in the face of an even greater betrayal.
His home was burglarized.
Cliff had a very substantial fur collection. And he's like, all the furs are gone. There were shadows around where the pictures were.
Cliff files a police report, even though he's convinced the theft was an inside job.
Before Cliff and I ever left, on our way to the garage, he would beep, 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 turn the alarm on, and we'd leave. Well, somehow, the alarm was turned off because it was supposed to go on when the doors were opened.
Except it didn't, and Cliff has an idea of who might be behind it.
This is very awkward, but can I ask you a question? Do you know anything about these break-ins?
Cliff started to question his maid. Well, you're the only one that cleans this house. So, and Cliff goes, Eddie, she took her keys, put them down on the desk, got her car and left. He goes, I haven't seen her since.
His prime suspect may have walked away, but Cliff hasn't seen the last of trouble.
What's happening?
He was starting to get scared. Cliff just became this target.
When art dealer Clifford Lambert's home is burgled, he files a police report, fires his maid, and installs a new security system. It's not exactly a good time for a visitor.
The second time Daniel Garcia visited Clifford Lambert, he arrived on his door with flowers.
We all just thought it was weird how Danny would just show up randomly in Palm Springs.
Cliff may think he's done with Daniel, but Daniel isn't done with him.
Hello? Hey, Cliff. Hi, it's Danny. Don't hang up, please. Look, I just wanted to tell you I'm so sorry about the ticket. Look, how about I make it up to you? I can come over tonight and make you a nice dinner, and it'll give me a chance to explain everything to you. What do you say?
Fine, but dinner better be incredible.
Trust me, I don't think you'll be disappointed.
It's very common now for people to just kind of forget that they ripped somebody off, and they're like, hi, how are you?
You know, I'm so sorry about how I brought up the company last time. I mean, you know my history, so for me, it really wasn't about a business. It's really about a personal crusade, you know?
Daniel said he had been molested earlier in life by a wealthy San Francisco multi-millionaire.
That's how Danny Garcia got back into Cliff's life and justified himself.
I'm really sorry about what happened to you, Daniel. I truly am. But like I said before, I won't be investing, and, well, I just think that it's best that we don't see each other again.
Cliff may suspect Daniel is milking him for his money, but the truth is, there isn't much to get.
I'm really sorry you feel that way.
It was costing Cliff almost $10,000 a month to run that house.
Clifford Lambert, although he had a few $100,000 in his account, he was still in need of more money.
Cliff was running out of cash.
Not only that, his household soon takes a second hit.
I'm so sorry. Oh. Eddie, I put the alarm on, right?
Yeah, you did.
I did. I put the alarm on.
I was concerned with Cliff's safety. It was the big house. There were many doors and many ways into that house.
With 2 break-ins and a bank account that's hemorrhaging cash, Cliff is struggling to stay afloat until an unexpected phone call changes his fortunes.
Hello?
Hello, am I speaking to Clifford Lambert?
Yes?
My name is Samuel Warren.
And I'm calling you in regards to an inheritance.
The one that was contested.
Mm-hmm.
Samuel Oren was a lawyer from New York City.
Well, it turns out you may be in line to inherit after all.
You don't say.
Cliff had been left a large inheritance from a friend years before, but it was contested, leaving Cliff with nothing.
Thank you.
Until now.
Thank you very much.
Samuel Oren claimed that the will was being reopened and that Clifford Lambert was actually an heir to the will.
Cliff and the lawyer meet the next night.
Clifford Lambert.
Yes.
I'm Samuel.
Hello.
And Cliff likes what he sees.
Clifford Lambert found Samuel Oren to be very charming. He was very taken with him.
Can I get a scotch neat? I don't know yet. Thank you so much for meeting me today.
Well, thank you for seeing me.
It's a pleasure.
Cliff is on cloud 9 until he gets home.
Cliff was starting to get suspicious. He was starting to get scared.
Hello?
Clifford Lambert received a call from Samuel Oren again, saying that certain paperwork had not been signed and they needed to get back together, and it was important that they did it quickly before he flew out to New York.
When Samuel Oren arrives, Cliff is hoping the meeting will evolve beyond business.
Are you in a rush?
This is the only place I need to be. Why don't you just tell me where I can go freshen up?
There's a washroom. First door on the right. Only place he has to be.
On December 6, 2008, Clifford Lambert did not show up to meet his friend Eddie Mulliken at the Festival of Lights parade.
We were standing where we were supposed to be standing, and my friend says, "Where is Cliff?" And I said, "What do you mean, where is Cliff?"
Cliff!
On his way home, Eddie stops by to check on Cliff.
I was the only one that had a key, so people always had to call me and ask me what was going on with Cliff if they couldn't find him. There were cocktails that were sort of watered down, looked like people were drinking. I said, if he's got a date, I'm not gonna go tearing in there.
But when he can't get Cliff on the phone the next morning, Eddie's concern grows.
Between Clifford Lambert being reported missing on December 7th and until the last week of December 2008, things were pretty quiet.
Then, at the height of the holiday season, police get a worrisome phone call.
A real estate agent in Northern California said that a man had come to him to sell Clifford Lambert's home. Because the distance was so far to Palm Springs, the real estate agent became suspicious, looked up Clifford Lambert's name on the internet, and realized he was a missing person.
Suspecting some kind of fraud, police turned to Cliff's attorney.
She filed an emergency protective order to prevent Cliff Lambert's assets from being sold off.
But she soon discovers that Cliff's bank account is nearly empty.
160.
So a total of about $160,000 was taken within a matter of 2 to 3 days.
Detective Min hatches a plan to flush out whoever is behind Cliff's disappearance.
Would you mind playing along with the sale so we can see what really is going on here?
We had to allow the sale to go through in order to identify the key players.
As the police dig deeper, they learn that Cliff's power of attorney has been signed over to a fellow art dealer, Russell Manning.
Russell Manning was an art dealer. He was a very legitimate, successful art dealer in San Francisco.
Russell Manning now had the ability to sell Clifford Lambert's house and to empty his bank accounts.
Except the paperwork was signed after Cliff disappeared.
There's a possibility that there's some suspicious activity involved.
And when San Francisco police go looking for Manning, he too is missing.
We need to track down the notary who oversaw the signing of this document. Okay, we need the original.
We called the notary. We asked him to come down to San Francisco Police Department where he can meet with detectives at the station.
Many states don't require a thumbprint for power of attorney, but California does.
The question is it Clifford's thumbprint? And if not, then whose is it?
He would tell people that he was the Prince of Nepal.
Yes?
He had this look of surprise. What's going on, you know?
It was very difficult to tell what was real and what wasn't.
Yes, hello, I'd like to file a missing persons report for Clifford Lambert.
Palm Springs socialite Clifford Lambert has been missing for over a month, and suspiciously, his power of attorney has been granted to an art dealer named Russell Manning. The Palm Springs PD traced the original document to scrutinize the mandatory fingerprint. Police run the print, and their suspicions are confirmed. It doesn't match those of Clifford Lambert's taken from his house, but it's not Russell Manning's either. It actually belongs to a San Francisco lawyer named David Replogle, leading police to a new theory.
David Replogle posed as Clifford Lambert before a notary, and he signed power of attorney to Russell Manning.
The question is, why? Police issue arrest warrants for both Manning and Replogle, but have no leads on either man's location. And as police seek them out, another player springs Detective Min's real estate trap. One Kushal Narula, now in possession of the deed to Cliff's house, signed over to him by Russell Manning.
I Googled him, and his name was all over.
While Nepal native Kushal Narula is unknown to Palm Springs police, he's got a long history as a con man in California.
Kushal Narula was a storyteller. He would tell people that he was the Prince of Nepal and that his family had been exiled from Nepal.
And with that story, Narula blazed a path of cons for years. As Detective Min reads Narula's records, he sees a court date set for March.
So we knew where he was going to be at a certain time, date and time.
Kushal Narula. Yes? You're under arrest.
With no permanent address linked to his name, police arrest Kushal Narula at the courthouse.
Okay, can you at least explain to me why I'm being arrested?
He had this look of surprise. What's going on, you know? I'm here for my court case. What are you doing to me?
And he's not alone.
Kushal Narula was accompanied to court by David Replogle,
the man who forged Clifford's signature on Cliff's power of attorney.
Police went to arrest Kushal Narula and ended up being able to arrest both Kushal Narula and David Replogle.
But even with two men in custody, Cliff's whereabouts remain unknown.
Were you involved in the disappearance of Mr. Lambert?
Who? Lambert. Clifford.
Kushal Narula did not admit to being involved in anything pertaining to Clifford Lambert.
During his interview, he tried to minimize his role. First, he tried to say that he had no idea, had never been to Palm Springs, which is the first indicator he was lying.
Do you have any idea who could have been involved?
I mean, I don't know. You know what? The only person who I always felt was a little off was a guy named Daniel Garcia.
Kushal was blaming everybody else but himself.
Wow. Thanks so much for flying me out here.
He was shifting the blame to Daniel Garcia.
On March 9th, 2009, police received a tip of a certain condo where Daniel Garcia could be located. They responded to the condo and they found him there.
When Garcia speaks to police a week later, he points his finger back at his accuser, Narula.
Back when we were friends, he used to blame me for everything, so actually I'm not surprised.
His biggest alibi was the fact that he wasn't in Palm Springs at the time, which was true.
With both Narula and Garcia accusing each other, the police aren't sure who to believe.
It was very difficult to tell what was real and what wasn't, what was the truth, what wasn't, who was telling the truth and who wasn't.
Luckily for the cops, someone comes forward who is willing to tell the truth. Miguel Bustamante's cellmate.
Aren't you worried they're gonna find that Cliff dude?
Nah. He's taken care of.
What if he comes back?
What? You believe in resurrection?
The particular inmate that Miguel Bustamante was confiding in was facing a life sentence. And he knew that one of the ways to try and negotiate a life sentence is to provide information to the police. So he called the police and he told him that he had information on Clifford Lambert.
I'm listening.
Well, I do something for you, you do something for me.
I need names.
I got names.
The information provided to us by the cellmate was very accurate because there were names of players of this scheme that nobody else could have known. It was a very big surprise to us.
While confiding in the other inmate, Miguel Bustamante did end up telling him that Clifford Lambert had been killed.
We knew that his body is going to be recovered as opposed to actually finding a person.
But the words of a jailhouse snitch can't be taken at face value. Investigators look to corroborate his claims, starting with a phone.
When Garcia was arrested, he was found with an iPhone. We conducted a forensic download on this iPhone. We found several thousand text messages.
The Palm Springs Police Department and Lisa DeMaria went through every single one of them.
It was evident from these text messages that Daniel Garcia and Kushal Narula were keeping in close, intimate contact the first week of December 2008.
The story behind Cliff's fate was years in the making. It begins with a lawsuit against a wealthy businessman.
When Daniel Garcia filed a molestation case, he'd been working with a lawyer named David Replegal, and it made national news.
The case resulted in a $1.5 million settlement for Garcia and caught the attention of a seasoned con man.
Kushal Narula, probably smelling con all around this, sought out Daniel Garcia and, in fact, tracked him down and had an interesting way of introducing himself by bumping into him and then saying that he recognized him.
But instead of conning him, Kushal becomes Daniel's partner in scams and in the bedroom.
Daniel Garcia and Kushal Narula sort of had this dysfunctional codependency to each other. One day they would hate each other. The next day they were arm in arm.
After a fight with Narula, Daniel Garcia sets his sights on Clifford Lambert.
It's really interesting. It's basically...
There's just one problem. Cliff refuses to give Daniel money.
Is this why you came here?
Daniel Garcia has spoken about starting many different businesses. I have never found any of them to be reliable, true, or credible.
When his plan backfires, Daniel Garcia turns to the man he calls his dark prince for help.
Daniel Garcia provided Kushal Narula with Clifford Lambert's address, with Clifford Lambert's social security number.
Daniel Garcia even provides Cliff's alarm code.
As long as you got the wine. Cliff has no family. And his neighbors, he barely even talks to them. If you went missing for a little bit, I swear to God, nobody would even notice. I'm telling you, we could take anything we want.
We could get him to sign over all of his accounts to us.
Everything.
The men decide to kidnap Cliff.
It's perfect.
They called it Operation Craigslist. The initials of Craigslist are CL. Clifford Lambert's initials are CL.
Just tell him when.
Then they bring in some muscle.
He raped me.
So the story was that Clifford Lambert had raped Kushal and given him HIV. And they needed to plot the revenge.
I'm positive. Positive?
HIV positive.
Kushal Narula went to his friend, bartender, Miguel Bustamante, and he brought him into the plan.
This guy has to pay for what he did, man.
Miguel Bustamante offers to take care of kidnapping Cliff for $30,000.
I'll take care of this.
Miguel Bustamante had a roommate, Craig McCarthy, and he asked him if he would go along, and Craig's like, sure.
I'll see you tonight.
The plan initially hinges on Daniel getting back into Cliff's good graces.
We're in.
Well, I just think that it's best that we don't see each other again.
But when that doesn't pan out, Kushal moves in.
Yeah, well, would it be possible for us to meet and discuss further details?
Clifford Lambert got a call from an attorney out of New York, Samuel Oren, which is in fact Kushal Narula.
All right. Okay, so as soon as I walk into the restaurant with him, make sure we're settled in, and then you text the boys to let them know that they can go into the house, and we should be fine. Would you excuse me for a second?
The next night, the men put their plan into action. But Cliff is a tougher mark than they first imagined, and the plan takes a much darker turn.
Kushal basically said, no, you don't have a choice. You're gonna do this tomorrow.
They were living a script from a spy novel.
When the plan to kidnap Clifford Lambert looks like more trouble than it's worth, masterminds Daniel Garcia and Kushal Narula decide murder is the best solution.
It became very clear that by the time the plan was unfolding, the plan was to murder Clifford Lambert, because there was no way to take over his entire life without getting rid of him.
Once things are in motion, Daniel Garcia leaves town.
His idea was, if I'm not there, I can't be implicated.
Meanwhile, Miguel and his roommate Craig wrestle with their new marching orders to kill, not kidnap, Cliff.
They're looking around for tools. They didn't go with anything to kill him with.
Craig McCarthy and Miguel Bustamante were supposed to have jumped out from their hiding spots and killed Clifford Lambert. When one didn't jump out, neither did the other.
What happened, man?
It's not my fault, all right? It's Craig's fault. He chickened out.
What's wrong with you, man?
So when Miguel Bustamante returned to meet with Kushal to give him the bad news that they had not, in fact, killed Clifford Lambert. Kushal basically said, no, you don't have a choice. You're going to do this tomorrow.
I'll go meet him at the house. I'll make sure it's dark, and then I'll unlock the door for you guys. You go wait for us in the kitchen, okay? No mistakes this time.
Are you in a rush?
Cliff, there's nowhere else I need to be. Why don't you just tell me where I can go freshen up?
While Kushal Narula, posing as Samuel Oren, was at Clifford Lambert's house that evening, he did excuse himself, saying he needed to use the restroom. He went to the side door that comes off of the kitchen, and he allowed entry to Miguel Bustamante and Craig McCarthy. Craig McCarthy and Miguel Bustamante armed themselves each with a knife out of the butcher block.
What was that?
I don't know. Should we go look?
Clifford heard a noise in the kitchen. Unsure of why he would hear this noise, he went into the kitchen, only to find that there were two men lying in wait for him there.
Clifford Lambert lay on the ground, gurgling on his own blood as Miguel Bustamante stabbed him repeatedly in the back and in the back of his neck.
Good job. Make sure to take his wallet and the ring.
They rolled Clifford Lambert's body in bedding that they had taken from other bedrooms, and they put him in the trunk of his Mercedes.
Well, go bury it in the desert, I don't know. I don't even want to know where. Just deal with it.
And then they went to bury Cliff's body.
In the days following, the men take control of Cliff's finances.
Using a false ID, David Replogle assumed the identity of Clifford Lambert.
He signed power of attorney for Clifford Lambert's bank accounts and his entire estate, including his real property, to Russell Manning.
Russell Manning walked into the bank and withdrew $130,000, I believe, and then $36,000 on the second transaction. He was allowed to keep $5,000 of that money for his services.
Control is then handed to Daniel Garcia and Kushal Narula.
They took that money to Las Vegas. They proceeded to blow it.
With 4 men arrested and thousands of texts, the case is solid, but some loose ends remain.
Min.
After searching for Russell Manning with no success, Detective Min learns that he's been indisposed thanks to his business partners.
Once they were done with him, they sent him on a trip to Mexico, where he was then framed for possession of drugs.
To prevent him from talking to anybody.
With 5 men in cuffs, there's just one player at large. The last conspirator to find is Craig McCarthy, Miguel's helper.
Craig McCarthy was the only one of the murderers who expressed regret for what he had done. His conscience clearly kicked in, and he was the one who ultimately turned state's evidence.
Craig draws a map to tell police where he thinks the body is. But the desert is vast, with few signposts.
Unfortunately, we were never able to locate Clifford Lambert's body.
Even without a body, the case is strong thanks to Lisa DiMaria's diligence.
This ring of co-conspirators took over Cliff Lambert's life, literally. They drained his bank account, they used his credit cards, they took his house.
Lisa fought with everything she had, and to this day and to my last day, she will always be my hero.
Daniel Garcia is the mastermind of the plan because he is the connection to Clifford Lambert. Nobody else had a connection to Clifford Lambert. Kishal Narula had no idea who Clifford Lambert was until Daniel Garcia introduced that name in a conversation. David Rapogel had no idea who Clifford Lambert was until he was introduced by Daniel Garcia.
Daniel Garcia, Kishal Narula, Miguel Bustamante, and David Rapogel were all convicted of first-degree murder with special circumstances, among several other charges. All 4 of them have been sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. Based on his plea agreement, Craig McCarthy was sentenced to 25 years in prison.
Russell Manning was charged with burglary, ID theft, false documents, and he was sentenced to 5 years.
As the bar slammed behind the killers, authorities are convinced that for Garcia and Narula, money wasn't the only motivation.
The men involved in this case acted as if they were playing parts in a Hollywood movie. It was as if they were living a script from a spy novel. They were driven by greed, money, material possessions, and they thought that their status was based on what they had versus who they were.
But when a friend is taken, the only thing left is memories.
I've met a lot of people in my life, and I've never met someone like Cliff. He was very gregarious. He was fun-loving. He enjoyed life. And every person that Cliff met would look at me sometimes and go, is he for real? And I'd go, every single bit of him.
Do you like ice cream?
At 58, Philip Inhofer gets a new lease on life.
He was a great granddad.
He was very happy, really proud to work at McClellan Air Force Base.
I was building a relationship back with my father.
He lives each day like it's his last.
He had gotten this convertible 2-seater Mercedes, just trying to look kind of like a playboy.
You guys need anything in town?
The more gold he got on his fingers, it's like the more tense things got.
You using an escort service?
I was shocked.
Just me and the guys having a little bit of fun.
I didn't really know everything about his lifestyle.
Until new habits lead him to a terrible fate.
I was scared to death.
Just like a wave of heat that came from my head and flowed all the way out my toes.
It was just one of the most brutal murders that I'd ever seen.
When death comes knocking, no one is safe. A terrible silence has fallen on the already quiet town of North Natomas, California.
It was about 7:25 in the evening, and it was right when Final Jeopardy started. I'll never, ever forget it. It was a Thursday.
Hello?
Hi there, I'm calling from your dad's work. Have you spoken to him lately?
No, not in a few days. Why?
I'm a bit worried about him.
Phil's boss called and said that he hadn't been to work and she was concerned.
That is strange. Thanks for calling me.
As a former military man, it's unlike Philip to be late, let alone not show up at all.
I go, that's not like my dad.
I'm going over to my dad's.
Is everything okay?
I don't know. So I'm gonna go find out.
I noticed that his car isn't in the driveway, and the lights are all off, and it just looks like no one's home. I say, wait a minute. I have to go check. I have to see if my dad is in there or something is going on. I open the door.
Dad? Is anybody home?
And I don't know if you've ever had to go to anybody's house that isn't yours and try and find the light, or any light for that matter, but I couldn't find the lights. Made my way to the refrigerator, opened the refrigerator for light.
Dad? Dad!
And then I found about a 3-foot puddle of dried blood. In my mind, I thought, hey, my dad just got hurt. Maybe he's just at the hospital.
A dark feeling comes over Henry.
Something again came to me and said, no, you gotta check this place out. You need to look through everywhere.
Is anybody home?
I walked from his den into his bedroom. Then I decided, hey, you know, I should look in the closet. I should just look and see, you know, what's going on. Something told me, look in the closet, you dummy. I found my father face down, naked, and he had a plastic bag over his head. I almost vomited. I was scared to death.
Julie, you need to get over here. Dad's dead.
Juliana arrives almost immediately.
I was just horrified, just scared. We were both just terrified, scared. We thought he had killed himself at that point. We both thought he put a bag over his head until he suffocated.
Henry calls 911.
I just thought that he'd been so down. He'd been so bummed out, and he had no passion about anything.
Except Philippenhofer has no history of suicidal behavior.
We're in North Natomas?
After a long career in the military, 58-year-old Philip moves to the quiet area of North Natomas from Placerville, California, to be near his son and granddaughter.
He was somebody who loved to tell corny jokes. He was the king of the groaner type of joke, you know, the grandpa style of joke.
Recently divorced from his second wife, he's enjoying his new chapter as a grandfather.
I think he looks hungry. Do you think he looks hungry? Well, would he eat ice cream? Really?
He was a great granddad, A+ granddad.
Our oldest daughter, Erica, was his first grandchild, and he adored her. He just loved her. He'd only had sons, so this was the first little girl, his first grandchild. She had so much of a relationship with him, and he just always wanted to take her places and just adored her.
It's also an opportunity to get to know his son after spending years abroad.
I was building a relationship back with my father. I was a rebellious teen. and he and I didn't see eye to eye.
It's nice to have you around after all these years. Strange, but nice.
Tell me about it. It's like I guess I'm trying to make up for lost time.
Me too.
We had a pretty weird relationship growing up because he was a military guy and he was gone quite a bit. You know, he did Korea, he did Vietnam, and then he also did Thailand.
Would you like some tea?
Yes, please.
I wish it could have been more loving, more hug.
Everyone, take a picture.
I just wanted to know the guy and give him a fair, equal shot at being my dad.
Philip finds a job as a civil servant nearby.
He was very happy, really proud to work at McClellan Air Force Base.
But soon, the newly single Philip finds life in North Natomas a little too quiet for his taste.
It was very quiet. I mean, at night, if you were out there, you could hear the crickets. If you lived next door to somebody, you could probably hear a pin drop.
He's eager to get back on the scene and date.
He really loved to go square dancing and, you know, just try and have somewhat of a social life.
But soon, square dancing is no longer cutting it for Philip.
I don't think there was a lot of action going on there for him.
He decides to live it up a little.
He had gotten this convertible two-seater Mercedes.
In the car, I think he thought he looked marvelous.
You know, he's wearing like those big gaudy gold nugget rings and gold chains around his neck and had his shirt unbuttoned a little bit more than he used to.
He was putting antennas on the back of his car, fake. You used to have a phone permanently mounted in your car and you'd have a little antenna on the back. Well, he'd buy the antenna, but he never had the phone. He just proceeded to go out, try and meet folks, basically have a social life of some sort.
He went from, you know, the square dance guy to the gold nugget guy in like a blink.
So when he is out on the prowl, we'll say, in his ride, driving up and down the streets with his babe magnet stuff, all the tools that he could get, he seemed like he was happy just to be doing that. They were just gaudy displays of, look how much gold I have. Hey, I got this. I've got this bracelet. I've got this ring. I've got this cool chain too, if you want to see.
It really just seemed to me like this guy that was kind of going through an identity crisis and trying to present himself in such a way that he might attract people, a certain type of person.
He basically was buying things, as I said, to make himself appear greater than he was in real life.
But even that stops being enough.
I found a list.
Want another one? Sure, why not?
On this list, they have women, and it shows what they do, what they don't do, and their height, their weight.
Are you serious?
And so I asked him.
You using an escort service?
Hey, come on. Just me and the guys having a little bit of fun.
Really?
Yeah.
I try and pin him down.
Can you imagine if Juliana finds out about this?
Hey, what I do and who I do it with is my business, all right?
Okay.
Turns out that's not the only secret Phil is hiding.
That was the only person that he would want to spend time with.
I was shocked.
See you soon.
I didn't really know everything about his lifestyle.
Newly divorced Philip Inhofer is looking for love in all the wrong places,
You using an escort service?
much to his son Henry's dismay.
Just me and the guys having a little bit of fun.
I was very embarrassed when my father started seeing women or purchasing their services, for lack of a better word.
Sunshine through today.
Maybe he just felt that it was a no-hassle arrangement and that he could just have a life like that.
Even so, Philip often finds himself alone.
I don't think he liked being alone. I don't think that's him.
In January of 1991, Philip phones an escort service and asks for one of his regular girls.
Hi. Is Christine available tonight? Would she be able to bring along one of her friends as well?
Christina brings one of her new roommates, Jade Kabading, to meet Philip.
Hey, ladies, welcome. Come on in.
It's good to be back, Philip.
Ooh, I love your dress. And who have we here?
I'm Jade. It's nice to meet you.
Hi there, Jade. Come on in.
Philip is struck by Jade's beauty.
That was the first time that Jade had accompanied Christina over to Phil's home. When they were there, Phil became very enamored with her, and of course she was very attractive. She was young, vivacious.
Oh, that's nice.
She was a beautiful girl. She was tall. Her figure was perfect. She had long legs.
Jade had blonde hair. She dressed well. She liked to wear nice clothing, put her makeup on, and really looked good, really looked great.
She was very friendly. She was a people person. She could adapt to whatever the situation was quickly. She had really good manners.
If she told somebody she was a prostitute, they probably wouldn't have believed her because she just didn't fit that, you know, that stereotype that people kind of think what prostitutes look like. But she's a very attractive woman.
Jade is legendary at the Mustang Ranch brothel where the girls work.
She had repeat customers. They were enthralled with her. I mean, she was so, I don't know, she was like a magnet. Bam. Whenever she was in a lineup, they were picking her, so and she made more money than anybody made out there. I was attracted to her as a woman. That's how attractive she was. I don't do women, so.
Well, thank you, honey.
She was so gorgeous. She was incredible. Let me just say it like that.
Philip only has eyes for Jade.
You know, Jade's a really beautiful name.
Thanks, baby. It's my namesake gemstone.
I'd really like to see you again.
From that point on, Christina didn't go back. Jade started seeing Philip. He just took right to her. That was the only person that he would want to spend time with. He just liked everything about her. I mean, here was this sleek, good-looking young woman that paid attention to him and wanted to be with him. He was just taken by surprise, and he was really smitten with her. Phil wanted to be with her. He was willing to pay good money to help her because I think she told him that she had all these debts, and Phil was a nice person. You know, he was a kind man, and he appreciated her company, loved being with her, and she reciprocated, and he had no problem paying money.
Christina is not pleased. She believes Jade is monopolizing Philip's time and money.
Still seeing Phil, right?
Yeah, you know, he wants to see me all the time. What?
That's the last time I introduced you to a John with money.
Don't call him a John. His name is Philip.
Her girlfriends, they were angry at her, and they told me nasty things about her.
This could be my ticket, baby. My way out.
They were just angry because Jade wound up with the prize, and they were jealous. They were angry. Jade was triumphant.
She had told her coworker, you know, that Phil loved her and that she cared about him, giving them the sense that she wanted to leave the business and to have a real life, you know, settle down, have a real life.
Hi there.
When she's not working, Jade spends more and more time with Philip, often driving long hours between the Mustang Ranch in Reno and Philip's home in North Natomas, California.
You know, she thought this was for real.
As does Philip, who doesn't know what to tell his son and daughter-in-law. They, in turn, don't know what to make of the new Philip.
Hey, guys. Just on my way up to Sacramento to get them gold hubcaps for the Benz. You guys need anything in town?
No, Dad, we're good. Thanks.
Okay, so this playboy dude riding around with his shirt unbuttoned and his Mercedes and his gold nugget rings.
It's yourself.
It started to bother me. I'm worried about letting him take my little girl out.
What has gotten into your dad?
I mean, this is weird.
The more gold he got on his fingers, it's like the more tense things got.
But Philip doesn't care. He's in love.
Wow. Hey. I love it. I love it. It's nice.
I mean, he was giddy about her because she was just so attractive. And, you know, and he liked the fact that she would be a lot of fun. He just liked everything about her.
Show me some more.
Including her love of flashy and expensive things.
She did have expensive taste. She had the most beautiful luggage I've ever seen. And the clothes that she had, they were beautiful. I mean, it's like something you buy on Rodeo Drive or something.
You look beautiful, baby. We'll take that one.
Thank you, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. This goes perfectly. Look.
All right, we'll take it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Phil was now taking care of her monetarily. He was paying some big amounts of money for her company, and he was also buying her things and take her shopping.
And Philip's family still doesn't know about Jade.
Henry? Is that you?
Sorry. Just dropped by to say hi. How's my favorite granddaughter doing?
She's not here right now.
He would kind of like come in the front door and, oh, gonna use your bathroom and I gotta go. And he would never even sit down and relax. He was just kind of looking around and fidgety. And so it's like, what are you doing? If you want to stay, come on, sit down.
Is everything all right?
Yeah. Lots going on. You wouldn't understand.
Oh, you wouldn't understand. That's all he said to me. You wouldn't understand. Like that.
Bye now.
I knew him well enough and I sensed that something was going on. And my big concern was for his personal safety from harming himself.
But Philip's not depressed. Far from it. His problem is that he's in love, and it's costing him.
And how have you been all day today while we were out shopping, huh?
Philip was selling some of his more marketable items to buy Jade things.
As a couple, they make compromises.
Philip, I really can't stand little dogs like that.
Oh, come on. How can anybody hate this little guy?
I think I might be allergic or something. Can you please just take care of it? I really can't stand it.
All right, baby. I'll see what I can do.
And Philip makes radical changes at home.
Hey, no problem. Gotta go.
Hey, where's the pooch today?
Gone.
What do you mean?
Oh, it was just too much hassle. He was leaving hair everywhere.
And I said, what? You don't have your company? No, I don't have that dog anymore. I didn't like that dog.
Really?
Yeah. See you soon.
I was surprised.
How do you tell a little girl, the puppy's not here anymore? Grandpa got rid of it. We won't understand why. It was just so sudden and so out of the blue.
The strange behavior continues when Philip shocks his son Henry with a question.
So, what do you think I could get for the old bait magnet?
What, you mean the car?
I thought he was nuts.
Okay, what's gotten into you, Dad?
You know, maybe I need a change or something.
You've got what you wanted this whole time. You finally have your bling-mobile.
But you love that car.
I'm just curious, all right? It's not a crime.
And I said, Dad, why do you need another one?
Because Jade likes and wants his car, that's why.
Philip might have wanted to know if by giving it to her, you know, how much money would he really be losing because she wanted the car.
I don't see what the big deal is. You know how much I love that car.
I love my car too.
Come on, baby. For me?
I don't know.
I think that it became a real problem in the relationship, her wanting this car. and him not wanting to part with it.
That's not the only problem.
So, you want to go shopping tomorrow?
I'd love to, darling, but I think we'd be better off taking a break from shopping for a while.
But Philip, you promised.
It came to a point where it started to weigh on him heavily, the amount of money he was spending and things that he was doing.
In the end, Philip can't bear to part with the car.
Philip loved that car. I don't think that he really wanted to get rid of it.
Perhaps to make it up to Jade, the couple starts making serious plans.
I love you.
I love you too, baby.
I can't believe I found you.
There's a difference between sex and love, and so I think after a while, he wanted to find love as well as sex.
What do you think if we were to make this permanent? The two of us, together. We could even put up a little picket fence.
Jade thought that she and Philip were going to be married.
Wow. You know, I can see it. The two of us. Together. Forever.
Jade realized that Phil was falling in love with her.
I love you.
And that he was the first man that really loved her.
Yeah, I love you too.
That was one of the reasons she wanted to leave Mustang Ranch, leave the business, and move in with him.
So on March 5th, 1991, Jade asks her friend Dana to drive her 2 hours from Reno to the outskirts of Sacramento to start her real life.
You're really doing it. You're really going.
Yep. That's it. I actually met the perfect guy. He's great.
Jade had told everybody she was leaving Mustang Ranch. And so Dana knew, driving her down there, that, that could be the last time she would see her, because she said she wasn't coming back to the ranch.
Taking the highway pass to Sacramento is not advised.
Except a terrible storm has hit the Sierra Nevada mountains. Coincidentally, the same highway where Jade's car had spun out of control a week earlier.
She had rolled her car up on Mount Rose Highway.
Just don't think it's safe.
All right, we'll give it another day.
And I said to her, I'll give you a ride, but I want to wait till the next morning and see if the snow clears.
The next day, the storm shows no signs of letting up. They decide to drive anyway.
It was snowing up on the pass. I had to go like 5 miles an hour for 2 hours up there. It was awful. She was quiet on the drive up, all the way up to the snow. She was kind of getting a little, I don't know, antsy, edgy, I don't know what you want to call it, but excited maybe.
They finally arrive.
Thanks so much for the ride. Hopefully see you soon.
I gave her a hug and I said, I hope everything's okay. She gave him a hug and he gave her a hug. They were smiling and he was real excited to see her from the looks of it.
Well, I missed you.
I missed you too.
The excitement is just a prelude to what's going to happen next.
It was just the most traumatic thing you could ever imagine.
Oh, I was horrified. I was scared to death.
It was just one of the most brutal murders that I'd ever seen.
Unbeknownst to family and friends, Philip Inhofer's girlfriend moves in with him. One day later, he's found dead in his home. The first responders arrive shortly after his son Henry calls 911. It's clear to them that this was no suicide.
Just like a wave of heat that came from my head and flowed all the way out my toes. This is just unreal. And it's like these flashes of light on the side of your eyes, and it was just odd.
How is this possible?
And I was so concerned for my husband as he's in shock. You know, it was just the most traumatic thing you could ever imagine.
What did they do to him? Who did this?
I couldn't stop thinking about how did we arrive here? What could we have done differently to help him, to save him?
Along with the horror comes grief.
You know, my daughter's just lost her grandfather. That was the part that just broke my heart. That it was just every imaginable horrible thing. It's just god awful. How am I gonna tell her? How do you explain this to a 6-year-old?
At that moment, I was sad because we were just starting to work things out. That's what really had saddened me.
Lead Detective John Cabrera is immediately called to the scene.
It was just one of the most brutal murders that I'd ever seen. There was a large blood stain in the carpet. That's where I saw the victim, Phil Inhofer, lying, on his stomach with a plastic bag wrapped around his head, and he was just covered in blood. I could see that he had suffered numerous stab wounds on his arms, hands, his back, and I noticed that his throat had been slashed. The knife was lunged into him and then broken off. This is a brutal murder. This is someone that went into a rage and just didn't know when to stop. We also find that his skull had been fractured, his jaw, his teeth were bashed in, just tremendous amounts of blunt force used. The first thing I saw when I looked in the bathroom was the shredded shower curtain. And secondly, all the blood that was in the tub, on the shower curtain, on the walls. There was blood everywhere. This was just a vicious, brutal attack. I think one of the most important things that I found in the home that night while doing the crime scene is a piece of paper on the bedstand. This piece of paper, it had the name of Jade Kabading. Jade's name was on 2 pieces of paper in the house. One of the pieces of paper was on an envelope, and the address matched the paper on the bedstand. So in my mind, I knew this is someone whose name has appeared in this home twice, so there has to be some significance behind it.
Do you know if he was seeing anyone?
He was dating a few girls, but nothing serious.
I asked him a lot of questions about what was going on, and he really didn't have a whole lot of information other than, some of the other girlfriends that Phil had along the way.
No one seems to know anything about Jade.
I think his father just wanted to keep that information somewhat to himself.
No idea.
Because knowing that she came from an escort service, that I think Phil just didn't want to upset his sons, his daughter-in-law.
His Mercedes is gone. It wasn't in the driveway. It's not in the garage. He loved that car.
Cabrera immediately has an APB sent out for the car. He checks the Sacramento address, but there's no sign of the mysterious Jade. Finally, a lead. After getting hold of Philip's phone records, Detective Cabrera spots a call from a man named Michael Parker in a town called Soda Springs, California.
The phone number and the city just seemed a little odd, so I followed up on it.
Yeah, hi. I'm looking for someone by the name of Jade Kabading.
I told him, I'm calling this number because this phone number happens to be in a dead man's phone bill.
But why?
I was probably in shock for a couple weeks, I don't know.
We were terrified because the person who killed him was on the run.
After Philip Inhofer's body is found violently stabbed and bludgeoned in his home, Detective John Cabrera begins a desperate search to find the one woman who may know what happened, Jade Kabading, but she's nowhere to be found. His only lead is a man by the name of Michael Parker.
Well, I met Jade last week during the storm on Donner Pass. she was in an accident.
This girl runs up to him saying, "Gosh, I'm so thankful you could help me." So Jade just left the car that had spun out. And they ended up back at Michael's house, and she was talking about she worked at Mustang Ranch and that she was going to Sacramento to pick up a Mercedes. Now I'm saying, wait a minute, you know, this name Jade, now it becomes significant because she was en route to Phil's house to pick up a Mercedes. And we're starting to put the dots together. We contacted Mustang Ranch, tried to find out more about Jade. We finally found out what her true name was, and that was Michelle Kaminsky.
Mustang Ranch also gives Cabrera the names of Michelle or Jade's friends, including Dana.
I just gotten out of the shower. I had a towel on my head. I didn't have clothes, wasn't all the way dressed. And I said, "Who is it?" And they said, "It's homicide detectives."
Dana is horrified to find out what happened to Philip.
And I just lost it. I said, "Oh my God." Yeah, wow.
You're gonna have to tell me everything you know.
Dana gives Cabrera disturbing details about her drive to North Natomas with Jade.
On our way to Phillips, she told me to stop.
She wanted to stop at Target, and I said, "Sure." So we stopped at Target. She went into the lawn and garden department. She got rat poison. And I said, "What are you gonna do with rat poison?"
How much do you think it would take to get rid of your boyfriend?
I was kind of just really like, wow, did she just really ask that?
Dana thought she was just talking kind of crazy, so she didn't pay much attention to her. I was just shocked about what had taken place.
Jade is now the primary suspect. But that's not all Cabrera learns. He then tracks down Jade's former roommate and co-worker, Christina.
Christina had told me that one of the things that Jade, or now Michelle, had told her is that
Look, she tried to electrocute him.
she had thrown a radio into a previous husband's bathtub and electrocuted him.
Despite Christina's story, Cabrera can't find clear evidence this took place.
There were different stories. Some of the girls said she had electrocuted her husband in the Santa Cruz area. One of the other witnesses said that this had occurred in Florida. We never found anything of such in my investigation.
Cabrera also learns Michelle has a fascination with the dark side.
She tattooed a ring of bats around her left arm. And then she tattooed vampire bite marks on the back of her neck. And then from these bite marks, she had red blood drops tattooed. So it looked like something had bit her. Some say that she worships Satan.
She apparently liked this kind of gothic fantasy land of vampires and voodoo and black magic and devil worship and human sacrifice and attempted murders of every man that she would get involved with.
It's now been 3 weeks since Cabrera learned Jade's real name, and she still can't be found. When he tracks down Michelle's second ex-husband, Jason, the story takes an even darker turn.
He thought that she was putting rat poisoning in his food because he became extremely ill. And there was a report made about the possibility that his wife was trying to kill him.
This time, the evidence cannot be discounted.
I mean, it was just unbelievable.
It's more urgent than ever to locate Michelle, and the days are slipping by. A beautiful, lethal woman is on the loose.
She was gone. She just seemed to vanish in thin air. Whereabouts unknown.
Henry and Juliana live in fear, uncertain where she will show up next.
Can you turn down the volume for a sec?
Does this person know where we live?
It's that same car from before. Did you lock the door?
I think so.
I remember we slept all the lights on. We put golf clubs on all the doors. We were terrified. It was just utter chaos. Utter chaos.
The FBI is called in.
To put a nationwide bulletin out, you know, for her, and enlisted the assistance of the FBI and other law enforcement agencies to help us in make an attempt to locate her.
Cabrera also reaches out to the media, Michelle is nicknamed Batgirl, and the story catches fire.
Once she appeared on these national television shows, the story about her and our search for her, we started getting phone calls from all over the United States. We're getting phone calls for people that said, yeah, she'd been by here.
Finally, there's a breakthrough. 2 weeks after the nationwide bulletin, a police officer from Biloxi, Mississippi, is on routine patrol when he notices 2 women pulled off to the side of the road.
Hi. Can I help you?
Some cop happens to be driving by and he wonders what they're doing there. And,
Yeah, sure, you can look around.
and they've got this, it's like a rider truck with a big box on the back.
The officer takes a closer look at the truck and discovers a freshly painted silver Mercedes parked in it.
So he gets up in the vehicle, no plates. However, you know, all vehicles have a VIN number. He runs the VIN number, and it automatically comes back to a hit that the vehicle belonged to a murder victim in Sacramento, California. And at that particular time, he places both individuals under arrest.
Cabrera does not waste a moment and immediately flies to Biloxi.
I was so relieved. You know, I thought, good, now this ends, and it ends now.
But what he learns there is far more bizarre than he anticipated.
Some sort of devil worshiper, and she's in her zone now.
She saw snakes, and it was like a monster.
That's not a crime of passion, that's a nightmare.
Detective John Cabrera has finally tracked down the elusive Michelle Comiskey, also known as Jade or Batgirl, 2,000 miles away in Mississippi. He questions both Michelle and Crystal, her friend, found with her in the van.
Crystal was kind of, you know, blank on anything about Michelle. She didn't even know her name was Michelle. She knew her as Julie Nelson. Crystal was released. She had really nothing to do.
He turns to Michelle.
I asked her, did you stab Phil Inhofer?
We were going to try and make it work. We were going to get married.
Then she told me, I hurt the man I loved.
I'm just gonna step out for a sec. Take a breather.
Okay. I'll be waiting for you.
I decided to take some LSD. I was doing a lot of it at the time. The LSD kicked in, and I went to get back in the shower, but it was awful. It was awful. There was a cloud of smoke coming out of the shower.
She said that she saw snakes coming up from Phil's neck. She saw snakes, and it was like a monster.
It was a nightmare. Philip was a beast. There were creatures coming out of him.
Animals were crawling out of him, that he was some other entity.
Something was telling me to eliminate him. He was a dark force I needed to get rid of.
Satan told her he would protect her.
Honey, is everything all right? Jade? Put the knife down, Jade!
She's stabbing him. And by doing so, she's shredding this shower curtain.
I kept hurting him. I couldn't stop it from happening.
And he's putting his arms out. And by putting his arms out, he's receiving all of these defensive wounds on his fingers, on his palms of his hands, on his forearms, because all he wants is for this to stop.
He tried so hard, but he couldn't. I was too strong.
She's some sort of devil worshiper, and she's in her zone now.
She breaks the first knife off in him, and then she continues on with the second knife. And if that wasn't enough,
had to make sure it was over.
She used her aluminum baseball bat on Phil's head. You know, kind of a coup de grace, making sure if he wasn't dead, he would be dead after she was done with him.
The autopsy shows Philip was stabbed a total of 32 times.
Okay, so what happened next?
I dragged the body into the closet. I had dinner and went to bed. Satan was the only one there for me. He was guiding me through everything.
The LSD details, however, are difficult to verify.
You know, I'll never know if she took LSD. The only thing I can say is that all of her roommates, co-workers, said that she'd taken over 200-300 hits of LSD. She loved to be on LSD.
The day after the murder, Michelle leaves North Natomas.
And I asked her, what did you do with all the rags? What did you do with whatever you used? And she said, well, Satan told me to take them so I could sacrifice them.
According to Michelle, Satan also told her to steal the car.
You know, she talked about his license plate. His license plate ends with 666. That was to her a sign, apparently, that Satan was alive and well.
She had to have the car painted silver to purify it for Satan.
Michelle is charged with homicide. On May 14th, 1991, she makes her first appearance in court amid a media circus. The satanic Batgirl looks more like a Laura Ashley doll.
They dressed her up like a Catholic schoolgirl. I wanted to jump across the aisle and rip her head off, to be real honest with you.
The defense argues that she endured a difficult childhood and that the jury should show some leniency.
She had sustained some physical abuse, emotional abuse. So she was portrayed as a girl that had had a miserable upbringing.
The prosecution maintains that it was a cold and calculated crime. Michelle would go to any lengths to get what she wanted, including murder.
She killed my father because she wanted his car. That's the only reason why she killed him. She had convinced my father that she was serious.
You know, I can see it.
And my father was gullible enough
I love you.
to believe her and maybe let her in.
Yeah, I love you too.
But I don't think that he really wanted her there because he would be embarrassed to have such a young girl at his home if his son came home.
On April 1st, 1994, Michelle Comiskey is sentenced to 26 years to life.
She blew up a bunch of lives that day. She didn't just kill him, she altered the destiny of several people forever. I think the most heartbreaking thing for me when he died was the grief I felt for the loss that my daughter had, because that was her grandpa. She loved him.
I wanted to know my dad as an adult and see if we could have a loving father-son relationship. I never had that. I wish that he could have just lived long and died a natural death. You know, been able to see all his great-grandchildren that he has today.
Would you like some tea? Yes, please.
He was a good man. He would help you out if you needed help. And most of all, he cared about people.
Jade Olmsted had always longed to find her true north.
Brandy first met Jade from the online dating site.
You look nice.
Are you flirting with me?
Maybe.
And then they just met up in person, and that's kind of how the relationship blossomed.
And soon, this young couple finds home in each other's arms.
I know that they were very happy.
Brandy loved Jade. That's the bottom line. She loved Jade.
But when someone is left out in the cold, love turns to hate.
Sounds to me like a horrible concoction of dependency and need and lack of trust and insanity.
The level of brutality is unlike I've ever seen. She was alive at the time that she was buried.
When death comes knocking, no one is safe. The quiet hills of Cochranton, Pennsylvania, are hiding a grisly secret.
It was a very rural area, very heavily wooded area out in the hills of Cochranton. Basically, a difficult area, I would think, to search effectively. There was a helicopter. They had cadaver dogs. They were searching.
There was a lot of police out there. The troopers look down in the field and they see what they think are automobile tracks heading into the woods. So they decide to go and check it out. Some of the troopers smelled it, that smell of decay in the air.
As police made their way through these woods, they found a makeshift fort. It was really just maybe the very beginnings of a fort, kind of some tilled up earth, some sticks piled up.
They noticed that the ground in the middle of the fort is disturbed and is not of the same consistency of the dirt around the fort.
It was a little looser than it should have been.
At that point in time, its trooper gets a stick and starts poking. It appears that somebody had dug a hole and filled it in. They contact the Crawford County coroner, and they get some lights up because it's starting to get dark. And they begin to unearth the area. They're thinking that there's a possibility that a body has been buried in the woods.
2 years earlier, in nearby Boardman, Ohio, residents are enjoying a decidedly more relaxed pace.
We rode our bike everywhere. We hung out with our friends outside all the time. Like, we were always outside. It was just that kind of town.
For 18-year-old student Brandy Stevens Rosine, life is full.
She was into everything. I mean, she loved math. She loved English. She loved writing. She was into drawing. She loved orchestra.
You've been making a bit of trouble lately, and I just want to tell you that I know it's hard being a double bass sometimes.
She was constantly playing music, making funny jokes. She was always joking around. Loved the music, so she could joke around with the music. She always laughed when she played music.
Let's just get it together, shall we?
Are you talking to your invisible friend?
No, that would be crazy. I'm talking to my bass.
Maybe your blood sugar's low?
Hey, do not try to pin my special relationship with my bass on my diabetes. But, good reminder, thanks.
Grandma said you forgot this in the car.
Ooh, thanks, sis.
Brandy is playful, but takes some things very seriously.
Brandy was studying sociology at Youngstown State University. She did know that she wanted to go into the field that studied people because she was good at helping people.
She was very just curious about the world. Just who was she gonna meet next? Who was she gonna be with next? What new friends was she gonna make next?
Brandy has moved in with her grandmother to be closer to school. Another in a series of big steps.
Here's the thing. I'm gay. I'm a lesbian.
She had a difficult time at first, like most people do. She was worried about what people would think about her.
But coming out wasn't as hard as she feared.
Mom, I have to tell you something.
Being her mom, I knew way before she did. And I never judged my daughter whatsoever. Many of her friends had no issue with that.
Nobody really said anything. I mean, yeah, you get those couple words here and there, but everybody really just loved her.
Relatives, her grandparents, it took them a little while, but they loved their granddaughter, and no matter what, that's all that mattered.
Brandy's a social butterfly and loves social media.
Brandy used the internet as a platform to converse with people from all over different walks of life. She would talk to anyone, so if anyone would reach out to her, she would start a conversation and she wanted to know about their lives, and she would share with them who she was and just build relationships with all different kinds of people.
And sometimes she finds more than just friends online.
You look nice.
Wait a minute. Are you flirting with me?
Maybe.
When Brandy meets Jade Olmsted, it's a friendship that catches fire, and fast.
I like to have a signed contract with any romantic hopefuls.
Is that what I am?
What? Romantic or hopeful?
Or hopeful that you're romantic?
She met Jade on a dating site. They would talk all night long on Skype. All night.
It wasn't long until they decided they should meet.
God, I can't believe you're actually sitting here right now. It's surreal.
Well, I'm 100% real, I promise you.
You look actually more lovely than you do in that gorgeous profile pic. You know, the one with the bangs?
Oh, God. Now you're embarrassing me.
Oh, you're shy. How sweet.
But outside of the virtual world, these opposites aren't the most obvious of couples.
Oh, my God. Oh, I was a demon out there.
Hey, I got a spare helmet.
Driving through dirt or watching X Factor? I think I made the right choice. Ew. Don't hug me.
Oh, come on. You're so huggable.
Oh, no. Just take like 3 showers and then I'll hug you.
Brandy's adventures were her way of having fun, passing time. She enjoyed four-wheeling. She just wanted to go fast. So she loved speed and she loved getting dirty. It made her feel alive, I think.
Her new girlfriend is a much more timid soul.
Jade was very quiet, didn't talk much. Shy individual.
When I first met Jade, when Brandy brought her over for the first time, my first impression was that she was reserved.
So, Jade, it's nice to finally meet you. Yeah, hi.
Reserved and a bit of a copycat.
How about we go play Need for Speed?
Sure, whatever.
Yeah, or we could just chill out and listen to some music.
Whatever you like.
She would kind of be into the same music, the same kind of thing. She did that with her friends. She did that with everyone. Just because she wanted to be loved and accepted so much that she would do whatever it took to get to that point.
I don't think she was fully comfortable. I mean, she had her issues with herself.
Jade, get in here. Jade's struggle with her identity is long-standing.
Damn it, girl. Don't make me say it twice.
Perhaps because of her upbringing.
Her dad was not the kindest man in the world. After she came out as being a lesbian, he was not supportive at all. He was cruel.
Her family did a lot of drugs. There was never any food in the house. They were not cared for well. Brandy felt that she could help Jade.
Just get me to the bus station. Come on, let's go.
Jade had told Brandy it was a bad situation where she was staying, so Brandy'd say, well, you could stay with me. And that one night turned into 2 and 3, and then she was living there.
I enjoyed hanging out with her and my sister together. I mean, we would play card games together, we would hang out. I thought she was fun.
And that, my friends, is what you call a flush.
Yeah, that'd be great if we weren't playing Go Fish.
Brandy's house, Brandy's rules.
Oh, I'll always protect you.
I'll always love you.
Jade was ecstatic, and, you know, it was a new relationship. She was excited and happy.
Brandy loved Jade. That's the bottom line. She loved Jade. She was in love with Jade, and she would do anything for her.
But once they're in close quarters, the romance isn't so rosy.
Jade started getting anxious. Jade wasn't working at the time. Brandy was going to school. Brandy was working nights at the time at Target.
How was your day? Fine.
That was very hard for Jade because Brandy was never there, and Jade didn't have a car. Jade didn't have any places to go, didn't have a job, didn't go to school.
Facebook. Again.
Please, you post wherever you go, every single thing you do. Facebook, Foursquare, Instagram, every single thing. So why is it bad for me?
Well, I'm actually going places and doing things.
The situation that I know is that Jade was just feeling restricted and that she felt like she was stuck.
Bye! Have a great day!
Jade left when Brandy was gone. She stole her iPod and $300 cash. She had nothing. She needed money to get wherever she needed.
I know that she did end up in Baltimore. She was down there with her family.
Brandy was very angry over the situation.
Heartbreak and anger are a terrible mix. But there are more treacherous sentiments brewing.
She was a very negative person. Very, very negative.
This was basically a love triangle scenario. There was jealousy at play.
She was just obsessed with pretty negative, dark things.
I'll always love you.
After an intense romance, Jade Olmsted leaves Brandy Stevens Rosine behind and takes Brandy's cash and her iPod with her.
She wasn't talking to her right after. They had like a fallout after that. I mean, they weren't speaking for a while. Brandy was hurt really bad. She was really upset.
It's for the best. But it sure doesn't feel that way.
You of all people. You'll meet a million more Jades.
But even months later, after the girls have resumed their friendship, Brandy just can't move on.
She loved her more than anything. She just wanted her to come back.
And in spring 2012, her wish is granted.
Hi. Hey. She had told Brandy that she wanted to hang out and that she was having a hard time at home.
This was a terrible idea. They're just as screwed up as ever, maybe even more. Just please, come and get me.
Yeah, sure.
She had told me, well, I gotta go and pick up Jade. And I had asked her, I'm like, why? Like, why do you have to go and get this girl? Because I do. I have to be there for her. Why? Like, what did she do to you? All the things that she had put you through, and everything that had happened, and you're just gonna push that aside and go and find her for what? To do it all again? And still, she said, I need to go. She needs a way to get back here.
You're literally a lifesaver.
I know.
So Brandy went and picked her up because that's Brandy.
But the reunion isn't the romantic one that Brandy longed for.
So, do you want to play video games or listen to...
Actually, I gotta go. Someone's coming to pick me up.
Seriously?
Once she brought her back, an hour later, she was already gone.
Jade runs right into the arms of an ex-girlfriend.
Ashley Barber and Jade Olmsted went to school together in Ohio. I think it was East Liverpool, Ohio.
Ashley Barber was Jade's childhood, or maybe first even, experience of love.
She was living with her mother and father. Ashley saw herself as maybe being a misfit, that she didn't fit in. She was heavily tattooed, lesbian, and I think that caused some problems with her parents, especially her father.
Ashley Barber carries her problems wherever she goes.
She was a very negative person. Very, very negative. She didn't have a lot of friends.
Brandy takes Jade's desertion badly.
I think that at first she was pretty heartbroken about it. She was very sad because she loved her a lot.
In fact, Brandy can't stay away from Jade.
Brandy kept a friendship with Jade while she was still with Ashley, and I know that she would go out and pick Jade up and they would drive around and hang out. At least a couple times while she was with Barber.
So she was moving on. She seemed like she was pretty happy, and Jade would get a hold of her every once in a while when Ashley didn't do something that she wanted her to do, like buy her something, and Brandy would buy it for her and send her money.
Wow, Brandy. You spoil me.
It's just really nice to see you.
I think at the center of the cycle is Jade, and here's Jade in a relationship with Ashley. With Brandy, who she knows she has in her pocket, will do whatever she wants whenever she wants. And that's why she held on to Brandy.
Much to Jade's new girlfriend's dismay.
I imagine she lied to Ashley a lot.
Where'd you get the money?
And that's what got Ashley even more and more upset.
Brandy, right? Why the hell are you still talking to her?
Look, it's complicated.
No, it's not.
Ashley's jealousy is out of control.
She had found out that they were in contact, and Barbara was really upset about it, so she started contacting everybody.
I've seen Barbara's comments on Brandy's posts and on social media. Vulgar language calling Brandy useless and worthless and violent. Ashley would just hurl the bizarre insults, and it was ugly.
One time Ashley messaged me directly and told me that I shouldn't be friends with Brandy and that Brandy's manipulative and that she has everybody fooled. She had said, I hope I get the chance to kill her before her diabetes does.
Don't talk to me about Ashley Barber. I don't want to know.
That's some crazy stuff she's writing.
Just gotta rise above, I guess.
Brandy just said not to listen to them and that they were crazy and dramatic and to just let it go.
While Brandy is prepared to let it go, Ashley isn't.
They were both very controlling people. They were both very negative people.
She replied and said, "Be careful that the neighbors don't take very well to gay people."
It took everything I had to get in that car after talking with them. I did not want to leave.
Facebook. Again.
Brandy Stevens Rosine has been dumped by Jade Olmsted. Even worse, Jade's thuggish new girlfriend, Ashley, has been trashing Brandy on social media. Brandy shrugs it off.
She didn't really hold on to grudges. She didn't get too upset very often. She wasn't an angry person in any way. Just kind of go with the flow and happy.
Hi. Brandy.
After a while, it seemed like she was doing fine without her. She was dating.
Thanks.
16 months after the breakup, Brandy is almost her old self again, ready for anything.
Sure. Why not? I could use an adventure. Sorry, Gran, I got a jet.
She told my mom that it was her best friend, Rhiannon, and she was going over to her house.
That same day, Brandy's ex, Jade, whom Brandy hasn't seen in weeks, takes Ashley to the hospital after a fall.
Ashley Barber posted pictures of bruises, solid bruises on her forearms, saying that she had fallen down the stairs, so they had to go to the hospital.
As Ashley's minor injuries fill up her news feed, Brandy's postings on social media have gone very quiet. Too quiet. 24 hours after leaving her grandmother's, she's not even answering her cell phone.
Everybody really started to say, like, we haven't talked to her. Has anybody seen Brandy? Has anybody talked to Brandy?
I didn't see her on Facebook. That's usually first thing. She hadn't posted one single thing that day on Facebook. That's when I knew, like, where's my sister? Where was she at? We at first had thought, like, maybe something had happened to her. She doesn't have insulin, doesn't have, like, money for food, water, something. If she doesn't keep track on what her sugar is, it could go low. We thought that she could be just in a ditch somewhere, thinking that she passed out.
Any news? No sign, I'm afraid.
I went to my mom's. I started doing some research on her computer. Brandy still was logged into a couple things. The one thing I found was Foursquare. So I found that, printed all that out of where she had gone. In the meantime, I'm calling everybody, all of her friends, texting.
Brandy's family calls her best friend Rhiannon to see if she knows anything. And they learn it was actually Jade she was planning to see that day.
The last texts that came from her were pretty suspicious. Seemed to indicate that she thought something may have been wrong.
On her way there, she sent a text to Rhiannon, and she said, "This is where I'll be if anything happens to me."
Brandy's mom learns that the address is actually Ashley Barber's house, where Jade is currently living. But Jade says Brandy never showed up.
Jade and I were back and forth all weekend. "Have you heard anything?" she would ask me. "No, I haven't heard anything." "Have you heard anything? You know, you haven't seen her, you haven't, no. So Saturday morning, we filed her as missing. They upped it to medical missing persons because of the insulin.
Well, it's not an urgent situation usually for the police because adults have the freedom to get up and move.
Brandy's friend Christy decides to go on the hunt herself, going to the last place they knew Brandy was headed, to see Jade at Ashley's parents' house.
I was going with the hopes that I would see Brandy's car on the side of the freeway. Maybe she had parked and stumbled to someone's house and asked for help. I told her, "I'm coming out to your neck of the woods." She replied and said, "Be careful, it's bear hunting season." And also that the neighbors don't take very well to gay people. The feeling that I got on the road to the Barber residence was just spooky, like my stomach dropped out, and it hasn't been the same since. I lost my GPS signal. I just felt disconnected. So I turned around and came home with more questions than answers.
With no news from the police, Brandy's family and friends step up the search.
Christy Horvat created flyers, and she just started throwing them everywhere. We were throwing them on social media, we were posting them everywhere.
Hi. My name is Ariel, and I'm making this video because one of my oldest friends, Brandy Rosine, is missing. She hasn't been seen or heard from since May 17th, 2012. She left Beaver Township in Ohio on Thursday, saying she was headed for the Erie area. We're also concerned because this is completely unlike Brandy, and it's out of her character to just run away and leave without telling anyone.
After Brandy's been missing 5 days, her mother gets a call on Tuesday morning from the police.
The police at this point had told Carrie that Brandy's cell phone pinged a tower in Meadville, which is about 15 minutes away from Cochranton. So we decided to go up there.
I was up and down. They had some hilly areas. I was running house to house. I checked at the hospital. We were checking everywhere.
As the trail goes cold, Carrie decides to pay Jade and Ashley a visit in person.
Carrie said, hey, you had that address. Can you take me there? When we came to the Barber's residence, the father was sitting on the stoop, and Jade and Ashley Barber were coming from around the left side of the house to the front yard.
Hey, Jade. Came out here the other day, but my GPS failed. Took me to some field somewhere. Couldn't figure out where you were.
Where's my daughter? She said she was coming here.
Look, she never showed up.
But you must know something.
Listen, lady, you need to calm down.
And I'm like, I'm just trying to find my daughter. You have to understand. She has been missing for 5 days.
She said she was gonna come to see you, and now all of a sudden, she's missing. It just doesn't make any sense.
Maybe she went to the same field you did.
And then at this point, Ashley Barber's dad got involved, and he said, well, if you put my address in a GPS, it brings you over somewhere else.
A lot of things going through my head. Imagining the worst. Imagining that she just wanted to be alone, maybe, and is in the house and is hiding. That was far-fetched for Brandy, but, maybe she just needed some space. I really didn't know.
As they wind down their search for the day, a phone call will make them do a 180.
She said it was Jade, and I said, no, this isn't Jade. So something is wrong.
They see a pair of tennis shoes, and on the pair of tennis shoes, it looks to be blood.
20-year-old Brandy Stevens Rosine has been missing for 5 days. So far, the police search has been fruitless.
Where's my daughter?
Brandy's mother, Carrie, suspects her ex-girlfriend, Jade, might know something. A suspicion that's quickly confirmed when she gets a startling telephone call.
Hello?
On the way home, I got a phone call and she said it was Jade, and I said, no, this isn't Jade.
This is Ashley, right? I recognize your voice.
Because I knew Jade's voice.
Brandy's car is here.
What?
It's in your best interest to come and get this car.
I said, whoa, wait a minute. We just left there. You told me she never made it there. You just need to come get this car, and hung up.
Ashley's mother immediately calls the police.
The police then are informed by Ashley Barber's mother that, hey, there's a car here that we didn't tell you about the day before. I should have told you, but I didn't. They then do a registration check of the vehicle and find out that it is in fact Brandy Stevens' motor vehicle.
Soon after, local police contact Carrie and demand she pick the car up from the Barbers, even though it's a potentially incriminating piece of evidence.
My daughter's been missing for 5 days, and now all of a sudden you find her car?
I asked him, I said, what's in the car? Is there anything? The car's clean, completely clean. There was a gas can in the back seat. That's all that was in the car. I said, then there's something wrong.
It was never clean. Never clean. I mean, there was clothes in it all the time, drinks.
Her car was a pigsty. The girls told them that Brandy came there and left with a girl and walked with all her stuff down a dirt road to get a ride. I said, no. No, that did not happen, and I'm not coming to pick that car up.
Frustrated that the police are dragging their feet, Carrie takes action.
The next morning, I woke up. I wrote about what happened, about my daughter, what the state police had said to me, and told me to do.
Carrie posts her story all over social and news media pages,
Someone's gonna listen to me.
even calling the FBI.
Within an hour from that phone call, I got a call from the state police stating that they were seizing the property and searching everything.
The police then decide they're going to go back and talk to the two girls, Ashley and Jade. When they go there, they're informed by the parents that they had left earlier in the morning and they're not there.
With 3 young women now missing, the investigation is about to move into overdrive.
The Barbers, the mother and father, allow the police to come into the home. They go into Ashley's bedroom where Ashley and Jade had been living, and they see a pair of tennis shoes. And on the pair of tennis shoes, it appears to be blood. So right then they're thinking that foul play is involved.
A description of the girls is issued to local law enforcement.
Troopers who were ready to work that day were notified. Please be on the lookout.
And in a matter of hours, they're spotted.
Trooper Joe Straley was off-duty in his off-duty vehicle, and while he was driving, he saw 2 girls leaving the woods in an area that normally people wouldn't be in.
Turned out to be Ashley and Jade coming out of the woods, and offered to give them a ride and asked them to come to the police station.
And because Ashley was filed as missing, that was their way to get them to the station, because they needed to clear that up.
Look, I told you, I don't know anything.
I can't help you, I'm sorry. Actually, Brandy did come to Ashley's house for a bit. She only stayed for a few minutes. She said she was going to meet a friend called Jamie.
They contacted Brandy, asked her to come to Cochranton. She did come to Cochranton. She only stayed for a few minutes.
Jamie's picking me up. So is it okay if I just leave my car here for a few days?
Sure, why not?
Wow, I am just gross. I might just clean it out a little first.
And she said that they agreed and that Brandy seemed very happy and excited to be meeting her friend.
Now all of a sudden Brandy made it there, but she took all of her stuff and walked down a dirt road to meet a friend who was picking her up. There was something that they were hiding. They were hiding something.
Police are considering the girl's story when Ashley makes an unusual request.
I have a lot to tell you, but I'm not saying anything until I get to see Jade.
She said, I want to see her eyes. So that's when they decided they'd put them in a room together.
They know that we did something.
They don't know much.
We're listening to the whole thing. And they don't make any confessions or anything like that, but you can tell that they're scared. They're talking about going to prison for 20 years, making statements like that. And they knew that they were being recorded, and there's a big sign that tells them that.
As the girls whisper, officers at the Barber home notice tracks heading down the road where Brandy was last seen.
Some of the troopers smell decay in the air, and so they're starting to think that, hey, maybe there's a body buried around here, and that's when the troopers who see the tire tracks go into the woods. Unfortunately, they find the body of Brandy Stevens.
Beaver Township police came to my parents' house, and my parents came to my door at 2 a.m. And that's how I found out. I wasn't told anything. I knew. As soon as my mom was there, I knew she was gone, and I knew they found her. It didn't need any words. Nothing needed said. I knew in my heart.
Brandy's mom called me. And I was in shock for days. I immediately drove back up, because I was in Columbus at the time. I immediately drove back up to Youngstown, and I think it took me like 6 hours to get here, because I had to pull over so many times because I was crying so hard.
This is not a missing person case anymore, girls. This is a murder investigation.
It wasn't us.
It was my dad. My dad killed her.
Me and her are happily making out. And I mean really making out when there's a knock at the door.
What's wrong with you? I know what's wrong. You're sick and disgusting. All of you.
Have the girls been protecting Ashley's father all along? Police don't know if the girl's story is true, but more evidence is about to come to light, and soon everything will be crystal clear.
It's very clear that this was a premeditated act. The level of brutality is unlike I've ever seen.
After police unearth the body of Brandy Stevens Rosine, Ashley Barber pins the brutal murder on her father. But investigators quickly find evidence that points in a different direction.
When the girls were found coming out of the woods, they both had book bags that kids commonly carry.
Inside the bags, they find journals, and what they contain is horrifying.
In Ashley Barber's journal, it was discovered that she wrote on May 21st, 2012, that it actually felt good to claim her actions, and that she'd never felt so alive, never, and that I just want to do it again and again. Why lie? I'm addicted.
But it's not just Ashley who writes about what happened that day. The girl Brandy loved also has plenty to say.
Jade explains that she told herself that she wasn't going to write about it because it is too much evidence, but the temptation not to get it out is just too much. Yesterday was the beginning of a whole new life. A life of torment, evil, blood-stained hands, and splattered clothes. I found my calling, a new addiction, something the world looks down on. But us, we crave this life.
I heard that Jade had written in her journal that she was proud.
Enough with the conjugal time. Get her out of here.
And at that time, Jade Olmsted finally confesses to what they did.
I've read the journals. You want to tell me what actually happened?
Well, you already know, don't you?
When Ashley Barber finally confessed,
Well, yeah, that's it. We killed her. Both of us.
she was very cold, she was very matter-of-fact when she explained how she had killed this girl.
This is taking forever.
Well, it has to last forever.
Well, first we dug a hole. That took a long time.
Are we ready for this? I am. Are you?
Jade contacts Brandy, invites her to Cochranton, Pennsylvania to spend some time with her and Ashley. The plan is that they're going to lure Brandy into the woods and attack her and kill her.
You ever built a fort when you were a kid? It'll be fine.
Jade said that Brandy was apprehensive about going back there.
Okay. Sure. Why not?
Ashley Barber then joins in.
Is this what you came for?
Jade begins to attack her.
Jade went first. Then I landed a couple good punches.
And they're both kicking and punching her. That's what they described to the police.
I had a rope. I wrapped it around her neck and started pulling.
Ashley was strangling her, but it wasn't easy. I just remember a lot after I hit her with the shovel.
Ow! Be careful.
Got a couple bruises myself. And then I think Brownie was more or less out of it after that.
Ashley Barber indicated that there was a bottle of water that they had at the campsite. She got the bottle of water and poured it on Brandy's face and nose, trying to drown her, trying to kill her.
Me and Jade are both terrified of being buried alive. So we thought. I thought the water would just help her die.
And when it stopped bubbling, they assumed that she was dead.
But she wasn't. Yet.
The forensic pathologist, Dr. Vey, did find some mud and dirt in her bronchial tree, and that led him to give his opinion that she was alive at the time that she was buried.
We gotta burn her stuff.
I know. But can't we just ride the high of this for a few minutes?
And when they cleaned out the car, they backed the car into that garage, and then they put curtains or blankets up covering the windows so you couldn't see inside the garage, and cleaned out Brandy's car from top to bottom. They didn't want to have there to be fingerprints in it, and so they cleaned it out and got rid of a lot of her stuff.
They decided to go burn her belongings and hide all the evidence.
But the girls haven't emerged unscathed.
You're all bruised up, baby.
How are we gonna explain this?
Ashley was bruised because she was getting hit by the shovel too. Jade wasn't trying to hit her with the shovel, but she inadvertently hit her with the shovel because of the position of the bodies. She needed to come up with a plan to explain these injuries to her parents.
Are you sure?
Said yes, just do it.
She faked like she fell down the steps and went to the ER.
And when police are alerted to the presence of Brandy's car, the girls panic.
It's in your best interest to come and get this car.
They really didn't know what they were going to do. I don't think that they had thought that far ahead.
Despite their obvious planning and clumsy cover-up, the girls insist the murder wasn't premeditated.
The girls claimed that this was an effort by Ashley Barber to scare Brandy.
I didn't mean to. But I mean, she was abusing Jade. She deserved it.
Jade had made the claim in one of the interviews with the police that Brandy was abusive to her during the relationship. There's absolutely no evidence of that. She made that claim. There's no police reports. There's no other witnesses who ever corroborated that, and in fact, I don't believe it.
With the damning journals and the girls' confessions, the case is soon closed.
They ended up pleading guilty both to murder in the first degree. In Pennsylvania, that's a mandatory life sentence, and they were both sentenced to state prison. It's highly unusual. You never expect that this is going to happen in Crawford County, Pennsylvania. The level of brutality is unlike I've ever seen, especially by two young people who had really no prior record with the criminal justice system.
And while the girls are forthcoming in their guilty pleas, there's one thing they never explain.
At no time did they really give a motive as to why they did it. I think it was their attempt to prove to each other how much they cared about each other. I believe that Jade wanted to show Ashley that she was committed to Ashley and that she didn't want Brandy in her life. And I believe that Ashley wanted to show Jade the same thing, that she was willing to kill for her love.
For Brandy's friends and family, no explanation could ever ease the pain of their loss.
I have this thing where I'm always looking for closure, and I've never found it. So for the same reason I went out to the barber's residence, I walked out to the back and saw a grave. I took a rock from the grave. I keep it in my car. You know, it doesn't bring Brandy back.
Mine and my sister's thing was singing in the car. So every time I get in the car, I always blast the music and sing. Every month I at least play our song once and just scream it. And we used to always, we would take parts in the song, and I never sing her part, ever. To me, I feel like that was her.
Brandy's family opt for a cremation and memorial bench in lieu of a burial for the most heartbreaking of reasons.
Couldn't bury her again. She was buried in vain once. I have her ashes right here. So she walks with me every day, and the idea behind that was Brandy was gonna be in the courtroom, no matter what. She was on 3 next that day, or every day.
A secluded country farm is the perfect place for a fresh start.
He started moving people into his home to help them out.
It's also where bad things go undetected.
Is there a problem here?
He didn't like the boyfriend.
Hello, Mr. Mitchell, let me in. It's cold out
If he was going to act like an animal, he needed to sleep outside.
And it isn't long before bad blood turns this old homestead into a house of horrors.
His head was still there. You could not identify him.
Maybe they would steal from him or something.
I need help.
But not this.
When death comes knocking, no one is safe. It's a picture-perfect day on the Mackinac River in Illinois.
It's a rural area, a lot of hunting, fishing, things of that nature.
People canoe up and down. Quite a few people do enjoy that leisure time activity, just canoeing or kayaking or whatever.
But on this particular morning, the Mackinac is home to more than just fish.
They noticed something that looked odd and then realized what it was. It was a torso that was found. Head was attached, arms were attached. It was from the waist up that was there. The legs were missing. There was the blackness, the ashiness. You could just tell that this body had been burned at some point. They immediately called 911.
I see a dead body in the water.
McLean County Sheriff's Office recovered the body from the river.
Looks like a John Doe here, judging from the size.
It was a white male, over the age of 50.
His head was still there.
Face is badly burned. Looks like it's gonna be hard to ID.
The charred corpse is taken to the nearest hospital, where authorities hope to identify it.
The McLean County Coroner's Office completed an autopsy. And it was during that autopsy, a couple things were realized. One, that the victim had been shot at least 5 times.
Bullet shots in the
chest area and in the head. Body was burned post-mortem.
The dead man's mouth tells the coroner its own story.
When they removed the dentures, there was a little recess in the dentures, and the name Oakley was in that denture. So we figured we had either a first or a last name to start trying to figure out who he was.
Some detectives knew that there was an Oakley Mitchell that lived in the rural Secor area, which wasn't too far, 5 miles maybe, from where the body was found. And so that's what led the detectives to go investigate Mr. Mitchell and see if he was at his residence or if this was Oakley Mitchell.
Detectives aren't the only ones looking for Oakley.
Daddy? I checked the doors, they were all locked. I peeked in the windows, I didn't see anything.
Are you in there? Answer me.
She had not heard from her father in a few days.
Hey there.
Hi.
Can I help you?
Can I help you?
Detective Robert Gilson, Woodford County PD, ma'am. You are?
I'm Darlene Jordan. This is my dad's place.
Okay. Well, listen, we're here to check up on your father, okay? We're just gonna take a quick look around.
I haven't seen him for 4 days myself. Nothing's happened to him, has it?
Yeah, we'll let you know, okay? Just stay right there, please.
Well, can you tell me anything?
Stay right there, please, all right?
They didn't tell me anything. I mean, I sat there on that stoop, I was getting very upset.
There was a spot in the backyard where they burnt trash.
Household items that they no longer want to use, couches, chairs.
Today, police find more than just cast-off furniture.
Oh, yeah, I think we got something here.
What's going on? Will someone please tell me what is going on here?
The chaos on the farm is a far cry from its usual state. A calm sanctuary for Oakley Mitchell. As he approaches his golden years, this happily divorced father of 3 grown children has just one dream: buying a farm like the one he grew up on.
He was trying to recapture that, the same feeling that he had when he was younger.
He didn't really have a plan. He was just gonna raise chickens and do his own thing.
And Oakley's own thing is a little slice of heaven on earth.
Had a couple old barns, machine shed, corn crib.
The area is very secluded. There's a lot of cornfields, maybe soybean fields. There were neighbors, but they're distant neighbors.
And he gets to share every moment with his son, Charles.
Charles lived with Dad his whole life, so they were really close.
Fresh eggs.
I can't believe it.
He had some slow learning disabilities that his dad had to take care of him.
No. No.
And Oakley doesn't just take care of his own. He even gives part of his meager farming income to the homeless.
Coffee to go with that here.
He never made any money from farming. He gave things away and helped people.
He was very kind. He was sweet. He was just a really nice guy.
Have yourself a good day.
Luckily, farming's just a hobby.
Isn't that great?
Oakley has been making his real living as a machinist for the past 20 years.
He made pretty good money.
He was stable financially. He had enough money to maintain himself and the house. He could afford that.
B9. The 59-year-old part-time farmer is also a fixture at the local bingo hall.
G53.
He got me hooked on it, so I was going to bingo with him 5 days a week.
I-30.
Oakley would just sit there and just look around and just enjoy himself.
Young at heart. He never really won much, maybe $100 if he got lucky.
I-16.
Bingo! Bingo!
Are you okay? What's the matter?
But luck is a fickle thing, and his soon turns.
Just need to rest a second.
You feel weak?
He got really sick.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
He got myasthenia grava, and it deteriorates the muscles. So he would be weak and not able to move around like he used to.
Very quickly, Oakley's mobility is reduced to almost none.
He was on pain medication to help control his pain.
He had 2 months left to retire, but he asked for a desk job and they refused to give him one, so they forced him into early retirement, so he didn't get his full benefits, which upset him really bad.
Thankfully, he's not alone.
Hey, be careful up there. We don't need two of us in wheelchairs.
Charles is the one that took care of Oakley when Oakley got sick.
He did most of the cleaning and helped around the farm when he needed to.
Thank you.
Then they wanted me and the kids to move out there with them, so we did.
Charles' girlfriend, Artie, and her children from a previous relationship move in.
Happy birthday!
You guys, look at that.
You know, my kids loved him. Oakley treated my children like his grandkids.
Artie and the kids stay at the farm for over a decade. And as Oakley hits his 70s, neither his age nor his illness slow him down.
Take this.
He was very exceptional. I don't know how else to describe him.
But a kind heart and good intentions aren't everyone's currency.
Listen, take that. Have a good day.
He gave people so much money that he would call me up and borrow money so he could make his house payment.
Dad, you gotta stop giving your money away. You might never get it back.
But I still gotta make the payment.
I know. It's the last time, though, all right?
Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that. Bye-bye.
When it comes to debt, Oakley is far more understanding than the bank.
Looks like I'm in bad trouble.
Oakley dodges bankruptcy, barely, but his luck keeps heading south.
Charles and my youngest daughter got into a big argument, and Charles always knew that he was not allowed to lay his hands on one of my children, and he tried to, so that's what made me leave. He didn't want us to leave because he knew that me and the kids were good for Charles, and Oakley understood. He didn't like it, but he understood.
Their departure is only the beginning of Oakley's son Charles' troubles.
He got busted for marijuana, growing it in the basement.
Charles didn't believe that that was illegal, even if they say it is. He didn't believe it was illegal.
Charles lands 5 years for possession, and Oakley is left with no one.
Charles was Dad's little baby. He was pretty upset about it. And then he was living there by himself and lonely.
His daughter lived about 35 minutes away. So he truly was alone out in the country in a big farmhouse with grounds to maintain. And human interaction was in short supply for him, especially in the winter.
But that's about to change.
If someone was trying to get money or whatever, he would feel obligated to bring him home.
They're not stray animals. You cannot bring them into your home.
71-year-old Oakley Mitchell fulfills his lifelong dream of owning a farm. But bad debts and bad decisions leave him alone on the range.
Looks like I'm in bad trouble.
Within months of his son Charles' incarceration, Oakley's back to what makes his spirits shine, helping others.
Run into people anywhere, the gas stations, the bingo hall, the stores, any place that he would go. If someone was there with a sign or trying to get money or whatever, he would feel obligated to bring him home.
Oakley had a deal. He'd give them food and shelter to help them back on their feet.
There you go.
And they would come out and harvest all the fruits and vegetables, and then they would go in town and sell the fruit and vegetables, and then they would get the money.
And that money goes into their pockets, not his.
As soon as they got enough money, they would just go on their own way. So he never made any money off of it.
Over 10 years, more than 20 people passed through the farm en route to a better future. He changes a lot of lives. But Oakley's other son, Thomas, sees a darker side to his father's generosity.
He started helping more people, moving people into his home to help them out. Unfortunately, he became lax in his ability to be judgmental about people.
Look, you don't even know these people. Your faith in them's gonna end up biting you.
Hey, have a little faith in human nature.
Yeah, faith.
It's true that Oakley's luck is on the upswing.
They finally got his medicine right, so he had been feeling great, was out doing everything again, was back to his normal self.
People are good. You just gotta treat them right.
Yet running Hotel Oakley isn't always easy.
I didn't like some of the things they would do. They would have animals in the house that was tearing up this furniture and then not replace it. So I was upset with some of those people.
Actually gotten 2 tenants to leave because they were taking advantage of him pretty much. They just agreed to leave to move back where they had came from.
And don't come back. You hear me?
But Oakley isn't about to let a few bad apples spoil his appetite for helping others.
Do anything for anybody.
Including his latest project, Lacey.
They met at a bingo game. He was looking at her, she waved at him, something along those lines.
She was born and raised in Indianapolis.
Here's a space.
She had finished high school, done some post-high school education, and had worked in some nursing homes. Due to a back injury, she couldn't do a lot of physical labor, so she lost her job.
I've never seen you at bingo before.
Yeah, it's my first time, actually. I'm so behind on my rent. My landlord is almost done with me. I figured maybe I'll get lucky. I'm Lacey, by the way.
Oh, Oakley.
Oh, good. Nice to
Here,
meet you.
take these. These are for you.
Oh, well, let me pay you at least. I don't have much.
No, that's all right. Please. They're yours.
She was a young mother, but she was a very good mother. She thought she could make a better life and have more opportunities for her daughters here in Bloomington as opposed to Indianapolis. Everything she did, every decision she made, she was trying to better the lives of her daughters.
What'll you do if you don't win the rent tonight?
Oh, I'd rather not think about that.
I have a proposal for you. I've got a big old place, and if you need somewhere to stay with the kids...
I couldn't. It's...
Well, just until you get things straightened out, but I need help around the place. You'd be helping me out. Anyway, just think about it, and we'll play and see how it all comes out, all right?
Okay. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
She was definitely different than anybody else that had been brought to the house.
She would be his caregiver. She would take him to the doctor, she would take him shopping, prepare food, and then would just take Oakley wherever he needed to go.
Since she had that training and that experience, she felt she could help him. She also felt it was a good opportunity for her girls and herself to be in a stable, nice home.
Slow down, come on. I'm so sorry, Mr. Oakley. I mean, I don't know what's gotten into them.
That's all right. Kids will be kids.
Guess you're right.
Come in. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
And Darlene is nearly as taken with Lacey as her dad is.
Nice to meet you.
She was dressed real pretty. Her kids were dressed really nice. She was well-spoken, always calling Dad Mr. Oakley. And when I first met her, I'm like, well, she's the nicest girl I've ever met.
Do you want some key?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Dad was a big flirt.
She's great. Good company, good cook.
He would say, she's gonna be my girlfriend someday. He did that to all the girls.
As it turns out, Lacey is already spoken for.
After that, she'd never talk to me again. Most that I do. I was telling her.
I called him to find out who this woman and this guy was that he had in his car, and he just said they were people that needed a place to live.
I'm not supposed to. Hello.
The guy is Lacey's boyfriend, Tom, who moves onto Oakley's farm a week after she does.
I was just scared for him because where in the heck did he meet these people? I mean, it really shook me up. And I'm like, they're not stray animals. They're actual human beings. You cannot bring them into your home.
Yeah, everything's fine. Just going for a drive.
And he's like, oh, don't worry about me. I'll be okay.
Tom had a job, but they didn't have the wherewithal to support themselves. They were relying on Oakley Mitchell.
But Tom soon learns that his free room and board comes with strings attached.
This is a really nice place to sleep.
And that's the way my dad was. He was very old-fashioned and didn't want sex going on in his house. If you're in his house, there's no couples sleeping together.
Really? Home sweet home.
You gotta be kidding me, right?
No, think nothing of it. That's all for you. That's your own place.
That was cause for quite a lot of the friction, I believe.
Mr. Mitchell! Hello, Mr. Mitchell, let me in. It's cold out here.
They would get into arguments because, like, oh, I'm not sleeping in no shed.
Lacey!
Lacey's caught between her love for Tom and providing a home for her daughters.
Mr. Mitchell! Are you serious?
Tom's convinced there's more to Oakley's lack of hospitality than old-fashioned values.
He felt there was a racial component to it. He felt that Mr. Mitchell was being racist in his behavior towards him, and he didn't like being disrespected that way.
Whatever the reason, nights are cold for young Tom, and are about to get colder in more ways than one.
They didn't get along. They had verbal arguments.
And he would challenge him on how he was treating her.
Oakley Mitchell opens his home to a young couple with nothing to their name. He offers Lacey the royal treatment, but forces Tom to sleep in the shed.
You think I like living out here, middle of nowhere?
Calm down.
Stop telling me to calm down.
It won't be long.
How long? It won't be long.
Mr. Mitchell would think that she was being mistreated, that she wasn't being treated with respect.
How long?
Lacey!
And so he would challenge him on how he was treating her.
Go on inside the house. Is there a problem here?
They didn't get along. They had verbal arguments at different points in time. Nothing physical, but verbal arguments.
No. Old timer. There ain't no problem here.
He would get upset with her because he didn't think she was taking his side. And as the tension grew, Mr. Mitchell would make comments to him. He would say things to him like, I don't want you in my house.
Tom vows to stick it out for now, because living at the farm gives Lacey and her girls some security. And it certainly makes Oakley happy.
Careful, careful.
Thank you, Lacey.
Oakley kind of took a liking to Lacey and her kids.
He was looking for companionship. I think he was lonely. She clearly viewed it as a friendship, a more of a professional relationship.
I am so lucky to have such an incredibly attractive young assistant helping me to dress and undress.
There were times he would make perhaps inappropriate comments, and she would just tell him, Mr. Oakley, just stop that, and would laugh it off.
Tom doesn't appreciate the jokes. Two weeks after first meeting, there's nothing that Oakley won't do for his charming new housemate.
Take a picture, yes? Cheese.
He came to my house and introduced us, and he wanted my phone so that she would have a phone.
The phone? Really? Yeah. Oh my God, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Girls, we have a new phone. Look at that.
She was well-dressed, groomed, didn't look homeless. Seemed very nice.
Thomas gives Lacey his cell phone, but that's not the end of it.
He just called me up and said he wanted to borrow $300, and I said, what for?
Hello?
He said, well, I've got to go to Indiana, and Lacey has to pick up her kids and some paperwork.
Lacey, by the way.
School was getting ready to start. She wanted to enroll her oldest daughter. She needed some documents that were back in Indianapolis.
I said, yeah. I knew he'd pay it back.
You don't know how much it means to me.
Of course. You take such good care of Dad.
He provided her with a car to drive. He gave her a cell phone. He provided them with food and clothing. She had access to his debit card, and she was allowed to purchase things with his debit card.
Oakley's grateful to have Lacey manage his life because he's becoming more and more forgetful.
Hey, Darlene. Hi, sweetheart. Listen, I got a situation here.
My dad had called me and asked me if I knew where the coin collection was. And I said, last time I seen it, it was underneath your bed. And he says, oh, I haven't looked under there.
But the coins aren't under the bed.
And then on the 26th, he sent us an email saying that, well, he had lost his phone. So he turned around and got another phone and happened to lose that phone too. So he had no way of getting hold of us.
It's not just coins and misplaced phones.
Oh, his medicine. There was Vicodin, I think it was. Vicodin was missing.
Oakley suspects Tom, but has no proof.
I told Oakley, you need to get him out. You need to get him out. And he told me not to worry about him.
That's because Oakley's got a plan. Charles will be out of prison soon.
He said it would just be until Charles moved back in and she got back on her feet. So he thought it would only be like 6 months.
But Oakley may not have 6 months.
I would call him, and if he didn't answer, he would call me back because that meant he was sleeping. But in August, he didn't call me back.
In fact, nobody's heard from Oakley in days.
I'm sitting at the kitchen table, and all of a sudden I see Dad's car pull in. I thought it was Dad, and here comes Lacey out of the car, and I asked her,
Hey, Lacey. Dad's not with you?
Yeah, that's why I'm here, Miss Darlene. I was gone 4 days since Thursday, and when I got back, he was gone.
Oh, well, you know, it's the weekend. I wouldn't worry.
and that's usually when he played bingo, so I didn't think nothing of it.
Right, I wanted you to have his car. I didn't want to leave it unattended.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you headed?
Atlanta. Family matters, you know. Anyway, I'll see you.
Okay, well, thanks, Lacey. That's nice of you. We'll see you soon.
The story was I'm going to Atlanta, Georgia, to be with my family. If you hear from your dad, tell him to give me a call. That way I know he's okay.
But Oakley isn't okay.
There was blood on the computer itself and on the wall behind the computer.
She was crying, bawling her eyes out and everything. Oh my God, Mr. Oakley, Mr. Oakley.
Oakley Mitchell gives struggling mom Lacey a break by allowing her to live rent-free on his farm. But when Oakley goes missing, Lacey's stumped, and so is Oakley's family. And it isn't long before they learn where he's gone.
The key thing was finding the name Oakley stamped in those dentures. That's what kind of led us towards Oakley Mitchell. Eventually, would there have been a missing person report on him? Yes, but who knows how long that would have taken.
We were familiar with Oakley Mitchell from a previous arrest where his son was arrested for growing marijuana in the basement of the house. So that's how Oakley's name ended up being in the system.
Oh yeah, I think we got something here.
What's going on? Where's my dad? Will someone...
They didn't tell me anything. Another hour went by. I was getting mad. I'm like, what the hell are you looking for? And finally, it had to be a good 3.5 hours after they got there, a coroner came out and sat me down and told me, we found your father's remains.
There was a human bone found in the brush pile, and which further confirmed what happened as far as his body being taken to the burn pile.
I just couldn't believe it.
McLean County Sheriff's Department and the Woodford County Sheriff's Department held a joint press conference announcing that body parts had been found in the Mackinac River, which is the river that divides those two counties.
The news is staggering.
I was shocked. I mean, I didn't know how to feel.
The burning part and the dismemberment part was something that was very shocking to a lot of people in the community.
It's a very atypical case and something that I think captured a lot of people's attention.
It certainly has the undivided attention of local law enforcement.
We obtained a search warrant for the house.
The house was a mess.
The search moves to Oakley's bedroom.
It wasn't dirty, but it was a little bit unkept. On the floor in that area, we found one .22 caliber shell casing. There was no blood splatter, pools of blood, anything that you could see just on a cursory exam of the room.
However, upon closer examination of the hover-around wheelchair that Oakley Mitchell used, there was blood located on the tires, which led us to believe that this is possibly where the crime occurred.
Another shell casing is found. And when police do a luminol test, they uncover a treasure trove of grisly details.
The luminol illuminated where blood had been in the room. There was blood on Oakley Mitchell's keyboard, on the computer itself, and on the wall behind the computer.
Oakley Mitchell was sitting at his computer desk in his room at the time that he was shot.
There was also signs of chemicals being used to clean up the immediate area where the blood was initially found in that bedroom.
And that's not all police find.
During the search, we located a wristband that someone would receive when they visit a hospital.
A wristband that had the name of Vashon Mills on it.
Who is Vashon Mills?
McLean County started checking her name through their system, and they had found that she had been to pawn shops in Bloomington.
By law, the pawn shops give us access to their pawn sheets, anything that they buy or sell.
And at that point, that's when we got video of her inside the pawn shop, pawning a TV that belonged to Oakley.
She had other items at the pawn shop that we suspected came from Oakley. There was some silverware, there was some vintage coins that she had pawned.
Now, Ms. Mitchell, we understand that your father was taken in boarders. Do you know who was staying with him most recently?
Yeah, I do.
She'd stated she knew of a black female that she knew of as by Lacey, and then there was a black male that she did not know his name at the time that had been staying there as well.
Do you have any idea where we can find them?
She told me yesterday she was headed to Georgia.
Darlene really did not know any other personal information about them.
But that's about to change.
Do you know who this is?
Oh my God. Yeah, that's her. That's Lacey.
Lacey and Vashon, one and the same.
How long?
Lacey.
If Lacey's name is an alias, could her boyfriend Tom's be too?
We received a call from a gentleman who stated he's seen two vehicles parked on the 251 bridge over the Mackinac River, and that there was a African-American female that was looking over the edge of the bridge.
Hi. It's okay, I'm good. You can go on. I'm all right, thank you.
He did not see anybody else at that time. He didn't see anything other than those cars and that person. He didn't see anything else that was peculiar.
The next day is when they discover Oakley Mitchell's remains.
It definitely made her a person of interest at that point.
So where is the couple now?
The phone? Really? Oh my God, thank you.
Police do have one thread to follow. Darlene has a number for Lacey.
Would you mind giving her a call for us? We just need to know, her location. Thank you so much.
Lacey? Hi, it's me. I have terrible news. My father's dead. And I mean, she was crying. Oh my God, Mr. Oakley, Mr. Oakley. Lacey,
Where are you?
Darlene asked her where she was, and Lacey said that she was in Georgia at the time.
Detectives were able to determine that a cell phone tower in the Indianapolis area was being used, not a cell phone tower down in Georgia.
Typically, they're within several miles of the tower.
So at that point, we absolutely knew that she was not telling the truth about where she was.
Georgia, all right, I got it. Well, listen, drive safe. We'll talk when you get back.
We received enough information to get warrants for Vishon Mills.
Yeah, it's Gilson. Her name is Vishon Mills, V.I.
And the Woodford County detectives who made contact with police in Indianapolis in order to get them to assist us in the investigation.
Yeah, she's wanted in connection for questioning in a homicide.
Another phone call is about to send the investigation in a very different direction.
Please help me.
She was crying, "What did you do? What did you do?"
The murder charge would be very hard to prove.
The only suspects police have in the killing of Oakley Mitchell are Oakley's tenants, Tom and Lacey, who are nowhere to be found. Until Indianapolis PD receives a call no one is expecting from Lacey.
Please help me.
AKA Vishon Mills.
I need help.
She immediately told the full story of what had happened, provided them all the detail they wanted and needed.
It's Rayshawn Johnson. He's the one who killed Mr. Oakley.
Now police know Tom's real name, and with that, his real history.
He had been convicted of theft. He also had a domestic battery conviction.
Vishon Mills claimed that Rayshawn would hurt her children, and may even hurt her family. So she didn't know what to do.
Please hurry.
The detective talked Lacey into coming into the police station to be interviewed by us.
All right. My name's Bob Gilson. I'm a detective for Woodford County.
Indianapolis had no reason to officially detain her, but they were asked to keep her there so that she could be interviewed and could give a statement. And she stayed.
I did not kill that man. I love Mr. Oakley. He was good to me. He was good to my kids.
Vishon, or Lacey, tells police exactly what happened the day Oakley Mitchell was killed.
There was a large argument and disagreement between the two men that morning.
Man, I'm tired of sleeping in some shed. My girl in your house? You've got no right to treat us this way.
My house, my rules. If you don't like it, just...
Hey, guys, please. Okay, calm down. There's no need for this. Let's go.
You got no right.
Let's go.
Come on.
Sorry.
Later that night, the tension explodes.
Get it. Shh. Just stay in here, all right?
He said, stay in here. Don't move. Shut the door. I heard one gunshot.
What did you do? You best be helping me clean this up, or you'll be sorry. All right? We're leaving. Let's go.
She was in fear this whole time. She was in fear for her life. She was in fear for her children's lives.
That's why she stayed with him for the next couple days.
And when they get to Indianapolis, her mom immediately confronts him. What did you do? How could you have done this? You're gonna leave us alone. I never want to hear from you again.
Indianapolis PD immediately puts out an APB on Rayshawn, AKA Tom, while Vishon agrees to tell them everything she knows about him.
She gave the information describing him, who he was, where he normally hung out,
including the address of the house he's hiding in Indianapolis.
Rayshawn was found in a family friend's house. Indianapolis PD located him, and then they took him into custody for us. And then myself and the 2 detectives from McLean County drove to Indianapolis to interview and then take custody of Rayshawn and Vashon. Rayshawn's demeanor, he was crying and upset. He stated that he had shot Oakley and confessed to it. At first, he really wouldn't comment on her involvement, other than that she was there and had helped clean.
And he said, I'm the one who did this. She shouldn't be held responsible for murder.
Lift the shoulders, all right? All right, let's go. Come on.
She's too heavy.
Come on. Go grab the kids. Looks like we're good here.
Vashon went upstairs, got her kids, brought them down. They all got into the car and drove to a hotel in Bloomington.
They decided that they would go back to Oakley Mitchell's residence to check on the fire.
What they would find would rattle even the most cold-blooded of killers.
The fire had pretty much gone out, that there was still quite a bit of the body left. The fire actually burned parts of the body away, so the dismembering of the body comes from the burning of it.
What do we do now?
I don't know. Wait, we just can't leave him here, all right? You'll help me take him in the back of the trunk of the car, all right?
Help you do what?
It was not their intention when they left Oakley Mitchell's house to dump his remains in the river.
Rayshawn states that the car died there on the bridge, and he decided that that would be a perfect spot to get rid of the body.
2,
1, 3.
It doesn't quite work.
It's stuck in the mud. I'll be back.
So he freaked out and went running down the side down there. And Vashon stayed alone.
And a person sees Vashon standing there on the road and stops to see if she needs help.
Hi. It's okay, I'm good. You can go on. I'm all right, thank you.
The car wouldn't start after they threw Oakley off the bridge, so they just abandoned the car.
It's not working.
That car was towed by the state police before the body was recovered.
And they drive back to Bloomington, to the hotel room where her girls are.
The next day, Vashon flees to Indianapolis with Rayshawn, where they part company, and Vashon turns to the police.
Who killed Mr. Oakley?
Both now in custody, Vashon's charged with concealment of a homicide, while Rayshawn's charged with murder.
He said it was all his idea. It was all his doing.
Yet 2 months later, while awaiting trial, Rayshawn's story does a 180.
In October, with his attorney with him, he wanted to make a full statement on what had occurred.
So she came to me one night. She brought me to the barn.
What's going on?
He's been trying to make me do things to him.
Seriously?
He's an old pervert. God knows what he'll do to me one night while you're locked outside.
Are you serious right now?
He's treating you like a dog. So, kill him for me.
He stated that Vashon was actually the one who had asked him if he could kill Oakley for her, and had kept pressuring him and asking him, could you do this for me?
So, did you have it?
Yeah.
Good. Don't let me down, Ray. Okay, let's do this.
Oakley was sitting in his chair in his hover-around wheelchair at the computer, at which time he shot him 5 times.
Vishon was a suspect long before Rayshon's confession.
She was always a person of interest. The reason why she was not taken into custody immediately was she was cooperating to help us find the actual shooter to get him into custody.
He's the one who killed Mr. Oakley.
And once he is in custody, Rayshon turns on Vishon.
Rayshon agreed to testify against Vishon.
Further investigation suggests that in the days after Oakley's murder, Vishon was far from a terrified woman.
There were several instances where Rayshon was not around that would have given her the opportunity to leave or to contact the authorities in reference to the homicide.
The citizen stopped to see if she needed help. She stated no, didn't need any help at all.
It's a golden opportunity for escape, one that Lacey ignores. She has other plans.
She went and got her nails done, and she did not tell a person what had happened. She did not appear distraught. She did not appear upset.
Lacey protests her innocence, saying that Tom is just trying to save his own skin. Police prod Rayshon for the true motive behind Oakley's killing, and he finally cracks.
So, I found this guy. He just invited me to sit. I mean, he's perfect. I think we got our guy.
They called it the hustle. They would approach people that they suspected were on some type of pain medication, and they would befriend them in the attempt that they could either obtain from them some of their pain medication or just steal it from them.
They would steal pills from them to get high.
They also saw Oakley as their own private ATM.
He got about $3,000 a month from Social Security and then his retirement.
Relatively wealthy, I suppose, to someone who didn't have anything.
But in the days following Oakley's death, they learn their plan is a bust.
I think they only got a little over $1,000 out of the ATM. I never imagined anything like this would happen. I thought maybe they would steal from him or something, but not this.
With Lacey, a.k.a. Vishon Mills' story in question, both are charged with murder. Tom, a.k.a. Rayshon Johnson, pleads guilty and is sentenced to 47 years. But in a surprise move, he decides not to testify against Vishon.
I told you, I'm not saying nothing. She had nothing to do with the crime.
He was probably protecting her because of the children to take the blame for the entire murder.
He could have been held in contempt, but again, like he even put it to us, what can you do to me? I'm already serving a life sentence.
Without Rayshon testifying to what he had stated in October, the murder charge would be very hard to prove, at which point there was an agreement that Vishon was going to plead guilty at that point to the concealment of the homicide and dismembering of a human body.
Vishon Mills takes the deal and is sentenced to 18 years in prison.
Throughout this whole process, her number one priority was, I want to get home to my girls. I want to be a part of my girls' lives.
Despite her guilty plea, Vishon swears she's innocent.
She feels terrible that Mr. Mitchell was murdered. She cared about him too. She didn't want to see that happen. She didn't want his family to have to suffer.
It's a claim that means nothing to a family still aching from their loss.
I guess the hardest part is I don't know why. He trusted the wrong people is the only thing I can think of.
It's just hard not to pick up the phone and call him, and he's not there. I just miss him a lot.
Bruce Blackwood believes in second chances.
He would meet somebody on the street and become their friend. He was just a great person that way.
On the second and the third floor, that's where we need your expertise, huh, Luis?
Expertise? I like that.
He was a handyman, so he decided to give him a break.
But sometimes, when you give a break to a stranger,
he felt that he should have gotten more money out of him.
The stranger breaks you instead.
Take it easy. Oh, take it easy when you stick to your job.
He did not deserve that. It was just a horror. It's a horrible situation.
Sir.
There had been somebody found dead and bloody.
It's not about committing the perfect crime. It's how well you clean it up.
When death comes knocking, no one is safe. This Monday morning begins like any other for Bruce Blackwood as he gets ready for his 11 a.m. shift.
Mr. Blackwood worked for OTB, which is off-track betting, for the city of New York. He was a manager of one of their branches.
It was a restaurant where you could bet, eat, and have fun. He was a supervisor of that particular place. He was a pretty good employee. I don't know his attendance record, but he was very good in coming to work.
Until now.
Bruce Blackwood calls OTB and informs them that he had fallen coming out of the bathtub.
Hello?
Hi, it's Bruce. I fell in the shower and I hit my head. I gotta go get it checked. Okay? I'll let you guys know, okay? Bye.
He had to go to the hospital. It was a strange phone call.
By Wednesday, Bruce still hasn't returned to work, and nobody's heard from him.
It's Diane again. Call me back?
Mr. Blackwood had been missing now for 3 days, and his family and close friends were very concerned. One of them in particular was named Diane Smith.
After failing to find him at his home in Queens, his close friend Diane Smith goes to check on him at the Brooklyn brownstone he's been renovating. But he's not there either. She sees Bruce's car, but instead of Bruce at the wheel,
Hey!
there are two strangers inside.
Officer, that car belongs to my friend Bruce, and I don't think those people inside are friends of his.
She tells him that the gentleman who owns that car, Mr. Blackwood, is missing, and that the guy that's driving it may have stolen his car.
Cálmate. Calm down. It's okay. It's not a stolen car. We have the keys.
He had given him the keys to the car and told him to move it from one side of the street to the other.
Good afternoon, officer. What seems to be the problem?
What's your name in connection to this vehicle? That woman over there says this car isn't yours.
Yeah, this is Bruce Blackwood's car. I am Luis Perez, his building manager, and I live on the 3rd floor of that brownstone right there. This is Ira Malone. She lives on the 2nd floor.
When was the last time you saw Mr. Blackwood?
I haven't seen him in a couple of days, but I was just making sure that his car was parked okay.
So that he didn't get a ticket for alternate side of the street parking.
He works with Mr. Blackwood, ma'am.
The story satisfies the police, but not Diane Smith.
She knew something was wrong because Bruce wouldn't let anybody drive his car. He didn't loan his car to anyone.
Diane calls Bruce's brother Ed to share her concerns.
And they asked me, had you heard from my brother? Had you heard from Bruce? And I said, no.
Look, I'm really worried. He's not here. We have to do something.
So then, we took it to the next step where I filed a missing persons report.
He was a personable guy who had a lot of friends. We realized that he had not spoken to anybody in over 3 days. That was very, very unusual. We at that time really believed that foul play was involved in his disappearance.
An investigation is launched, and the first step, getting to know Bruce Blackwood.
Yeah, Detective Pellin here.
2 years earlier, Bruce has retired from a 30-year career as a flight attendant.
He was very cultured and had visited a lot of places.
Bruce loved clothes. He loved music. He loved decorating.
He wasn't rich, but I would say that as a single person with no children, that he was upper middle class.
To keep it that way, instead of embracing retirement, he takes a new job at off-track betting. And he adds a sideline business to make even more money.
He was an entrepreneur in real estate. He bought property, he invested money in his property, and he became a landlord.
He had the building in Brooklyn. He owned a couple of co-ops. He was really excited about having these properties. He'd always say to me, "Oh, I'm not gonna eat cat food when I get old."
He was still young enough to work, so why not?
His latest project is a co-op in the Bronx.
The neighborhood was changing. Those were very grand apartments, but they were old, and a lot of them needed updating.
Bruce gets the project started, but it's soon understaffed and over budget, until fate intervenes.
Is this one yours?
Yeah, we were behind as always.
Hey, it doesn't have to be like that. Luis Perez, I'm a handyman.
You don't say. Work around here?
Sort of. I'm looking after my mother. She lives in the area.
It was a chance meeting on the street, and they struck up a conversation.
Are you looking for help?
Are you looking for work?
Si, senor.
Luis Perez had told Mr. Blackwood that he was trying to get his own apartment.
Let's go take a look.
Establish his business a little bit better. So he gave Luis Perez an opportunity to do a couple of small jobs at that particular brownstone.
This is looking great.
I told you.
Luis Perez was a pretty smart individual. He definitely did good work. His skills in the construction industry were pretty good.
We're good?
Oh, yeah.
Bruce is impressed, both with the quality of the handyman's work and with the cost.
My brother was tight with his money. He's a penny pincher, He was a penny pincher.
Mr. Blackwood had said that Perez was a hardworking guy. He, at that point, developed some kind of trust with Luis Perez.
Looks pretty good out here. But on the inside, needs lots of work. On the first floor, we have a couple of old ladies. We're not gonna bug them, but on the second and third floor, that's where we need your expertise, huh, Luis?
Expertise? I like that. Vamos.
I believe they got along because each one was benefiting each other.
Perez was gonna moved in to be the custodian in the building and do all the repairs to apartments. I believe that Bruce was gonna pay him just a little bit of money, but he was gonna live there in the building rent-free.
He felt that Luis Perez could handle the projects that needed to be done. They needed to renovate the bathroom, the kitchen, and other parts of that particular apartment.
It's soon clear that this is more than a one handyman job.
How's it going?
Slower than I'd like.
Let me guess. You know a guy?
Yeah, and he's good.
Bruce Blackwood may have just made a deal with the devil.
Luis Perez couldn't do all the work by himself.
I was getting very suspicious about him.
Brooklyn landlord Bruce Blackwood has been missing for days, and the police are investigating all of his relationships.
Is this one yours?
Yeah.
Including one with his contractor, Luis Perez.
It doesn't have to be like that. Luis Perez, I'm a handyman.
Let me guess. You know a guy?
Yeah, and he's good.
Just as long as it doesn't cost me extra money.
Oh, no. You pay me, I pay him.
Is that the deal?
Yeah.
All right then, deal. Okay.
Luis sets out to find the cheapest possible laborers in the 5 boroughs.
Oh yeah. I got a paying gig. Are you handy?
I am.
I'm looking.
Martin Fernandez. Call me Shorty.
I can see why. When can you start?
Now?
Vamos.
Martin Fernandez was a hard-working guy. He might have been bringing the sheetrock in, ripping down the walls.
Shorty has had some hard times.
But he would show up for work and was able to do what Perez expected him to do. He and Perez hit off a friendship at that time. He actually met Mr. Blackwood, and Mr. Blackwood did not have a problem with him.
Hey, fellas.
Do you have our money for the week?
Not yet, but it's coming. It'll be here soon, okay, guys? Good job, boys.
No, está bien. Ya, sigue.
In just a few weeks, the 2 men have made major progress, and Bruce is thrilled.
Mr. Blackwood and Mr. Perez apparently had a good relationship up to that point, and he was pretty satisfied at the work that Luis Perez had done.
Oh, yeah. This is fantastic, man. Yeah. Looking really good.
We are almost finished.
Go. Lucky there's none left.
Hey, do you have a tenant in mind yet?
Great job. No, not yet. Great job, buddy. Not yet.
Because I can help you find someone.
No, that's okay.
No, really. I know some people.
Okay. That's a broker right now, okay?
Broker?
Thanks a lot. You did a fantastic job. He's gonna take care of this, okay? Thanks a lot, buddy.
But I know people too.
But it can't be just any tenant.
You must be Mr. Megan. Come on in.
For Bruce, real estate is an opportunity to make money and to help people.
Mr. Blackwood was trying to rent apartments to the city where they would place homeless people or homeless families that needed shelter. Pretty much welfare housing, where the city would subsidize the rent for those individuals who were in need of a place to live.
Looks good, huh?
To qualify, the apartments have to be approved by a broker.
When the broker came, he would have to inspect the apartment before he could lease it to someone, and he would make a commission off of it.
I'm glad you like it. Come this way, I'll show you the bedrooms.
The broker, Harry Megan, is thrilled to see the apartment is large enough for a whole family.
Mr. Megan would make commissions depending on the amount of people that he placed into those apartments. The more people that he could put into the apartment, the bigger his commission was.
But Megan isn't the only one trying to find a tenant for the second floor. Luis Perez goes to the city's homeless shelters to see if he can help speed up the process.
The quicker that someone moved into the apartment, the faster they'd be able to receive money to pay the mortgage that Bruce was paying on the properties.
Mr. Blackwood placed a lot of trust in Mr. Perez. Even allowed Mr. Perez to interview or come back with a recommendation for someone to occupy one of the apartments in his building.
Luis Perez very quickly finds someone to recommend for the large second-floor unit, an attractive young woman named Iris Malone.
You know the mass shelters around the corner?
I wouldn't know.
Iris Malone was, I'd say in her late 20s. She had no children, and she was single. And apparently, Luis Perez and Iris Malone hit it off pretty good.
I'm actually here looking for someone to take over a subsidized brownstone. Do you know anyone?
What if I told you that someone could also put in windows, sheet rock, and any other such things?
I'd say I'd like to meet that person.
He told that to Mr. Blackwood. Mr. Blackwood said, okay, you want to hire her to help? Fine.
Next thing you know, Iris Malone is working, among other things, with Perez.
I wouldn't say they were boyfriend and girlfriend, but they definitely had a relationship. I don't know if Iris Malone was using Luis Perez to get into the second-floor apartment, or if Perez was just using her. But either way, they were feeding off each other.
Hey, Shorty.
He asked her if she would want to move in, and he gave his recommendation to Blackwood that he found this tenant and she would be a perfect fit for that apartment.
All to city broker Harry Megan's great surprise.
Who are you and where's Perez?
Well, I'm the new tenant, and he's on the 3rd floor.
Mr. Megan would have made more money had he put a single family into that unit.
Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? You should stick to your job.
What are you talking about?
I had an entire family. God, what is Blackwood thinking?
Whoa, take it easy.
Oh, take it easy when you stick to your job. Blackwood. Yeah, it's Megan here. Yeah, what are you letting Perez make all these decisions for? Huh?
Mr. Megan has to accept the deal, but he's angry. And soon he won't be the only one.
That guy's a jerk, man.
Things began to change in Mr. Perez's attitude at that point.
He was scheming on him. As simple as that. Greed.
I'm glad you like it. Come this way, I'll show you the bedrooms.
Real estate broker Harry Megan is incensed that Bruce Blackwood's handyman, Luis Perez, rented out an apartment to his girlfriend, Iris Malone, and cheated him out of a larger commission.
Blackwood. Yeah, it's Megan here. Yeah, what are you letting Perez make all these decisions for? Huh?
It's all getting to Bruce.
Mr. Blackwood became stressed over the properties, the construction projects, the money issues.
Hey, it's Megan. Calling to make sure we avoid a similar situation on the 3rd floor. Please call me back.
He never spoke to me about any rising tensions, but I sensed he was very on edge. He had been starting to be late to work.
Hey, it's Tina. What's going on, Bruce? You're late for work. Come on. Where are you?
Hey, Tina. Yeah, everything's good. I'm on my way, okay? I'll be there shortly.
I would ask him, Bruce, are you okay? And he'd be like, yeah, it's all good, girl. It's all good. And I'm like, okay, I'm here if you need me. I was getting very suspicious about him because he had been acting a little strange, like very stressed out.
Bruce isn't alone in acting strangely.
Hey, chica! We're going to lay some pipe today? Huh?
Iris Malone The tenant who moved into the second floor apartment was actually using Luis Perez for her benefit, and it worked. She got the apartment, and she really wanted to cut off the relationship she had with him.
She really wasn't interested in him, and she was now living in the second floor apartment, and she kind of spurned his advances.
Luis is broken-hearted and just plain broke.
Hey, hombre, you look like somebody just ripped you off. Which reminds me, you got any money for me? What? No, not yet. Hey, come on.
I don't know whether or not he was consistently paid on time, but then he began to complain that he was not getting enough money.
It's Bruce, hombre. He doesn't pay me enough to cover both of us.
Luis Perez was upset that he was not getting what he deserved for the work that was completed, and the fact that he rented the apartment.
That guy's a jerk, man.
That he was owed money for work that was done, and that Blackwood better pay him.
My brother and Perez made an agreement on the price to repair the apartment.
Just as long as it doesn't cost me extra money.
Oh, no. You pay me, I pay him.
Perez then went and hired one or two other workers to help him, which he didn't have enough money in order to pay them. So he approached my brother to get some more money, and my brother wasn't going to accept that.
Weeks later, Bruce gives the guys a chance to earn money in other ways.
All right, fellas.
Odd jobs. Painting, take down Christmas lights, little odd jobs.
Right, it's the living area. There's just a couple of patches to take care of that way. I'm gonna let you guys see the kitchen. It's right back here.
My brother was tight. He brought Luis Perez into the house to do some housework. He thought my brother had all this money.
Mr. Blackwood went to run a couple of errands and told him he'd be back in a little while.
2 days later, Bruce calls in sick.
Hello?
Hi, it's Bruce. I fell and I hit my head.
I was really worried about him.
The police are brought in.
And, you know, after 3 days, I mean, statistically speaking, it's not good. You know, if they don't find you in 3 days, then it's not going to be a pretty outcome.
Steve Pellin is one of 3 detectives assigned to the case, and he hits it hard.
We immediately did hospital checks. We checked records for accidents.
Yeah, it's Pellin here. Yeah, it's about Blackwood, Blackwood. Yeah, anything you can find. Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, cheers.
We went above and beyond trying to track where Bruce Blackwood was at that particular time.
They can't find Bruce, but they do know where his car was last seen.
We went up to the 3rd floor apartment where Perez was staying.
So when was the last time you saw Mr. Blackwood?
Oh, that's easy. That's the time he asked me to move the car.
And that was the last time that Luis Perez said he saw or heard from Mr. Blackwood.
You, mind if we have a little look around?
Of course. Be my guest.
The apartment was pretty clean. It was painted. It was pretty well maintained.
Beyond that, a few oddities stand out.
I walked into the back room with him, and I could see there was a fur coat there, a couple of pill bottles. I picked up one of the pill bottles, and it had Martin Fernandez's name on it. I asked Luis if he knew who Martin Fernandez was. He goes, oh, yeah, it's a pill bottle that was left here by Shorty.
Who's, Martin Fernandez?
Those are Shorty's.
Shorty? Well, who's Shorty?
He used to help me with the renovations here, but with the pills and the drinking, he got loco. We had to let him go.
I asked him if he resided at that location with him. He said no, that they had fallen out because he was a drug addict and he belonged to a gang. And him and Bruce decided to just let him go.
But if Shorty was let go, where is he now?
He described himself as having an anger problem.
It was pretty bad. I mean, they didn't do a fist fight, but real bad. Really, really bad.
Brooklyn landlord Bruce Blackwood has been missing for days.
It's Bruce. I fell in the shower and I hit my head.
As police investigate, they learn about Martin Shorty Fernandez, a handyman that Bruce may have just fired.
Who's Martin Fernandez?
He used to help me with the renovations here, but with the pills and the drinking, he got loco. We had to let him go.
Seeking more concrete evidence, Detective Steve Pellin heads out to Bruce's home in Queens to talk to neighbors, one of whom has quite the story to tell.
Ready to get to it, guys?
Oh, we're ready, but we're not square.
What do you mean?
What he means is he can't pay me at your rates.
What? Your business is with him, not me. Louis, you agreed to these rates.
Yes, at first, but look at this place, the work we do. Look at this junk at your car. I mean, this has to stop.
Well, what are you saying?
What he's saying is you're cheap, man.
Hey, okay, guys, we'll take care of this when I get back, okay?
Oh, no, we won't.
One of the neighbors heard them arguing, and it got heated.
It was pretty bad. I mean, they didn't do a fist fight, but real bad. Really, really bad.
Since the fight was over money, the detectives follow the trail to Bruce's longtime credit union.
13 forged checks. That's a lot of money taken from his account. $7,700.
They're shocked by what they learn from the manager.
She informed us that she knew Bruce Blackwood for years and that he had just been there a couple of days before.
Bruce Blackwood checked his bank balance just about every day.
Mr. Blackwood was a very smart man, and he was very conscious about his monies.
So when he sees mystery withdrawals totaling almost $8,000, he goes straight to see the manager. The checks are written out to two familiar names.
We know that the checks were made out to Luis Perez and Martin Fernandez.
There's even security footage showing the men cashing the fraudulent checks.
We got detailed video photos of Luis Perez cashing 12 of the checks and Martin Fernandez cashing the other check. Luis Perez was wearing a fur coat. There was also the same fur coat that I observed in his apartment.
While this points to Luis Perez and Martin Fernandez, it doesn't tell the police anything about Bruce, who's now been missing for several weeks.
I prayed myself to sleep, and I just was praying to him, just come to me and tell me you're okay.
The police track Fernandez to a homeless shelter, and he makes a shocking admission.
The guy was nickel and diming us. So it seemed like a good idea at the time. But it was all Perez. It wasn't me.
Guys, we'll take care of this when I get back, okay?
Oh, no, we won't.
Hey! You're not going anywhere until you pay us, cabron!
Hey, listen. I have nothing on me here, okay? I have a meeting to go to. When I get back, we'll resolve this.
Yeah, we'll resolve this today. Hey, ya, déjalo. Nos va a pagar después.
Okay. When I get back, guys, okay? We'll take care of it, okay?
No more free work, Shorty. He's gonna pay us today.
What Perez did was he went through my brother's personal stuff and found checkbooks.
Mr. Perez realized he wasn't getting either what he was promised or what he thinks he deserved. And he found checks, and he began to write checks to himself.
I believe he was, jealous of Bruce's success.
Perez admits to the forgery, but claims to know nothing about Blackwood's whereabouts.
You got nothing. Nothing!
The police arrest Luis Perez and Martin Fernandez for the bad checks, and they get a warrant to search Perez's apartment.
On the date that we decided to arrest Luis Perez, we put together a mini task force. We brought a cadaver dog, we brought the crime scene unit, we brought additional detectives, and we converged on a Hancock Street address. We had a search warrant to search the entire premise.
So obviously they came into that house with the idea that they're trying to find something to connect Perez to the disappearance of Mr. Blackwood. They used chemicals that the FBI uses to trace for blood. They did fingerprint testing. They even cut drain pipes out of the bathtub, and they took plumbing out, looking for traces of blood, looking for traces of bone. I've been doing this for a long time, and the crime scene unit that came in did the most thorough job.
It's not long before investigators make a disturbing discovery.
Looky here.
In his room, I looked down on the floor, and I could see peepholes, drilled holes in the floor to look into the apartment below it. I looked through, and those peepholes were directly above Iris Malone's bed.
I'm liking this Luis character.
It all adds up to a damning indictment of Luis Perez's character. But it doesn't bring them any closer to finding Bruce.
We at that time really believed that foul play was involved in his disappearance. But we just never found any DNA or any part of Mr. Blackwood.
So the investigation continues.
I had dumped and subpoenaed the records for Luis Perez's cell phone. And on the date of Mr. Blackwood's disappearance on March 6th, I saw that Mr. Megan and Mr. Perez had talked on 8 different occasions that afternoon. So at that point, I believed that Megan, Fernandez, and Perez were all persons of interest in this investigation.
Police also catch up with Iris Malone, who had fled the apartment just days after breaking it off with Perez.
She felt as though she was being spied on. She just didn't feel comfortable anymore.
But it turns out she barely knew Bruce Blackwood. The same is true for broker Harry Megan.
Mr. Megan never dealt with Bruce. He dealt directly with Perez.
Megan offers up a simple explanation for the phone calls.
Mr. Megan had requested on numerous occasions to see that 3rd floor apartment. Luis Perez would not let him in to see it.
As the search for Bruce Blackwood stalls, police charge Luis Perez and Martin Fernandez with check fraud.
We charged both Fernandez and Perez with grand larceny. Both of them took pleas. Luis Perez was sentenced to 2 to 4 years for the grand larceny. Martin Fernandez was sentenced to 1 to 3 years for his part in the grand larceny.
Jail is a familiar setting for Luis Perez. As Detective Steve Pellin discovers, the handyman is not a first-time or a small-time criminal.
Luis Perez was a very violent person. He had done over 10 years in jail in Massachusetts. He was convicted of kidnapping his daughter,
Sir, step out of the car. Get out of the car.
Okay, I have my baby with me, though.
Sir, I'm gonna need to take you in for questioning.
Fine, I will go. You have me, but you have to take my baby. I can't just sit her down.
Sir, nobody's gonna take your baby,
Here.
sir. Sir,
No,
sir,
you have.
let me see your hand.
It's
Sir,
my ID.
let me see
I'm
your
getting my wallet.
Sir,
That's all
I
I'm
don't
getting
need
is
this.
my wallet.
Keep your
Show me
hands.
my ID.
Sir,
He then used the one-year-old child as a shield, and he stabbed the Mass State Trooper.
Suspect's getting away. I need backup.
That was the last time that Luis saw his daughter. For the next year, as Perez and Martinez sit in jail, Bruce's friends and family do their best to cope.
We were praying for his soul, and we didn't have a body. So we were saying goodbye to his soul and praying that he was at peace.
The case goes cold.
They did not have a body, and then nobody wanted to touch it. You know, they, as in terms of the cold case people, they gave up on it.
Yet Bruce's brother Ed doesn't give up, and neither does Detective Steve Pellin.
When I retired from the New York City Police Department, I took a copy of this case folder because it meant a lot to me. It bothered me because Ed Blackwood was distressed that his brother had disappeared and no one seemed to care. The case was still being held as a missing. It wasn't ruled a homicide.
Until one newspaper article changes everything.
The police told her, we know who you are, we know who your father is.
Now we figured he's out of the limelight. These people will start talking to us.
Bruce Blackwood has been missing for 5 years. Police are never able to find him or his body. Until a newspaper article helps spark new interest in a very cold case. And a strange daughter of Bruce Blackwood's former handyman happens to read it. Not the little girl that Luis Perez kidnapped, but another daughter he'd abandoned years before.
After the article was featured in the paper, Ingrid Perez read the article, takes it upon herself to go to the police department.
Luis Perez has served his time for the grand larceny and is again a free man.
And out of nowhere, he showed up and he befriended her again.
And in befriending her, Luis Perez starts to boast about many things, including getting away with murder.
Ingrid Perez took it upon herself to actually tape record her father confessing to this murder. I can't really say exactly why, but I believe that she was trying to do the right thing.
He's just showing off. Like he can get away with murder.
Problem is, the tapes are very hard to understand.
It scares me.
You could hear a lot of background noise just crumbling. You could hear airplanes, you could hear sirens. She was given another tape recorder.
As Ingrid cues up the recording device and prepares to solicit a second confession from her dad, the case is reopened.
We brought in Martin Fernandez.
Perez, he really had it in for Bruce. He was loco, man. Loco. Talking about threatening him, robbing him, making him give us his PIN number.
He resides in Massachusetts now. He no longer does drugs. And he went into detail as to what Perez's intentions were to do to Mr. Blackwood.
He wanted me to help him, hurt him, kill him.
He wanted to tie him up, beat him, take his PIN numbers from him, and God knows what else he had planned. And Martin didn't want to have anything to do with it.
We tie him up, we take his PIN, and if he doesn't cooperate...
Whoa, you're crazy, man. Yo, if the cops find out, I just don't...
Hey, don't say a word. ¿Entiendes?
Cállate!
Shorty believed Perez would either kill him or have him killed if he said anything. In time, Iris Malone is also ready to tell all to the Cold Case Squad.
Iris Malone opened up and kind of gave us more information that she was holding back on because she said she was petrified of Perez.
If you tell anyone about this, you will be next. Go!
She saw Luis Perez was taking part in electrical saw. She asked him what he was doing, and he said that Bruce Blackwood is gone. I went to work on his body, and if you tell anyone, the same thing will happen to you.
Then the most crucial evidence from Luis Perez's daughter, who manages to record 3 hours of conversations with her father.
You know, one of the most important things in life is not to dwell on things that cannot be fixed.
You mean like that thing you're telling me about?
That is only one example, yes.
Why'd you do it?
Mr. Blackwood goes to the credit union concerning the $7,700 that was taken out of his account. He was informed by the manager 12 of them were made out in the name of Luis Perez and one to Martin Fernandez.
He should have went right down to the police station and filed a complaint and whatnot. But his mistake was that he approached him and told him what he was going to do. He shouldn't have did that.
Yeah.
This was you.
He was coming after me with accusations of bum checks. He was going to call the police and send me to jail. I was not going back to jail, okay?
You're going to jail.
No, I'm not.
Hey, okay. Hey, take it easy.
Get your phone. You're calling in sick today. Do it now.
Okay. Hi, it's Bruce.
The last phone call he made was made from his cellular phone, not his house phone. He did not fall in the bathtub. He was probably being beaten at that point by Luis Perez.
His voice on that sick call was disturbing. He was scared.
The only outlet he saw was to kill Bruce Blackwood.
So we struggled. I knocked him down. I put my hands around his neck and I squeezed. I squeezed and squeezed and then snap. It was over.
And what did you do with the body?
I took the body to the bathtub. Stupid, man. The limbs, I put them in bags.
Apparently he was able to put the remains into garbage bags, mixed it in with construction debris, had his worker take it downstairs, and Department of Sanitation removed it.
But then I cleaned up with bleach.
He spent hours meticulously cleaning up this crime scene.
It's this last part that Perez seems most proud of.
Perez had said to his daughter, it's not about committing the perfect crime. It's how well you clean it up.
The evidence is presented to a grand jury who believes there is enough to charge Luis Perez with second-degree murder. 8 years after Bruce Blackwood's disappearance, Perez is arrested again.
They said, you're under arrest for the Blackwood case.
I already did my time.
And he said, I did my time already for that. He said, not for the murder.
And a year later, Luis Perez is found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to 25 years in prison.
After he realized that those tapes were made by his daughter, those recordings were made by his daughter, I think he became pretty much resigned to the fact that he was going to be convicted and spending a very long time in jail.
When I found out that he had dismembered him, I mean, that really tore me to pieces. Then I realized that I was dealing with a monster. Even the judge said, you convicted yourself to tell your daughter that you killed my brother. And you can't imagine what went through my mind. I mean, if I had a damn pipe, I'd have busted his head open.
It breaks my heart to think about how much he would love to have lived and how much he wanted to live and enjoyed life, and to have to die this way is just so horrible.
I believe wherever my brother's at, he realizes now that the crime was vindicated, and I'm sure that he's rested. He's at ease.
A real home is never just four walls and a door.
It was a small house, really just south of downtown Indianapolis.
Now this place is big enough for four people.
It's a safe haven.
Hey, I got the essentials.
Sarah just wanted a life with a picket fence and a couple dogs.
Hey, watch it. Do not talk about my family that way. I'll say what I want.
But sometimes, the very people we trust most...
They started arguing, and it wasn't a good scenario.
...can turn a refuge into a grave.
He wasn't a bad person. He just was at the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong people.
There were blood stains and other indications that somebody had been shot or hurt bad.
When death comes knocking, no one is safe. October 25th, 2000. Just another ordinary day in Indianapolis. And there's nothing unusual happening as John Thomas ends his shift.
Hey, Rummy, get out of there! I said get out! I don't have all day!
In a heartbeat, the day becomes anything but ordinary.
He thought it was maybe a bum that was in there, but then he realized he wasn't moving.
I think I saw a body. I think there was blood.
All right, you did fine. Well, let's see what we got here. That's brutal. We get severe damage to the body.
Then, police make another shocking discovery.
They found the first body and didn't know there was a second body until they moved the first one.
There's a worker here found 2 bodies in the dumpster.
2 bodies in a tangle of blood and hair. 2 bodies with terrible gunshot trauma.
A man and a woman.
They were able to, tell that they were not dead long.
There was not much blood at the scene, indicating that they'd been shot elsewhere. They'd been blown apart by a 12-gauge shotgun with deer slugs.
While the male victim has been shot once in the chest, the female victim appears to have met a more brutal end.
She was shot not just once, but twice. Shot in the chest and then shot right in the side of the face, and her head was so disfigured that it was hardly recognizable.
This was not birdshot. So it didn't take a lot of shots to kill these 2.
There was nothing that they found that would identify who those people were.
They took the fingerprints and they weren't in the Indiana database.
The fingerprint system back then wasn't what it is today. There is a national database even back then, but it took a little more time.
So they took photographs of tattoos, distinctive tattoos. They were like a Grateful Dead looking tattoo, and they were fresh. That's why it stuck out.
And they showed the tattoos on the television news.
Okay.
Calls flood police headquarters, and soon investigators are armed with a handful of leads.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Someone who recognized them called in, and she directed them to the house where they lived.
They got very solid leads right away that led them to the house, the murder house.
This is a little house really just south of downtown Indianapolis. It was in a neighborhood that would be pretty distressed, a pretty lower income neighborhood.
This is police, open up.
When police arrive at the South Michael Street house, there's no one there. So they turn to the few people who live nearby.
There aren't a whole lot of houses there. It's mostly surrounded by kind of industrial areas, are really close. Warehouses and things are not far away. There's not a lot of housing in that part of town.
But the closest neighbor didn't say much untoward about what had been taking place in the house.
So what exactly did you see?
They get some interesting information from a neighbor.
An older guy that got up in the middle of the night, about 3 o'clock in the morning on October the 25th. He saw 2 larger people. He didn't know whether male or female, but they were putting something in the back of a pickup truck right there by the house.
This man wasn't in close proximity to the house. He couldn't see very well.
Detectives get a search warrant for the Michael house.
The warrant was, of course, obtained quickly because this is a brutal murder, and any judge is going to sign that warrant.
They went inside the home and discovered that the place was a mess.
Now, why would you put a sofa in the middle of the living room?
There was still evidence that something had happened in there. There were blood stains and other indications that somebody had been shot or hurt bad. Well, there had been an attempt to clean it up, but it was pretty apparent that there was blood stain there. And I guess that's the reason why he moved the couch over on top of it.
Martinez here. Oh yeah, thanks for getting back to me. Who are your tenants here? Sarah Pender is the one on the actual lease. And have you seen any of them in the last few days? Well, if you do, give us a call back at this number, night or day.
Who is Sarah Jo Pender? Could she be the female victim in the dumpster? Investigators waste no time digging into her past. Growing up in small-town Indiana, Sarah Jo Pender was just an average Hoosier girl.
She came from a broken home.
It was something that impacted her as she moved through her life, but she was on the surface, a happy kid. She had a sister, and they lived with her father. The father remarried. Sarah was a good-natured kid. She liked to shock people. She had a mischievous sense of humor. People would say that underneath, though, that she was a little bit troubled. She'd always been troubled by that divorce, and that she struggled a little bit to adjust.
She was such a fun sister, but she was different than I was in the perspective of that she was more book smart and more school focused.
When Sarah graduates from high school, her exceptional grades propel her to a competitive university.
She went to Purdue University, and she took biophysics, biochemistry, calculus, and trigonometry. And she just excelled. I thought she needed a year off before she went into college. But her dad was like, no, let's do it now.
So badly.
Sarah just wasn't ready for college and realized it pretty quickly. She became kind of a party girl. All the things that, college kids do.
I'm good.
So, what's your name?
Sarah.
After just a year, Sarah drops out of Purdue.
I think it was overwhelming, and so she quit.
She gets a job at a construction company.
They had seen the potential that she had. She wanted to go further and go into drafting.
I can't drive. You're gonna have to drive home.
When Sarah's not working hard, she's having a good time, or trying to. Just 4 months after she gets her job, Sarah's life takes a dark turn.
Sarah did not like to drink and drive, and they had had a few drinks. Her friend left, and she didn't realize it.
Are you okay?
And this guy says, well, you can stay here.
You are so hot.
And he proceeded to rape her.
Honey, what's wrong? I was at a party, Mom, and I was drinking.
I asked who he was, where he lived, and she wouldn't tell me because I was going to press charges and do whatever I could.
No police report was ever made involving the incident or alleged incident.
I knew exactly why she didn't go to prosecute, because being a female, you have to go in front of the judge and jury, and you feel guilty for a crime that you didn't do.
Hello?
It's a decision Sarah will come to regret.
Stop calling me.
Reality sets in that we don't have control sometimes of our life.
She was starting to fear for herself, for her life.
After dropping out of college and surviving a sexual assault, Sarah Pender is trying to move on with her life.
She was just a young girl, young woman at the time. And, you know, seemed to be just looking for someone.
That's a good one.
That's one more of a laugh.
Well, that makes sense. They call me Bear.
Do they?
And a few months later, that someone comes into her life. 22-year-old Richard Hull.
So does the bear have a name? Smokey? Paddington?
I wish.
Yeah.
But it's Richard. Rick.
I'm Sarah.
Everybody loved Richard Hall. He was a friendly guy. He was truly actually a gentleman, as a matter of fact. I think in his heart, he's had a very tough life. Dad left at an early age, raised by mom and grandmom. Just kind of a rough life, but everybody liked him. He was the gentle giant.
Well, cheers.
Cheers.
Richard was an offensive and defensive lineman for the Noblesville High School football team. There were colleges that were interested in extending an offer to him, but he sustained an injury, and that pretty much ended his opportunity to go to college and play football.
He had a path a lot like Sarah, a future of promise that fell apart.
Here was this big man with just this awesome personality.
Strong.
Yeah.
And she always wanted to find someone to love her and to care about her.
When I spoke to Sarah about Rick, she's like, oh, he's got a laugh that just would make you chuckle just by laughing, and he looks like he would be, mean at times, but he's really just a big, soft teddy bear.
Before long, they move in together.
Hey, hon.
Yeah. I like having you here. I feel safe. Maybe you can move in.
We'll take a look around. It looks like I already have.
It happened very quickly, and she'd only known him for a couple weeks.
They didn't have a whole lot of time to develop this relationship.
So, what does the bear want for breakfast? Deer? Rodents? Bacon and eggs?
Yeah. Hold on. Hello? Andrew, what's up? But where are you staying?
What's that?
It's my buddy Drew.
Andrew Cataldi and Rick Hull had met sometime before. They befriended each other.
We just need to really help us out. We're just looking for a place to land on our feet for a little bit.
He was pretty easygoing. He had a really good personality. I've never seen him angry or hit anybody. We grew up a normal family, as any normal family, middle class. My dad was a New York police officer. He used to write to my mother a lot and just tell her things were going well. He didn't need any money right now, and he just explained that Richard helped him. He was good friends with him.
Andrew and his girlfriend just got in.
Andrew, who goes by Drew, is back in town, and he and his girlfriend Tricia need a place to stay.
Can they stay here for a while?
Well, I mean, it's not a mansion, but yeah, for a bit.
Okay, it's cool. She said yes.
They'd moved into the apartment together.
Thanks so much.
And it was crowded, so that they had gotten a house together.
Now this place is big enough for 4 people.
Hey, I got the essentials. Time to toast.
Andrew, Tricia, Rick, Sarah. They all moved into a house just to the south of the pro football stadium in Indianapolis. The neighborhood was sketchy, but it was a house, it was cheap.
You want to go check out upstairs?
It's not much, but it's home.
Excuse us.
And Sarah has big dreams for her future with Rick.
Sarah just wanted a life with a picket fence and a couple dogs. The house was in her name, the utilities was in her name, everything basically was hers.
Hello? Stop calling me!
What was that all about?
Rick, it's that guy that I told you about, okay? He won't stop calling me. I don't know what to do.
It's okay. I'll take care of it. Leave it to me.
It's also a place where she and her new boyfriend can host family and friends.
Hi, anyone?
Oh, you're such a doll. Mom, this is Bear.
Nice to meet you, ma'am.
I'm not your teacher. Call me Bonnie.
Bonnie it is. And thanks for making this one.
I got to meet him, after they'd been in the house for about a month. And he was a big man. He was 6'5", 330 pounds. And he treated Sarah very, very nicely.
Guys, say hi to my mom. She made pie. Hey, Sarah's mom.
The 2 times that I had been to the house, Drew and Trish were sitting on a love seat.
Let's go into the kitchen.
I never saw Drew's face. He would not turn around and acknowledge that we were even in the room. And Trish did, and she was very nice, loved Sarah to death. And I thought, well, okay. I wasn't real happy. I didn't get good vibes.
As far as I know, the other people in the house and the 2 roommates, they were self-employed. What? Like, how are they paying you rent? And she said, well, they have a side business.
Sarah Pender had a legitimate job. She was the only one in the group that did.
People were worried about it. Sarah's mom would come by and say, how come you're the only one in this house working? And onlookers found it odd that she was the only one that got up in the morning and went to work. And she did. She was a good worker, too.
She'd love for Rick to share her work ethic.
Get up.
Just because you're up doesn't mean I have to be.
Like, you should really look into that bouncing job that I found for you in the newspaper.
I'll give them a call.
The conflicts in the house was more of, hey, you need to get a job, you need to get your stuff together.
If we were both making regular income, we could start making plans for the future.
Okay, but Drew has some other ideas to make some money.
He started bouncing, and she was happy with that because at least he's gainfully employed and there's potential for more work. Maybe he could pick up a side job.
But his side job is not what she has in mind.
At the beginning, it was marijuana. Rick was using the bouncing job and was selling drugs. And that was a big no-no with Sarah.
What's going on here? I told you guys I don't want this in my house!
Sarah, it's nothing.
Rick doesn't see it her way, and he has the rap sheet to prove it.
It's not a first date question. Hey, are you a felon?
They were primarily theft-related offenses and drug-related offenses. No crimes of violence.
He wasn't going to work at a factory or at a restaurant. He was a drug dealer.
They were going to have a drug operation running out of that house they were living in.
So sick of this small-time stuff, dude.
Well, what do you mean?
I think we can think bigger. I know a guy who could set us up.
Did you talk to him? I think we should totally do it.
Look, just be discreet about it. I don't need Sarah knowing all about our business. She wants me to keep the bouncing job at the bar.
But before long, tensions arise.
Dude, this isn't a credit agency. Look, I don't care who she is, even if she's one of your people. Hey, watch it. Do not talk about my family that way. I'll say what I want.
Richard and Andrew and Trisha got into a disagreement about money.
I'll say whatever I want. There are some lines that you do not cross, I swear to God.
Okay, again? Seriously? I am so sick of this arguing, okay? I'm so sick of this!
Dude, you're being so stuck up.
Forget about it. I'm gonna go for a drive, and when I get back, this has got to be over.
Sarah and Cataldi did not get along, and she wanted both Trish and Cataldi out of the house.
These guys are really getting on my nerves.
She was very agitated about, how Drew was doing his business. She didn't want to be around there because they would get in confrontations quite a bit. That's what she told me as far as him and Drew. And when they would start in the confrontations, she would get in her vehicle and leave. She did not like confrontations.
I want them out of here.
Well, I don't know. They're my partners.
No, listen. I'm your partner, okay? And I want them gone.
Whatever. Let's get out of here, okay?
After only weeks of living on Michael Street, Rick and Sarah begin to avoid their own home. Later that night, 2 of the 4 roommates will be dead, and 2 on the run.
Police figured out they knew who they were looking for.
They know they've got to find these people.
Hey, watch it. Do not talk about my family that way. I'll say what I want.
After a fierce argument between roommates, 2 bodies are found in an Indianapolis dumpster the night of October 25th. The police investigation leads them to a deserted house on Michael Street. 2 couples, 2 corpses. But which couple now lies dead in the morgue?
So no one has seen her since the 25th. Okay, you call us if you do.
The police found out that Sarah had been to work on October 25th, but she didn't show up to work on the 26th.
Meaning Sarah is not the female body in the morgue. That same day, the coroner confirms the identities of the deceased.
The bodies have been positively ID'd. It's Andrew Cataldi and Trisha Norman.
Making their number 1 suspects Rick Hull and Sarah Pender.
They had an idea already because they had known who lived there, and they were pretty sure of. They know they've got to find these people. It's more important, of paramount importance, to get the killers or the alleged killers.
The chase is on, and it doesn't last long.
Found out that Rick was from Noblesville and his mother lived up there.
So they started watching until finally Richard and Sarah showed up there and police arrested them. I don't think that they put up much of a fight. I think they went along
really quick. Within 24 hours, they were apprehended.
Sarah is quick to tell her story.
So, want to tell me what happened to your roommates? Other than us finding them dead in a dumpster yesterday?
We went for dinner with my dad and my stepmom, and then when we came home.
That evening of the 24th, Sarah Pender and Rick Hull went out with Sarah's father and her father's wife and had dinner. And they ended up coming home then later that evening.
Hey? That's all you got? Hey, I need my money. Money? I just got in the door. All you want is money.
Yes, not again! I'm so sick of this! Not again!
I don't know why you're blaming me when it's your boyfriend who's the one who's screwing me over. Screwing you over?
Listen, guys, seriously, I'm so sick of this, okay? Just figure it out. I'm gonna go get smoke.
Okay, look, I'm screwing you over. Yes!
Sarah Pender said that she left the house because she didn't want to be around while they were arguing.
And she came back to the house and the front door was locked. So she went around to the back door and went in, and that's when she had seen Trisha.
Sarah. They're arguing, okay? There was a fight. Get rid of these bodies. Now!
She said, like, his face was just completely changed from charismatic to very serious.
Sarah tells police that Rick said, "You got to help me get rid of these bodies now."
So Sarah gets in the truck.
She then went along with Rick, helped him with the bodies. They dropped the bodies off.
So if you had nothing to do with the killings, why did you help? Why not just go straight to police?
because I didn't want to end up in a dumpster like Drew and Trisha.
She said that she was worried that the same thing might happen to her. So she then went along with Rick.
So where did you end up?
We ended up at a motel, and Rick told me to go into work the next day and that he'd buy a steam cleaner and he'd clean everything up.
As Sarah bares her soul, a reluctant Rick stews in the interrogation room next door.
So Sarah's gone for a walk. And what happens?
Nothing.
Really?
Well, initially he denies doing anything.
Drew just flipped out on me. I didn't know what was happening.
Then he gets to the point where he acknowledges a disagreement with Cataldi.
I don't know why you're holding back. Just give me the money. Calm down. Screw that. I'm not coming down.
Richard claimed that he and Andrew were arguing.
And there was this conflict over this debt, this marijuana debt.
Give me that.
No. Give me my money, or you and your whole family are gonna die.
Rick say Andrew threatened his family.
Look, what did you want me to do?
Okay, so you're saying it was self-defense.
He said he felt if he didn't kill him, he was going to be killed.
But if it was self-defense, another question remains.
So how did Trisha's face get blown off?
I think I need to make a phone call.
But then he lawyered up.
I thought you might say that.
Rick is charged with the murders of both Drew Cataldi and Trisha Nordman. Sarah is released.
They thought that Sarah had very little to do with this. She was another victim and was only doing what she had to do.
The case looks open and shut, but as police are collecting evidence, they get a surprise.
They went to the Walmart where the shotgun had been purchased and talked to a clerk there who identified, I had the paperwork that had been completed to purchase the shotgun with Sarah's name on it, and identified Sarah as well as the person that purchased it. And Rick Hull as the person that was with her. Well, she bought a shotgun. It was pretty apparent she hadn't been forthcoming with him about all the facts of the case.
So what they did was they called her back and said, listen, we got some items we need you to come here and pick up.
Is this Sarah?
She says a couple stories about this gun. Sarah says, well, I bought it for a birthday gift for Rick.
You guys have it all wrong, okay? That gun was for protection.
You bought a shotgun on the day that your roommates were murdered with it.
She says as well, she got the shotgun because she'd been sexually assaulted in the past.
There was this guy that had raped me, and he kept bothering me, and Rick just wanted to keep me safe. Stop calling me.
The guy who raped her
Hello?
had been leaving messages.
Stop calling me!
Saying that I will find you and I will do it again.
Rick, it's that guy that I told you about, okay? He won't stop calling me. I don't know
So
what to
that
do.
was his reasoning for her to buy a shotgun, because he was a felon, so he wasn't able to get a gun.
With no charges ever filed against the alleged rapist, investigators are dubious.
You have the right to remain silent.
She was charged then with murder and assisting a criminal. In Indiana, the law doesn't require the prosecution to prove in a murder case that the person on trial actually pulled the trigger, only that they assisted somehow in the commission of the crime, and then they're just as guilty as the person that actually committed the murders.
With both lovers facing murder charges, the case is about to take another dramatic turn.
While they're locked up, they're communicating through letters.
That's not normal. There's something wrong with that picture.
Sarah Pender and Richard Hull are both charged with the murders of their roommates, Drew Cataldi and Trisha Nordman. The co-defendants are forbidden to communicate, but Sarah finds someone to mail her love letters to Rick. During a routine check, jail officials find dozens of letters.
The information was mostly X-rated stuff, but in those letters, there was an indication that they were colluding with one another, to supporting one another, to make certain that things turned out okay in their case.
But 7 months into their incarceration, Rick's defense counsel produces a letter that will change everything.
Well, Sarah Pender apologized in the letter to Rick for putting him through what she had. Said she must have been high on acid and that she had lost it and killed her two roommates.
Sarah? What did you do?
It's a shocking turn of events, and soon after, Rick changes his tune. He now claims that he was the one who had gone to the store and came back to discover the bodies.
He goes, "What'd you do, Sarah? What's wrong? What's wrong?" And she couldn't even talk, and then he noticed the two deceased.
The state's crime lab evaluates the letter and determines that even though the only fingerprints on the letter are Rick's, it's a match to Sarah's handwriting.
Not only the crime lab initial expert made the comparisons, but another handwriting expert, and agreed, again, 100%.
So what has she told you already? Nothing about the murder yet, but she will.
Prosecutors are still reeling from this new information when another inmate brings forward more damning evidence against Sarah.
This man indicates that he can get close to Sarah Pender and perhaps find out from her what her involvement was in the murders, although she had not admitted anything up to him at that point.
Homicide detectives make a plan to get the jailbirds together alone to see if Sarah will sing.
This fella, through the assistance of homicide detective, makes arrangements then to meet Sarah Pender out at the hospital in the detention unit.
Fancy meeting you here.
Nice to talk to someone who's not a cop or a screw.
Tell me about it. I've been dying for real conversation.
Me too.
They were shackled to beds, 15, 20 feet apart, but were able to at least communicate with one another. No one was present, I guess, during some of the conversations that took place. Sarah admitted to him that she had planned the murders of the two roommates and gotten Rick Hull to shoot them, to murder them.
He said that Sarah had pulled the strings.
Even though this contradicts the confession letter, it speaks to motive, and both are used at Sarah's trial.
I argued to the jury that there was evidence as to more than one way the crime occurred. One, that Richard Hull committed the crime, and she induced it, even encouraged him to do it. Or that, two, she herself shot the two roommates and killed them. Either way, she's guilty of murder.
The evidence that helped convict Sarah Pender, there were really three things: the receipt for the shotgun, this letter, and the testimony of that jailhouse snitch. Larry called her the female Charles Manson, and that stuck. Sarah Pender became the female Charles Manson. He was convinced that while Richard Hull pulled the trigger, she had pulled the strings.
The jury agrees. On August 22, 2002, Sarah Jo Pender is found guilty of 2 counts of murder.
So Sarah pled not guilty and maintained her innocence through the trial, even crying very hard as she was led away.
The judge gave her a sentence of 55 years on each of the murders because Sarah Pender had been the moving force, had planned it, manipulated Richard Hull.
Well, I don't know. They're my partners.
No, listen, I'm your partner, okay? And I want them out.
And that she was with Richard Hull every step of the way.
I was devastated because there was no way that the state had enough evidence to prosecute her on murder, let alone 2 counts of murder. And then to give her 110 years, my God. I couldn't believe that the law had failed my sister.
I cried a lot. I was just dumbfounded when it came back that she had to serve 110 years.
When Rick Hull pled guilty, it was his position that he helped Sarah Pender commit the murders, that she actually committed them. He said he was taking responsibility for his involvement in the murders, even though he didn't shoot the two people.
Rick Hull is sentenced to 75 years for 2 counts of murder. It appears that justice has finally been served. But nothing about this case is as it seems. In 2005, 3 years after the sentencing, Rick makes a surprising claim.
But that letter was a fake. Do you understand? The one where it says she killed Drew and Trisha.
Rick stated that the confession letter that he provided was a fraud.
And signs an affidavit to that effect.
The affidavit indicated that Richard Hull had killed the 2 roommates and that Sarah Pender didn't have anything to do with it, that her involvement was just afterwards. She was scared and helped him.
Get rid of these bodies! Now, go get some blankets!
She didn't actually have any involvement in the murders. He thought he was already sentenced, so he didn't have to worry about any repercussions for him after that, and he just came to save his love of his life.
In light of this new information, Sarah's legal team requests that the court reconsider the case.
So you mean I can get out of here? Okay, let's start the paperwork then, okay?
But the request is denied.
What? Are you serious? There's no other way.
The courts have decided that this new evidence doesn't rise to a level that they believe is enough to give her a new trial.
Having exhausted her legal avenues, a desperate Sarah puts another plan into action.
She'd been telling people, I'm going to get out of here.
The world has not seen the last of Sarah Jo Pender.
It started with seducing one of the guards there.
Then I thought, well, maybe Larry had something. Maybe this woman is a female Charles Manson.
It's August 4th, 2008, and Sarah Pender has been sitting in Rockville Correctional Facility for 6 years. Despite new evidence,
But that letter was a fake.
she now faces her 110-year sentence. Or does she?
She had begun making plans for this escape. She figured out a way she could do it, and it started with seducing one of the guards there. She exploited that with great expertise, and she, with the help of the guard and a change of clothes, she snuck out of the prison in the back of a van driven by this compromised guard. And in the prison parking lot, she got into a waiting car and drove off.
When she got this guard to leave his wife and help her escape from prison, then I thought maybe this woman is a female Charles Manson. She certainly did show those skills in getting out of prison.
Now on the lam, Sarah changes her appearance and adopts the name Ashley Thompson.
Hello, Ashley.
But that doesn't keep law enforcement off her scent.
The U.S. Marshals made her a top 15 wanted fugitive. I think she was the first female. Then it got a lot of more attention.
As the nationwide hunt for Sarah garners international attention, writer Steve Miller digs into her case for a book, enlisting the aid of the man who sent her to prison.
Well, Steve Miller and I went to the Indianapolis Police Department, and we're looking through the homicide files, and we came across the file of the snitch. I'd already thought I'd seen everything that was in that file. And then Steve pulls out this folded up pieces of yellow legal pad and opens it up.
It was handwritten. It was just a handwritten piece of paper. It's 2 pages. And I looked, and I said, this is interesting. And I look at it. Larry's like, what are you looking at? And I handed it to him. I said, this looks like a list of people that the snitch was willing to turn evidence on.
Oh. And I look at it, and I said, oh, I've never seen that before. I didn't have it. The defense didn't have it. They should have had it for the trial.
On the paper is a huge list of all the people the inmate was willing to sell out for a lighter sentence.
He was throwing everybody under the bus.
If I'd known that, I would have never called him as a witness, because he would have been useless to me. I wouldn't have believed anything he said at that point.
To cast anything he said into doubt, because he was willing to turn on anyone.
Nothing about the murder yet, but she will.
Was it credible or not? He was just willing to do whatever it took. That means he's also willing to say anything.
But with her appeals exhausted, the snitch list can't help Sarah. As the list fades into memory, Sarah continues to spin a new web, this time in Chicago.
This story was that she was hiding from an abusive ex-husband.
A few months later, her past finally catches up to her when Chicago police get a fateful phone call.
She was on America's Most Wanted several times, and on that night that she was caught, America's Most Wanted aired an episode and put her picture on there and said she's been out since August.
It was a neighbor in Chicago who called the Chicago Police Department one night and said, "Hey, I think my neighbor, something suspicious. You know, she never comes out."
Kabading.
She was smoking marijuana when she answered the door, so her guards were really down. The two police officers asked who she was, and she identified herself. I'm her. I'm Sarah Pender.
You caught me.
And so she offered no resistance.
Good for you.
Sarah Jo Pender is sent straight back to prison.
Anyone who escapes is deemed high risk because you got out once, they sure don't want you to get out again. So Sarah was put in solitary for 5 years because of the escape.
The judicial system wanted to see her ball up and fall into a deep depression by locking her into solitary confinement for 5 years.
As Sarah sits in solitary, a nagging voice prompts former prosecutor Sells to speak up, despite his conviction that Sarah is guilty.
Steve Miller's book came out, Girl Wanted, The Chase for Sarah Pender. I read that book and came across that passage in the book that referred to that same incident in the homicide room where I saw that snitch list. I said, "Oh, hell, Larry, you gotta do something about this." So I eventually contacted Sarah Pender's mother, Bonnie Prosser.
Hello?
I said, "Bonnie, hear me out."
And he told me of the 72 murder cases that he had done, one was a mistake, and it was Sarah's.
I said, "I don't think Sarah got a fair trial."
And ever since, we have been trying so hard to just find someone who would stand with us and try to make this right.
And I'll do what I can to help assure that she does get a fair trial.
To date, the state refuses to reopen the case.
When they convict somebody in Indiana, they don't like to turn it around.
We got the bad end of the deal. I have a sign in my truck says Free Sarah Pender, and I have had people stop me at stoplights and say, "I know your daughter. I read that story. I pray for you." And yet I can't find anybody that wants to help me and help her. But I will help her until the day I die.
Still, many, including Andrew Cataldi's sister, remain convinced of Sarah's guilt.
I don't know how I would feel or what I'd go through to know if they released her. As far as I'm concerned, neither one of them should ever come out of there, and I wish she would just admit to herself what she did, and, so I do feel justice has been served, getting 110 years in there, and I don't ever want to see them, and I honestly will never forgive them. I don't have it in my heart. I mean, my mother totally went into a state of depression, so not only did Sarah murder my brother, she murdered the family. It destroyed my mother and father. They destroyed my family, so I will never forgive him for that.
In the middle of the Nevada desert sits a seductive oasis.
I was like, okay, let's go. We're going out to Las Vegas.
A western paradise where people live out their fantasies.
There was mention that he may want to end up living in the desert.
Yet not everyone here is running towards something.
It seemed like a very traumatic past that she was coming to Vegas to escape from.
Sometimes an oasis is just a mirage.
I had a feeling that things were not going to be good from that minute forward.
He had some very odd markings on his chest. There was redrum, which is murder spelled backwards.
Sometimes death comes knocking on your door. It's winter in the Nevada desert.
North Las Vegas is the northern end of the Clark County area, which encompasses Las Vegas, Henderson, Boulder City.
North Las Vegas, anywhere outside of the Strip in Las Vegas is pretty rough. The whole city is like a nightclub. You know, when the sun comes up and the lights come on, it's not pretty.
Even places with a shiny facade.
It's a nice apartment complex. It looks really nice from the outside.
As the sun begins its morning climb, it reveals the sins of the night before. Sins so heinous that this first responder prefers to keep his identity hidden as he describes the morning of February 8th, 2010. It all begins when a 911 operator receives a panic call.
I happened to be very close, so I was the first one on scene. There was a young white male standing outside, and he waved me over.
Where is he? They're in the bathroom. It's Roy. He had a seizure or something. My mom's in there with him.
The call was dispatched as a man possibly having a seizure.
In the bathroom, the officer finds an alarming scene. Roy Schutzler collapsed on the floor.
I could see a white female adult sitting on the floor next to the head of an older white male adult. He was not moving and didn't appear to be breathing.
I'm trying to do CPR. Please help me. I don't know what to do.
The CPR wasn't working. The chest wasn't rising and falling. I could tell it was stopped in the middle of the neck, trachea area somewhere.
Paramedics transport Schutzler to the ER.
Please save him.
It's a day Daniel Vanderkar will never forget.
I'm thinking that it's a damn heart attack or something. I have no idea what the hell's going on. But I gave him my all. I was like, come on, buddy, you got this,
The officer turns to the residents to piece together the events that led to the 911 call.
So what's your name, ma'am?
Rosemary Vandekar. This is my son, Dan. We lived with Roy.
Roy.
Yeah, Roy. Guy just got wheeled out of here.
I take care of him, make sure he's taking his pills, that kind of thing.
She told me that she was his caregiver, giving him his medicines, taking him to his doctor's appointments, and things of that nature.
Okay, so what happened to him?
Well, he was having a panic attack, and I was about to give him a shower. I sat him.
Rosemary told officers that Roy had had a medical episode in the bathroom.
It's all right, Roy. You're nearly there. You go in. That's good. You're doing good.
She told me that he was having a panic attack and she was gonna put him in the shower.
I'm gonna sit you down. There you go. I'll be right back.
Set him down on the toilet and left to get a rag. She thought he had fallen off the toilet and hit his throat on the sink.
Roy?
She heard a noise, and when she came back, he was laying in the floor.
Daddy! Call 911! Roy! Daddy!
Daniel was asleep on the couch, and he heard his mother screaming, and he saw his mother performing CPR on Roy.
Don't just stand there. Call 911!
And she was screaming for Daniel to call 911.
The officer heads to the hospital to follow up on Roy's condition. But by the time he arrives, Roy Schutzler is dead. And the police have questions.
He felt that something was suspicious about the whole incident.
The injuries to the body didn't appear consistent with the statement that the female had given me. He was laying there without any clothes, just a sheet covering him. You could immediately see that there was bruising from head to toe and all different stages of healing.
The coroner agrees to look at the body to determine if a full autopsy is in order.
There was a moment where we looked at the body and looked at each other, and we were both on the same page that there was way too many injuries to this gentleman than would make sense from falling.
You need to contact your CSI because I'm ruling this as suspicious right now.
On it.
As the autopsy is scheduled, in a nearby waiting room, Rosemary and Dan get the bad news.
We ended up going over to the hospital, and we got told that he passed away. My mom was all sorts of panicky, freaking out.
At the apartment, police take stock of the scene.
CSI went in and just started taking their pictures and doing their thing, and they go take pictures. They'll take any kind of evidence that they find that we would maybe need later in a case if it ended up looking like it was a murder.
Could there be more to Roy's death?
The next morning, we were notified to respond to the coroner's office for the autopsy. Rosemary told officers that Roy had fallen over, maybe fallen on his neck. They noticed what appeared to be ligature marks around Roy's neck, as well as a lot of bruising throughout his body, very serious bruising, and apparently very serious wounds inside of his throat.
That's when we started our investigation.
And what had just been a routine call the day before is now a homicide investigation.
I believe they argued they didn't really get along. It was a very strained relationship.
You look in those eyes and something wasn't right there.
Roy Schutzler has been found dead in his bathroom. A tragic end for a man who dreamed of the wild, wild west. Before hearing the siren songs of Vegas, Roy spent his entire life up north in Michigan. Yet like so many other boys of his day, he grew up fascinated with the legends of cowboys and Indians.
Every week that the Lone Ranger came on, we were right there listening to that radio. You knew the people in the white hats were the good guys and the ones with the black hats were the bad guys, and he just loved the Lone Ranger. He had a whole room with nothing but Lone Ranger memorabilia.
As his Western dreams gather dust, Roy settles down in suburban Cadillac, Michigan with his wife Sharon and their 2 kids.
He met Sharon in college. After they graduated, they got married. It was a very loving, warm relationship. It was structured. After high school came college. After college came marriage. After marriage came babies. This is just the way we were raised.
Roy was a occupational therapist. Spent his whole life doing that. Did a lot of counseling in the high schools and with people.
He was very compassionate. He was a nice guy. He was also very female dependent.
Now, I want you home by 6. No dilly-dallying at the office. I know these people need you, but guess what? So does your family.
Not half as much as I need you guys.
As a caseworker for Child Protective Services, Roy is introduced to his latest client.
So, Rosemary, how are things going with you?
Rosemary Vanderkar.
My mom was successful and charming and beautiful.
I'm working real hard.
She worked for a nonprofit as a mediator, helping women who were going through the legal system, who had been arrested for something, who were going through trials. Her job was to help these women kind of understand their rights, understand their options, and help them get through that whole process.
Whatever you need, we're here for you.
She was working on a master's, and I don't really know what her degree was going towards. But I know that she had worked administrative a lot. She used to do volunteer for Red Cross. She was a military wife.
But when she first meets Roy, her life looks very different.
Okay, but how are things really going?
He did this 2 days ago.
Her first husband was a monster, was very abusive. There was definitely a history of abuse and a history of violence.
My mother and my father, they were at each other's throats. I mean, this had to be one of the nastiest, publicly humiliating divorces, because of all places for it to happen in a very small town with, I would say, 3,500 people or less. By the time you could walk across the town, everybody knew what was happening. It was humiliating.
I'm just afraid the town is too small and everybody knows him and they think he's so nice and they think he's so great. They don't realize what a violent monster he is. They don't realize how angry he gets. He gets so mad and the kids get really scared.
They were going through a pretty wicked custody battle, and there was a time period when it was undecided where we would be placed. And so temporarily we were put into like a foster situation.
My mom was getting a divorce, and she was assigned to him.
Roy was our CPS case manager back when we were young kids, and that he was the gentleman that would come check on us.
You need to call the police.
But I don't know where to go. I have nowhere to go. I have nowhere to go right now.
It's okay. I will find you a place. All right?
Faced with the prospect of losing custody of her children, Rosemary needs Roy's support.
I'm sorry, kids.
He's a caring kind of guy. I mean, we were raised that way. We were raised to help other people.
Roy? Roy, I just heard the news.
With Roy's guidance, after a month in foster care, the children are returned to their mother.
So, I just have a few things to explain to you, okay? You have full custody.
And over the years, Roy and Rosemary stay in touch. In 2003, Roy and Sharon learn she has terminal cancer. Roy retires early and devotes himself to Sharon's care.
Whenever you have cancer, it's traumatic. Roy was just devastated. You just don't expect stuff like that to happen.
In August of 2007, Sharon dies, and Roy, for the first time in his life, is well and truly alone. In the months and years after Sharon's passing, Roy's sadness deepens into a depression.
I think he was very lonely. I think when anyone passes like that, especially as close as Sharon and Roy were, your whole life is built on this other person, and all of a sudden, the person dies and they're gone and you're just kind of left. You have tons of people around you for the first couple of weeks or so, and after that, you wake up and the house is really quiet.
There's only one thing that keeps him going.
Roy had a good relationship with his family. He had a daughter that lived close by, and the daughter had a daughter of her own, and they were close.
Look who came to visit. Yes.
Roy was female dependent, and he transferred that from Sharon to Kathy Jo and was dependent upon his daughter, Kathy Jo. And then when Rosemary came into his life, then he transferred the female dependency on her.
At some point in 2009, Rosemary came back into Roy's life.
Is Roy in? Yeah. Dad?
My brother called me and told me that she had met up with Roy, that Roy had recently lost his wife, and he was sad. And he just wanted somebody to take care of him.
Rosemary, this is Katie Jo, my daughter. Katie Jo, Rosemary.
So, how are you keeping?
I'm all right.
You're looking good.
Thank you.
I think he just needed other people around him, and he just wanted someone who he could love, someone who could be a helpmate to him, someone who could be a companion, someone who could be a friend, someone who would be there for him. I'm here to help you. You know, you're really a neat guy.
Such a neat guy that soon Rosemary moves in.
Hey, Roy.
Hey, Rosemary.
I'm so glad to be here.
She and they were good friends, and they had kind of an agreement that they would live together, and she would, as he was aging, I think his health wasn't so great, so she would take care of him. She was kind of in a caregiver role for him.
Is this books or something?
I'll take care of it, Roy.
No, it's all right. I got it.
I know that Roy was hoping to have a romantic relationship with Rosemary.
It was Rosemary this, it was Rosemary that, it was Rosemary the next thing. He was just absolutely enamored with this Rosemary.
Here you go, Roy.
Now, with daily company, Roy's spirits soar.
Yes.
But that's not the only change.
I love this show.
Roy was a hands-on grandfather. He was over at the house on a regular basis, almost on a daily basis. And after Rosemary came into Roy's life, that pretty much all stopped.
He was the star behind the masked hero known as the Cape Crusader on 1960s television.
Lone Ranger.
No, silly. It's Adam West, Batman. You think the Lone Ranger's the answer to everything.
Well, you can't kill a man for being wrong.
He was no longer babysitting the little one. He was not returning Kathy Jo's phone messages. She could not get hold of him.
Roy's family did not deal well with that. They attempted to contact him many times, and they became very upset.
Concerned about her father and unable to contact him, Kathy Jo pays an unexpected visit to the home.
I'm here to see my father.
Let me just see if he's taking any visitors.
Taking visitors? I'm his daughter. Hey, let me in!
Excuse me.
Kathy Jo came to Roy's house, and I believe 6 weeks had gone by before they actually seen him, so they were just taking a chance that he would be there. I know during that visit, things got really bad between Rosemary and Kathy Jo.
The confrontation forces Roy to pick a side.
I'm sorry. I don't want anyone yelling in my house.
Kathy Jo had a couple of dealings with Rosemary at Roy's house. They argued, they didn't really get along. It was a very strained relationship between Kathy Jo and Rosemary.
She didn't know what was happening. She had the police go over there. They would talk to him and check him out to see if he had any bruises or anything on him and ask him, "Are you okay? Your daughter's very concerned." And he said, "Yeah, I'm fine." So.
Well, you tell her I'm doing just fine and to leave me alone.
If you have someone who is of sound mind and he's a parent, there's nothing you can do. He is of sound mind. He can do whatever he wants to do. He can do whatever he wants to do with his life, with his money, with whatever. She called everyone she could possibly get a hold of. The police to make sure he was okay, protective services to see if they could do anything. And there's nothing they could do.
The family They kind of read through the lines and saw that there was some things going on. There was some red flags that were going on with Roy. Here, this loving grandfather that would always want to be around his granddaughter and daughter and family, all of a sudden he's with Rosemary, and now he's avoiding them. He's telling people that, you know, he's good, that he doesn't want to be around them.
Roy's repeated confrontations with Kathy Jo leave him suspicious to the point of paranoia.
There was one claim in particular where he claimed that his daughter had tried to break into the house to get some of their property.
However paranoid Roy's claims may seem, they remain somewhat rooted in reality. One afternoon, Kathy Jo finally does take matters into her own hands.
She had a key, so no, she didn't break in. She showed up at the house to check out the mail and gone into the house and looked around.
Kathy Jo was thinking that Rosemary was trying to control Roy and was trying to separate Roy from his family because she was worried about his safety.
Kathy Jo's visit only inflames the conflict with her father. For Roy, this is no act of love. It's a nuisance and an intrusion into his privacy.
It's Kathy Jo.
Yeah, I know.
Roy contacted his attorney and let him know that everything was okay with him and that he wanted to be with Rosemary.
I don't know what to do. I just don't know.
You know, if we just left, it's not like they could follow us.
He had mentioned that if they didn't back off, that he would end up filing a restraining order against Kathy Jo.
Haven't you always wanted to go out west?
California.
I was thinking of someplace a little more exciting.
That's what brought them out to Las Vegas.
Roy and Rosemary pack up their things and finally head west, leaving Roy's family behind without so much as a goodbye.
They tried to contact Roy, and they called him several times.
She called the cops thinking that they were just gonna make me leave. You're gonna sit there and ask me if I'm traumatized?
Leaving Michigan for Nevada, Roy Schutzler and Rosemary Vandekar are ready to settle into their new home. But on the other side of the country, Rosemary's now adult son, Daniel, is in big trouble.
I was dating a chick that me and her got into a drunken argument.
Where were you? Huh? Where were you?
I swear to God, Dan, if you take one more step, I'm gonna call the police.
Who do you think you are?
Get out! Just get out! Get out.
I'm sorry.
There was nothing going on physically. She called the cops thinking that they were just gonna make me leave. Come to find out, well, now I kinda gotta go to jail, and I did.
Held by police, even though his girlfriend won't press charges, Dan knows he's in a tight spot.
Dan was injured quite badly in the war, and ever since he had gotten back, he was dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD.
A veteran of 3 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, Dan has paid a stiff price for his service.
Dan was in the Marine Corps for, I believe, about 6 years. Ultimately, he had some injuries that he suffered due to some roadside bombs. He had some type of pressure injury to his head, as well as some PTSD.
Just like any soldier, he experienced loss of troops and very close mates and awful war, having to do things that any person should not have to do.
3 deployments, 2 Iraq and 1 to Afghanistan, and you're gonna sit there and ask me if I'm traumatized? You know, yes, I am part of 1.4 million troops that actually served over there. However, when I came back, I did suffer from 2 DUIs, which I don't blame anybody else but myself. And I suffered from 3 failed relationships, to which I don't blame anybody but myself.
As Dan awaits a decision, he turns to the one person he hopes might be able to help him. His mother.
Danny. Oh, so good to see you.
Hey.
Oh.
Good to see you, Mom. Good to see you.
Though both Dan and his girlfriend tell police he never laid a hand on her, Dan is staring down an assault charge.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, did you eat?
Until the DA makes him an offer.
The DA was deciding to drop all charges should I provide an address more than 500 miles out. And I was like, yeah, you know, I can do that.
I wondered if, I was thinking.
Should come stay with us. We have plenty of room, right, Roy?
Yeah, the more the merrier.
Yeah?
So, yeah, I jumped on board with my mom. Also, I just retired out of the Marine Corps, so it was like I needed a place to, you know, decompress and calm down from. That's what ultimately brought me to Las Vegas.
Roy and Rosemary welcome Dan to their new apartment.
Welcome to Vegas.
Vegas. Yeah. Yeah.
Not bad, right?
It's nice, Mom. It's nice.
You want some tea? Roy, why don't you make us some tea?
All right. That's okay, Mom. I think I just want to take a shower.
It's right over there. Don't worry about the tea, Roy. He doesn't want it anymore.
Okay.
They say every man has his demons or skeletons in the closet. Some have both.
Daniel told us that he got the tattoo over in Iraq, I believe.
Like a scribbling type tattoo. And when I looked at it and saw what it was, I knew exactly what it was, but it was redrum, which is murder spelled backwards.
Yeah, man. How you been?
Roy Schutzler and Rosemary Vandekar save Rosemary's son Daniel from jail time by giving him a place to live and a family of sorts. But Roy's family is worried that something is wrong. No one's heard from him since he left for Vegas, despite many efforts to reach out.
They tried to contact Roy, and they called him several times.
Who is it?
It's Joanne.
Who?
My sister, Joanne.
Don't answer it then.
But don't you think that
You know they're just trying to control you. They think you're an idiot. Leave it alone.
I called Roy and left a message on the message recorder. And it was an upbeat, "Hi, Roy, I missed you. It's your sister Joanne. Give me a call back." Gave the phone number and never called back.
He had no dealings with his family once he moved to Vegas. Pretty much cut them out of everything.
Though separated from his family, Roy isn't entirely isolated. He and Dan fall into an easy friendship.
And I ended up getting him into his first bar of his life. Never been to a bar in his whole entire life. And be like, "Oh my God, Roy," you know, having fun.
Do you really think you should be drinking? I mean, it may not be the best thing for you right now.
Well, sure as hell not the worst.
But I mean, he was helping me out with a lot of stuff.
Can't even imagine.
Because at the time, I was only like 24, 25. I was like, what do I need to do, you know? So he was giving me advice.
We need to get you back on your feet, you know? Look into some retraining programs.
Yeah. But there's just nothing out there. We fight in the war, and we come back home broken. And all I get are a bunch of salutes at the mall and nervous looks. Okay. If not booze, how about this?
What is it?
And then getting him to scratch off his first scratch lotto, you know, the scratch off tickets. Yeah, just having fun with them.
As Roy helps Dan to adjust to civilian life, Dan notices a tension between Roy and his mom, Rosemary.
You think I'm some kind of joke? You think it's funny to laugh at me?
Mom, we weren't.
I won't be treated this way, not by you or by anybody else. I do everything for you! Everything!
Well, he kind of always shut up around her.
Mom, look at me.
I think that he was actually more or less scared to talk around her.
For all their problems, one happy constant remains: Rosemary's love of glittering casinos.
They were always out gambling.
Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it! Come on!
Roy had a pretty good pension coming in from the school district back in Michigan. He got a good-sized check every month, and he had a good-sized savings.
During the month of January, Rosemary and Roy had withdrew tens of thousands of dollars out of Roy's account, and most of them were done at casinos in the Las Vegas and North Las Vegas area.
I feel lucky.
I hope you're right about this.
With her, it's like an addiction. It's like something fierce.
One winter's night, just weeks after Dan's arrival, Rosemary proposes yet another trip to the casino.
It's 8 o'clock and I'm feeling lucky.
It's the last thing Dan feels like doing.
Daniel had some type of surgery to his mouth, and he was on medication.
I had 4 wisdom teeth and then 1 natural tooth pulled. So now I'm in a hurt locker, and I do not like pain meds at all.
Now! Oh, come on, you old fart!
On the way to the casino, Dan notices that Roy isn't doing too well.
Hey, Roy. Roy, you okay? You all right, man?
He's fine.
He's wheezing.
He's fine.
If you say so.
At the casino, they hit the slots. By midnight, Dan's ready to throw in the towel.
Basically, the alcohol and the meds are mixing, which is totally irresponsible for me, but I'm not driving, I'm not doing anything.
Enough.
I'm gonna play.
That's when Rosemary and Roy decided to take Daniel home.
On the ride home, Dan's concern about Roy grows.
Roy was sitting there hacking up a storm, like he was coughing and hacking. And I was sitting here on a mixture of, you know, Jack and Cokes and freaking what have you. And I looked at her, I was like...
You don't think that maybe we should, like, call someone or maybe have him see a doctor? Seriously?
He can die in a ditch for all I care.
I shit you not. That's exactly what she said. I shit you not.
It seems Rosemary and Roy's night has just begun.
Once they took him home, they had continued with their night of partying and gambling and went out to another casino.
Dan crashes out on the couch until dawn, when he's awakened by the sound of his mother shouting from the bathroom.
Danny, call 911! Danny, call 911!
Well, when I first woke up, I looked over and it said 6 o'clock. It said 6:02. I thought it was evening.
Danny, goddammit, get up!
And I was like, what the hell was that noise?
She was screaming for Daniel to call 911.
Don't just stand there, call 911! Right now!
So Daniel called 911 and got police and an ambulance to respond to the apartment.
At the hospital, Dan is alarmed by Rosemary's response to Roy's passing.
They're gonna try to pin this on me.
Mom, that's crazy, okay? He did nothing wrong.
They're gonna blame me.
I thought it was a damn heart attack or, some kind of medical emergency that I don't know about.
Rosemary's odd behavior persists.
Seriously, Mom, look. I'm upset too, but you have to calm down.
Look, if you were not scared right now, then you are just stupid.
I looked at her, I was like, why are you so panicky about this? I mean, if he just died of natural causes, why are you so freaking out?
Spurred by the results of the autopsy, homicide detectives Michael Bodnar and Tony Litieri are assigned the case. The list of suspects isn't long.
You have a woman in her mid-50s who's quite frail and probably weighs 100 pounds, and then you have a 6'4" Army vet with severe PTSD with the word murder tattooed across his chest. It's it's pretty easy to draw conclusions as to who you might think would be guilty in a crime like this.
I saw a lot of money going out in cash.
Just a panicked state.
North Las Vegas police detectives have brought Rosemary Vandekar and her son Dan in for questioning regarding the death of Roy Schutzler. The police believe it was a brutal act of murder.
The conclusion of the autopsy was that it was a homicide and a manner of death was strangulation. I interviewed Daniel first. There were still a lot of unanswered questions for me about Daniel's involvement. You could tell something was going on there with Daniel.
As the interview continues over several hours, Dan's story remains the same.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. I can't even say it in a different way. What do you want from me?
Only want to know the truth, Dad.
I didn't do anything to Roy. Could have died in the bathroom for all I know.
Most people, when they come down to the police department and given stories, they'll be intimidated just because they're in a police department. But Daniel was a matter of fact about, I didn't have anything to do with it, and I don't know how Roy ultimately died, but I didn't do it.
I was drinking and taking pen medication for my teeth, and it was hell. Trust me.
He never deviated from that story.
I woke up, I can't even tell you if it was the morning or the middle of the afternoon.
He said he was sleeping on the couch, awoke to his mother's screams, saw her performing CPR on Roy, and called 911.
Just stand there, call 911 right now!
We spent 7.5 hours, I think, give or take, getting interrogated.
I was not involved in Roy's death. It wasn't me.
Yeah, well then who killed him?
Frustrated, the detectives leave Dan to sit and stew while they turn their attention to his mother.
We told Rosemary that we knew that it was a homicide and that we knew that Roy had died of strangulation and somebody had strangled him.
What, you think he was murdered? That's nonsense.
She at first denied any knowledge of this being a strangulation at all and appeared very, very shocked and surprised and denied any of our questioning.
The guy died of natural causes.
Roy was a very frail person, almost 70 years old.
I heard a crash, came running in.
first story was that he had fallen and hurt himself, and maybe fallen on his neck or fallen, and then it progressed.
Why is it so hard for you to believe that?
She kept asking if Roy could have done this to himself somehow.
He couldn't have done that to himself. He's too bruised up.
We had told her there's absolutely no way that someone can do this to themselves. There's way too much damage for that.
It's then that Rosemary's story changes.
I'll give you the truth.
She says that she was a victim in the relationship.
Roy was far from being an angel, okay? Especially with me.
She had told us that they had got into an argument at the casino. They came back. He was abusive.
I went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. I wanted to close the door, but he wouldn't let me. Just give me a moment. I'll be right out.
You idiot.
He just kept yelling at me like he always did.
You loser! I could have won thousands tonight if it wasn't for you.
She was tired of the abuse. She wasn't going to let it go on anymore.
I had enough. I had enough. Did I kill him? Did I kill him?
She finally said, "What don't you understand? I had my hands around his neck and I was choking him."
I hate you! I hate you! I choked as hard as I could. I don't know for how long. I think I blacked out.
Litieri goes back to Dan for corroboration of Rosemary's story. He's got plenty to say.
Roy was, let's say, a gentleman to my mom. But my mom isn't quite who you think she is.
My mom was a drama queen from hell, and any claim that she ever made was about a 98% chance a lie.
He painted a different picture, that she was abusive towards Roy and that she did not treat him well at times.
3 days before his death, I saw her.
What about your intention?
According to Dan, Rosemary had a history of abusive behavior toward Roy.
Oh dear! I do everything. I cook. I clean.
My mother was pile driving her finger into Roy Schutzler's chest.
You moron! What do I get?
And I witnessed this.
Moron!
Mom, stop! You're hurting him.
You stay out of this.
Roy would never hurt a fly. I cannot believe that she would say something like that. I mean, she has to be delusional. No, I'm sorry. Roy wouldn't hurt a flea.
And there's something else.
Dan then describes Rosemary's behavior at the hospital.
We need to go to the big.
What?
Right now, let's go before the family gets involved.
It turns out Roy's family back in Michigan had been right to be concerned.
It seemed like she systematically separated him from his family members. Then she was able to get Roy to sign power of attorneys and make her the executor of his will, and also completed a new will naming her in it.
Dan even reveals that Rosemary had a plan in case she was arrested.
She told me if she got caught, to skip town.
She said, "Hey, if I go down, I want you to freaking leave."
Wait, what? Leave where?
Are you freaking serious? You are psychotic. I even told her that. It's the only time in my life I ever told my mom she's psychotic.
Armed with this damning new information, the detectives are ready to make an arrest.
When we arrested her, she had a cashier's check still in her purse for $10,000 that we recovered, $5,200 cash in her purse.
With a solid case shaping up against Rosemary, Dan is released and his mother is charged.
After Rosemary's, quote unquote confession, the spotlight fell off of Daniel, and he was quickly released, and there was no further investigation into him, and he kind of wasn't seen again until her trial, when he was there to testify against her.
Rosemary was charged with murder, victim over 60, and she was convicted of second-degree murder.
I don't think that she deliberately premeditated. I don't think that she ever thought that this would end up in murder. But we knew one day that her actions were going to be irreparable. And we were just afraid.
There are those who still can't believe Rosemary is a killer and wonder if she was protecting her son, Dan.
I initially met Rosemary when I was in the prison working on a documentary project following the lives of inmates. And we initially found her because she had the nickname of Jail Mom. She was, in her cell block, she was kind of the sweet old lady who had experience and had knowledge of the legal system and used that to help most of the other women with their cases. If she is this, master manipulator, she's a really good actor, because she definitely does not portray that. She definitely does not come across as that. She plays the role. If it is, acting, she plays the role of the sweet old lady very, very well.
If anyone thinks that she stepped up and took the fall for him, don't believe it. I've considered it myself. I've considered, if this were my situation, what would I do? I'd probably take the blame and, But I don't believe that that's the case here. Because like I said, I've been on the other side of one of her chokeholds before. And I know my brother.
And although a sentence of 18 to life is no trade for a life taken, police are glad someone paid a price.
Rosemary took advantage of Roy because he was grieving for his wife. He wanted another relationship, and I'm sure she worked that angle. And it shows that we really have to really watch out for our older population, because they are very vulnerable.
I would just admonish anyone who is in a situation where they've lost a spouse just to be very cautious to letting in any new people in their lives. And that's when the exploiters do come in, because they can sense it. You can sense when someone is really needy, that they want a friend.
My biggest regret on earth is not calling Adult Protective Services. And if his family is watching this, I apologize. There is no bigger apology on earth that I can give than right now. I'm sorry. I wish I could have done something different.
I think he was very lonely. I think he just wanted someone who he could love, someone who could be a friend, someone who would be there for him, which is just really, really sad.
The rarefied air in Aspen has a certain quality to it.
You 1% love it here. Billionaires love to hang out with billionaires.
It's the best place in the world to live.
But even here, there are shadows lurking.
There was a cycle of drama involving these two women.
My glass is empty.
They went from being equals and friends to almost master and slave.
Finding their way into our most sacred of sanctuaries.
I could detect an odor that I knew was a dead body, just from experience.
When death comes knocking, no one is safe. In Aspen, Colorado, every day feels special. But then again, this is a very special place.
It's a unique place to live. You smell the air, you look at these incredible mountains. There's still a lot of freedom that comes with it.
And it's this magic that draws a world-class crowd of the rich and famous.
The 1% love it here. Billionaires love to hang out with billionaires.
You have the movie stars coming in, followed by the rock stars. Aspen being one of the most attractive places probably on the planet, at least if you have money.
The natural beauty is also a siren song for lost souls.
It's a place where misfits come to fit in.
Kathy Carpenter has lived most of her adult life here. She works in a bank downtown. She also has a part-time job as a personal assistant. On February 26, 2014, she checks on her boss, who's just returned from Australia.
Hey, Gaby. Hey, sweetie.
Inside, nothing looks amiss.
Anybody home?
But she senses that something is not quite right.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
The dog hadn't been fed. It was clearly something was wrong. She did say she smelled an odor.
The smell gets stronger and more powerful as Kathy approaches the bedroom.
The closet didn't have any doorknob, it was just a dead-bolted door.
The key, which always hangs from this lock, is missing.
She has an extra key, so she decides to go get her key, which takes her probably 20, 30 minutes to make the round trip.
At first glance, nothing seems out of the ordinary.
A pile of linen is what it initially looked like.
It's what's underneath the pile that sends Kathy into a panic.
That's when she became hysterical.
911, can I help you?
Help me. Oh my God, help me, please.
What's the address of the emergency?
Oh, my friend, I found my friend in the closet and she's dead.
She's screaming on the phone that there's a body in the closet.
Oh my God!
And the dispatcher's trying to get more information out of her, but Kathy appears to be pretty incoherent.
A terrible smell, there's something wrong.
She's told to pull over on her way towards Aspen and wait for the police to contact her.
We did take her to the hospital, and she was hysterical enough to be sedated.
Police speed to the chalet Kathy has just fled.
When I arrived on scene, there was a handful of deputies there.
Initially, the bedroom seems almost as orderly as the rest of the house. Almost.
There really wasn't anything out of place. It didn't look like there had been a violent confrontation. The place wasn't ripped apart. There wasn't blood on the floor. There wasn't blood on the bed clothings.
A closer examination reveals a disturbing detail.
We did notice a swipe of blood on the headboard.
The mattress has been flipped.
There's a big pool of blood on the underside of the mattress.
I could detect an odor that I knew was a dead body, just from experience. It just looked like a pile of bed sheets. It looked like somebody's laundry because it was nicely piled. There was no blood on the white sheets, so it was pretty unusual. That's why it was so hard to tell that there was a body under the blanket. It was impossible to tell who was under all those blankets. And it wasn't until we started peeling back the blanket and the sheets that we started to see a white trash bag and a white towel. And that's when we could finally go, okay, yes, there's a body here.
They stop what they're doing.
We knew if we started unmasking the body any more than that, if we started removing the trash bags, we would just get evidence all over the place.
We did not open the bag unseen. We took it the way it was, put it inside a body bag.
But from the looks of it, this was no natural death, and the police are afraid they know who it is.
We got the bag to a forensic pathologist that opened it, and that's the first time we really knew it was Nancy.
The town is in shock. Nancy Pfister is a fixture in Aspen. To many, she summed up what the place was all about.
Nancy was the ultimate free spirit for Aspen, Colorado.
Nancy and her family are considered Aspen royalty. Her family developed Buttermilk Mountain, one of the very first ski resorts in Colorado.
They all grew up here clearly with privilege, and with privilege came incredible freedom to do whatever you wanted to do.
Celebrities are attracted to Aspen for its natural beauty and grandeur. They're attracted to Nancy Pfister for the very same reason.
She was very good at hanging out with the rich and the famous, the Kennedys, the Dalai Lama, the movie stars.
There's no secret that she dated Michael Douglas and Jack Nicholson, and that would have been in the 70s.
But she was no snob.
She could charm an invitation from the royal family, or she would feel just as comfortable sitting around a campfire talking with a bunch of ski bums.
Nancy was the sort of person who, if she walked into a room and knew half the people in it, she would know the other half after 5 minutes.
That's the way it was on a chilly evening in October 2013. Nancy decides to spend the evening at a popular watering hole in downtown Aspen. A regular at the exclusive hangout, Nancy is well known to both staff and patrons.
I was there the day that she met the Stylers.
Excuse me.
They were discussing the possibility of opening a spa. Nancy overheard them.
Are you just visiting us here in Aspen?
We're hoping to move here. My name is Nancy Styler.
My name is Nancy, too.
And this is my husband, Dr. William Styler.
Oh.
It's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure to meet you. May I?
Sure, have a seat.
Thank you.
Dr. Styler was a known anesthesiologist, a professional, highly educated, highly respected in his field. And then his wife was known to grow the special flower, and she was a darling of that society and that culture.
Dr. and Mrs. Styler are new to Aspen. Until recently, they owned a $1 million home and were part of Denver's high society.
William Styler ended up getting sick, and it really caused him not to be able to work anymore as an anesthesiologist.
Aspen's, in my opinion, it's the most wonderful place to live. It's the best place in the world.
We have not been able to find anything we like.
Really?
No.
Well, if you're looking for a place, you know, my place is going to sit empty all winter. It's not a mansion, but it has fabulous views, and I have a beautiful greenhouse. And
really?
Oh.
My wife is a world-class horticulturalist.
They were coming here looking for a fresh start.
Until that fresh start takes a terrible turn.
It looked like there was a mismatch there.
Her demeanor could at times make people angry.
I had assumed maybe an overdose of some kind, but I never suspected a homicide.
Are you just visiting us here in Aspen?
We're hoping to move here.
Nancy Pfister needs someone to rent out her Aspen chalet, and she thinks she may have found the perfect tenants, William and Nancy Styler.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to meet you. May I?
A few days pass before Nancy gets a call from the Stylers.
Hello? Well, hello. Yes, of course I remember you. Well, yes, it is, in fact. Is there any chance you would come and see it, like, right now?
Minutes later, Dr. and Mrs. William Styler pull up to the chalet. It's exactly what they're looking for.
Hey! Come on in, the door's open, it's unlocked. Come on, come on.
It was beautiful, but not ostentatious.
So you look out on aspen trees and you look out on the snow-covered mountains, and it was beautiful.
Hi. Come in. Welcome to Casa Pfister. Excuse my outfit. I don't usually garden in pearls. So come, let me give you the grand tour.
For the Stylers, the allure of the chalet is almost secondary to Nancy herself.
The Stylers were looking for a way into the Aspen community to rebuild their lives. They wanted to start a spa, and so they would look at Nancy Pfister as someone that could introduce them to that clientele.
I knew we were fated to meet.
Luckily, Nancy is just as taken by the Stylers as they are with her.
So, let's get down to the ugly business of money. How does $4,000 sound?
She wanted $12,000 from them. That was $4,000 for the first month of living there, $4,000 for the last month they would live there, and a $4,000 deposit.
It's a large sum, but more than a fair price for a place on Buttermilk Mountain.
We'll take it, Nancy. We'll be happy to do so.
That's fabulous.
True to form, Nancy makes this a deal of connection, not contracts.
A handshake sufficed for her, and if a handshake sufficed for the other party, that's the way it went. I don't think there was ever a lease.
Trusting her gut, Nancy makes a more than generous offer.
I'm not leaving for 6 weeks still, but why don't you guys move in here now? I mean, the three of us were meant to meet, so let's just accept it.
Oh, Nancy, that would be wonderful.
The move begins the very next day.
They arrived here with tons of spa equipment. They unloaded an awful lot of boxes into Nancy's garage with spa stuff. Their vision was get this spa up and running, start generating some income.
54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 6,000.
The Stylers give Nancy Pfister $6,000 in cash.
As I said, I only have half for now. The rest is coming soon.
It's $12,000 they were supposed to pay. They didn't have the money up front, so they were going to pay the $6,000 up front and then pay the rest of the $6,000 at some time. It was a little unclear, and then pay $4,000 a month.
But living together means getting to know each other a little too well.
I might be interested.
The Stylers were relatively conservative people. Nancy Pfister was probably a little bit on the bohemian side. So she would wander around the house naked in front of the Stylers, which threw Nancy Styler off.
It looked like there was a mismatch there, but again, they seemed to mesh.
Hiccups aside, the friendship grows in leaps and bounds. 2 weeks after the Stylers move in, Nancy takes them to a Halloween party and introduces them to Aspen's elite.
Nancy was a very good hostess to them. She had dressed them with costumes from her own closet.
When you first have some new people move in, you want to kind of celebrate and make them feel comfortable and introduce them to your friends, and that's kind of the atmosphere it was.
Nancy also introduces them to Kathy Carpenter.
Look at you, my pretty.
Well, Kathy Carpenter's an interesting lady. She, by her own means, would never have entered into the Aspen social circle.
I want you to meet the perfect couple that are going to rent the house for the winter. This is Dr. William Styler and his lovely wife, Nancy.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Nancy. This is Kathy. Yes.
Kathy Carpenter.
She came from a lower socioeconomic background. Some people say that Kathy Carpenter was the personal assistant. Other people say Kathy Carpenter was a friend.
Ambiguity aside, the relationship between Kathy and Nancy is volatile.
Anytime.
Kathy, sweetie, look. My glass is empty.
Well, it wasn't a few moments ago, was it?
There was a cycle of drama involving these two women. Different disputes where law enforcement was called and Nancy Pfister would say, well, we were into an argument and Kathy threatened to hit me and I'm afraid of her. I think Kathy is going to hurt me.
There were a few sides to Nancy. She was like a diamond, a lot of facets all over it.
Nancy could be difficult and challenging at times.
And the Stylers soon learn how true this is.
She had a strong sense of entitlement, and she worked it. She could charm anybody. She turned on the charm and people would melt.
Well, not everyone.
Darling, would you?
Nancy Styler, she'd been successful in the medical profession for decades. Someone who lived at one time in a much larger and much nicer house than Nancy Pfister had on Buttermilk Mountain, taking orders from this woman, you know, fix this, fix that, do this for me. And so very quickly, the tension started.
And the tension and resentment grow like weeds.
They went from being equals and friends to almost master and slave.
When I started seeing that come about, I knew this was deteriorating.
Welcome to Casa Pfister.
Trust fund heiress Nancy Pfister has taken Dr. and Mrs. William Styler into her home.
Darling, would you?
But cracks are forming in this newfound friendship.
Thank you so much. This is like soul food to Aspenites. Or me, anyway.
Less than 3 weeks remain before Nancy Pfister leaves for Australia. For the Stylers, it can't come soon enough. They're tired of being bossed around.
Oh. Nance.
Nancy Styler came from an environment where she wasn't used to be treating like that.
It went both ways. Nancy probably would take advantage of these people to step and fetch it, and these people would use Nancy as an entree into society where they would probably not get into.
I'm going to bed. You coming?
Yeah. The Stylers at the end, before Nancy Pfister went away, basically got in the mindset that she's leaving, she's going to Australia, we can deal with this for a couple more weeks.
Dr. Styler is getting his share of demands as well.
You guys have really hit it off. You know, I was just thinking, instead of me boarding him this year when I'm off in Australia, maybe you could look after him.
Well, I'm not sure that I'm the best one.
Oh, no, he's so easy to look after. You just open the door, you let him go. He comes when he's called.
Okay.
They went from being equals and friends to almost master and slave.
It's not just the Stylers who are getting fed up with Nancy.
And I need you to make sure my passport is still valid and confirm my seat reservation as well.
Can't the Stylers do any of this?
They're doing enough.
They hardly even paid their whole rent.
Oh, Kathy. Kathy, do I detect a twinge of jealousy?
Hardly.
As the friendship with Nancy Pfister falters, the bond between the Stylers and Kathy Carpenter flourishes.
Nancy Styler was reportedly practicing some of her facials and some of her cosmetic treatments upon Kathy Carpenter, and they would have girl talk.
Oh, look at it. It's so dewy looking. I love it.
I mean, your skin is gorgeous.
You look beautiful.
So sweet.
Few things bond people together like a common enemy.
I hate that woman. Oh, I could just kill that woman.
Dr. Styler and his wife Nancy, along with Kathy Carpenter, found a commonality that allowed them to grow an interesting relationship. The commonality being their dislike of the treatment provided by Nancy Pfister.
It's a cross they don't have to bear for long.
That is music to my ears.
On November 16th, 2013, the pink champagne flows freely as Nancy throws herself a going-away party.
Could you put a couple more in the fridge? There's only 2 left in there.
This was a big party, and it was a celebration of Nancy spending the winter in the Southern Hemisphere, and for her to introduce the Stylers to dozens of her friends.
Cheers.
Though the party is a roaring success, the expensive champagne leaves a bitter taste in the Stylers' mouths.
Everyone have a great winter. Without me. So, how was that for a party?
It was truly something. And Nancy, can we get the money for the pink champagne you asked us to pick up for you?
Truly? Oh, come on. That's just party favors.
Favors? We paid for a crate of champagne. That's thousands of dollars, Nancy.
And it was a wonderful party. And you met some great contacts, didn't you?
The day Nancy Pfister leaves for Australia is indeed a cause for celebration. But the goodwill doesn't last long. In December, Nancy Pfister receives an email from the Stylers. They're refusing to pay rent.
They were pretty well disappointed with some of the functionality of the house. I believe the dishwasher wasn't working and some things like that. And so they were feeling like they just weren't getting the bang for their buck.
For 2 months, a flurry of angry emails crisscrosses the globe.
That evolved into some real cutting remarks that got personal after a while.
Look, go find another place to live which would be more to your financial ability to pay. Maybe a trailer down by the valley.
When we first met you, we thought our dreams had come true. Since then, your attitude towards us has seemed to change.
I have lost patience with you. I am way too old, and nobody needs to be lied to, so I feel like I've been duped.
Nancy wants the Stylers out of her house.
There was a dispute about whether the $6,000 they paid up front was a deposit or was to be used for rent. They did finally pay the $6,000 to Kathy Carpenter for the balance.
As far as Nancy's concerned, $12,000 is what the Stylers agreed to pay up front. They still owe her rent.
Nancy had quickly told them that she was going to terminate the lease sometime in February.
She was pretty forceful in her comments towards the Stylers through the emails, very threatening in her correspondence with them.
But the end of February is near, and the Stylers don't seem ready to move. They're still in the house, so are all their possessions. By this point, the Stylers are refusing to speak with Nancy directly.
Kathy was kind of in between Nancy Pfister and the Stylers.
Kathy, what is it?
So it falls on Kathy to deliver the news.
I'm only telling you this because you won't talk to her. I didn't want to be the one to have to tell you. I have a message from Nancy. Nancy's on her way home. You have to move everything out before she gets here. She's really mad.
It would have been very unpleasant for the stylers. At the same time, I suspect she had a perfect right to be supremely pissed off at the situation.
How long do we have?
4 days.
A 4-day deadline that will drive the stylers to desperation.
He was even making suicidal statements.
I have nothing left to live for.
There's this note being placed on the residence, basically telling people to stay away.
Having waited months for rent that never comes, Nancy Pfister decides to evict the stylers.
I have a message from Nancy.
She tells them she's flying home and they have just 4 days to be out of the house. The very same day Kathy tells them they have to leave, Dr. William Styler makes an appointment with a loan officer. Seems their displays of wealth are just a facade.
William Styler ended up in a dispute with his partners in the medical office. They went to court, and it sounds like the Stylers ended up with basically a crooked lawyer down in Denver, and the lawyer ended up bilking him out of about $600,000 in cash.
In fact, the Stylers are broke and desperate. But banks aren't in the business of performing acts of charity.
At this point in his life, he really didn't have anything for collateral, and so he was turned down for the loan, and he was quite disheartened by this.
I have financial problems. Financial problems with my landlady. If something were to happen to Nancy Pfister, it would be the best for everyone involved. I have nothing left to live for.
It scared the bank personnel enough that they actually reached out to helplines looking to see what they should do, what action they could take.
3 days later, the couple checks into a hotel just 20 minutes outside Aspen town limits.
The Aspinalt is just a regular hotel. It's a more moderately priced hotel for Basalt, probably comparable to a Holiday Inn. Not a bad place.
But not the sort of place the Stylers thought they'd be starting their new life. And half of that new life remains in Nancy's chalet. Nancy Pfister is already en route as the Stylers head back to the chalet to spend the day frantically packing. It's a bigger job than they anticipated.
The Stylers actually did the best they could. It's impossible to move a house full of goods within 4 days. It just can't be done.
On February 22nd, 2014, Kathy Carpenter picks up Nancy at the airport.
It's good to be home.
Though thrilled to finally be home, once through the door, Nancy's mood flips like a light switch.
What?
They were only able to move small loads. All of the spa equipment, all the things that the Stylers were planning to use to start their new life was still in that residence.
But Kathy, you shouldn't have.
The Stylers have left pink champagne chilling on ice.
To Nancy from the Stylers.
To Nancy, it's literally the least they could do.
Well, let me tell you, this bottle is costing me thousands of dollars. And they're gonna have to pay me every cent they owe me before they get any of this stuff back.
Kathy spends the night catching up with Nancy.
Cheers, welcome home.
On Sunday afternoon, she meets with the Stylers to deliver a list of Nancy's demands.
What Nancy Pfister was saying was, unless I get that $14,000, you don't get your possessions in my house.
Outrageous.
Kathy returns to the chalet later that day.
How'd they take it?
Not good. You really pissed them off. They're gonna call a lawyer.
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm more pissed off than they are. Trust me. We need another bottle. Would you mind? Get a glass.
The all-weekend slumber party continues. Late that night, Nancy sends a text to her friend Bob.
When Nancy got back from Australia, she texted me, "We got to get together. There's a party Tuesday night we should go to."
It's the last time he or anyone hears from Nancy.
Carpenter left Monday morning and did put a do not disturb, knowing that Nancy Pfister would probably sleep for a long time.
Basically telling people to stay away.
The sign is still on the door the next day when the Stylers arrive to complete their move. Armed with their lawyer's advice, they're ready to do battle over their things. To the Stylers' relief, Nancy Pfister is nowhere to be found. But something catches the attention of the Stylers.
It stinks in here.
Does it?
It's awful.
Nancy Styler herself talked about a strange smell being in the house.
That doesn't affect Dr. Styler. He lost his sense of smell in an accident when he was a child. Nancy Styler tracks the terrible smell, which seems to be coming from the closet. It's locked. The smell behind the locked door is just one of the reasons for the Stylers to leave the chalet behind.
Good riddance.
Nancy Styler sends a text to Kathy Carpenter saying they haven't seen any sign of Nancy Pfister for days. And there was a statement from Nancy Styler to Kathy Carpenter about, well, I wonder if she just took off, if she's killed herself.
Kathy feels obliged to check in and then makes her gruesome discovery. Who killed Nancy Pfister? No one looks innocent.
Initially, the suspect pool was pretty wide.
You'll have to follow us to the station.
What was going on in the interviews were a lot of disflection, a lot of smoke and mirrors, not answering questions.
The threats took a little bit more of an ominous meaning.
Aspen heiress Nancy Pfister has been found brutally murdered. Police have suspects, but they lack a murder weapon and enough evidence to charge anyone. Only hours after discovering Nancy Pfister's body, Kathy Carpenter is questioned.
How well did you know Nancy Pfister?
She was my best friend.
Do you know anyone who'd want to hurt her?
Well, people talk. I know people who kind of said they wanted her dead. And Nancy Styler is one of them.
She had told us the Stylers had made some vague threats against Nancy Pfister.
Oh, I could just kill that woman.
The threats took a little bit more of an ominous meaning since we had a dead body in the house.
It's enough to get a warrant. The very next morning, over in Basalt, the Stylers get a rude awakening in their hotel room.
We knocked on their hotel room at 5 o'clock in the morning. Nancy Styler answered the door and William Styler was still in bed.
Mrs. Styler, you'll have to follow us to the station.
We caught them by surprise. They were pretty shocked to see us at the door.
Dr. and Mrs. Styler are interrogated separately.
I know you threatened to kill Nancy Pfister.
I was angry. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one in town who ever said that.
Nancy Styler also told us how there were a lot of people in town that would make the same kind of threats or be angry with Nancy Pfister also.
I'm not going to say anything else until I have a lawyer next to me. End of story.
About 2.5 hours into my interview with Nancy Styler, she invoked her right to have a lawyer present, so as soon as she said that, we stopped the interview with her.
Next door, her husband is being asked very similar questions.
I'm thinking you know way more than you're letting on.
Come on. Look at me. Who do you take me for?
William Styler was saying that, you know, he couldn't hurt a fly. Why would he do this? He's too weak.
After being interviewed for 12 hours, Dr. Styler is released, along with his wife.
All right. You're free to leave.
The investigation hits a dead end. But 2 days after the body is found, a stunning event changes everything.
I was exhausted, and I left my undersheriff in charge. Within a couple of hours of me going home, he calls and he says, we have the most amazing break we could imagine.
That very morning, just a few hundred yards away from the Stylers' hotel, a city worker in Basalt is looking for illegally dumped garbage.
He opens up this trash bag to take a look to see if it was inappropriate or illegal dumping.
It's an evidentiary jackpot.
The treasure trove includes items with Nancy Pfister's name on them, including a boarding pass, a vehicle registration for a Jaguar, and that Jaguar was owned by William and Nancy Styler.
The real prize is at the bottom of the bag.
There was a hammer with blood on it. If that trash had been emptied by somebody who was not as diligent, I don't think we would have ever found this.
Results from the lab soon confirmed the blood is Nancy Pfister's and also revealed DNA traces on the hammer handle belonging to none other than Dr. William Styler. William and Nancy Styler are charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
The Stylers are arrested on March 3rd, and the police continue to really push Kathy Carpenter.
Soon, detectives stumble upon a very interesting fact.
We learned that Kathy had gone into Nancy's safe deposit box and removed about $6,000 worth of cash and jewelry from the safety deposit box.
Kathy Carpenter is taken in for questioning.
What about the safety deposit box? It seemed prudent. You took money and jewelry out of a safety deposit box to keep it safe? Yeah. You never know.
She explained that she was taking the jewelry for preservation's sake for Nancy's daughter, Juliana, and she took the cash for the same reason.
You have the right to remain silent. Please stand.
The detectives aren't buying it. Kathy Carpenter is also arrested on charges of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
After the arrest, nobody said much. They were locked down by their attorneys.
And the silence persists for months.
These people remained in jail, remained in custody pending the preliminary hearing. Approximately 2.5, maybe 3 months.
We were preparing for the long haul of a trial, and almost out of the blue, Mr. Styler says, I'm ready to talk.
I'm the one you want. Me. Do you want me to tell you what really happened?
I have one condition. My wife. I wanted to be released. She did nothing to Pfister.
Dr. Styler wanted his wife to be exonerated from any involvement in the crime whatsoever.
The deal is made.
So, what do you want to tell us?
I did it. I murdered Nancy Pfister, and I acted alone.
William Styler ended up telling us that on the Monday after Nancy Pfister returned,
I went there in the morning.
He went up to the house and basically figured, hey, last chance, I'm going to try and reason with this woman.
There was a note on the door that said, "Do not disturb. Nancy's sleeping."
Nancy? He just walked in, because if he had knocked on the door, she wouldn't have heard it on the upstairs. The house was just too big for that.
And again, I called out.
Nancy!
Got no reply. Went up the stairs. I called out her name again.
Nancy?
And she didn't reply. I didn't realize at the time that she had earplugs in.
And there she was, vulnerable, helpless, and the threat could be removed immediately. I could rid myself of this problem once and for all by killing her.
He basically just decides he's going to take care of the problem and gets a hammer from inside the house.
I went, got the hammer, came back, and struck her in the head with the hammer.
It was unlikely that she would regain consciousness at all, but to ensure that, I hit her again in the front of the head. Then I step back and what the hell have I done? What do I do now?
Having committed the murder, Dr. Styler now covers it up.
He places Nancy Pfister's body in a fetal position, uses an extension cord to wrap the body up tight because he needed to make the body small.
I took a plastic bag and pulled it down over her head and used the drawstring ties to tie it snugly around her neck. I did want to try to contain the blood.
Dr. Styler then covers the body in layers of plastic bags and sheets.
Grab the sheet, pull her a foot or so, reposition myself, pull her another foot. I was able to do that. So I did pull her into the closet. I closed the door, locked it, took the key, and I presume put it in my pocket. I want you to know that I acted alone. Neither my wife nor Kathy Carpenter had anything to do with the death of Nancy Pfister.
After his confession, we did file to dismiss his wife's case with prejudice. That means we could not refile it.
All charges against Kathy Carpenter are also dropped.
Kathy Carpenter had never conspired with the Stylers to murder Nancy Pfister.
On June 20th, 2014, William Styler is given a 20-year prison sentence for second-degree murder.
His sentence is basically a life sentence. He is not getting out of jail.
On August 6th, 2015, a year after going to prison, he hangs himself in his cell. He was 67. The moment he brought down that hammer, he didn't just kill Nancy Pfister, he ended an era.
She epitomized, to a certain extent, what Aspen was all about.
Community lost a free spirit, a spirit that really is, for the most part, gone in our community. I really miss Nancy and her quirkiness. She was full of love. She was a caring, compassionate person, full of wanderlust and seeing the world and living life to the fullest. That's how I remember Nancy.
Everyone knows a home is more than just a house.
It was everything to him. He called it his oasis.
It can be the stage for a fresh start.
He wanted to be a good person, so he was trying everything he could to make that happen.
But if a stranger slithers into your Garden of Eden...
He was just trying to help her out when...
Got a gun.
She didn't have a lot of alternatives.
You may discover that serpents follow.
He loved younger girls. He just wanted to be young again.
She got caught up in the love triangle.
Give me my phone! Where is it?
So much happened so fast.
Oh, stop, please, get off!
There's some major, major problems there.
Sometimes, death comes knocking on your door.
And he's gone, and everything's different, and everyone's lying.
Calm down. Is someone injured?
No, I mean, I don't know.
Brian Geddes' home in Garden City, Idaho, is his private paradise.
It was just a very beautiful little place down there on the river.
The furniture inside was very nice. There were paintings and things on the walls, and that it looked like somebody that wanted it to look nice.
That's not unusual in this community, known for its immaculate houses and lush gardens.
Garden City is right outside of the capital of Idaho, Boise. It is a safe city.
Garden City is composed of some high-end residential homes along the river.
It's a good place to live.
And it's here that Brian Geddes makes a home where he can relax, play with his grandchildren, and spend quality time with his daughter, Megan.
She was the only daughter he had, and it was a very good relationship.
We would talk all the time. I mean, we would see each other too, a couple days a week at least, and on the phone and text messages, mainly on the phone though. I called him on his birthday, which was October 17th.
He was celebrating his 50th.
Hi, you've reached Brian's voicemail. Sorry I can't take your call right now. Please leave a message.
Happy birthday, Dad. Listen, I'm taking you for dinner tonight, so give me a call back and just tell me when and where. All right, bye.
No answer, didn't think anything of it. And so I just kind of let it go. You know, it was just, well, whatever, he'll call me back.
But as the hours pass with no word from Brian, Megan grows anxious.
And then it was the next day, you know, I tried calling him again, nothing, you know, and that happened for a couple days.
Her concern isn't unfounded. Brian has a history of living on the edge.
Anything that had to do with boat or jet skis or motorcycles with an engine, he loved.
But for Brian, his greatest risk was opening up his own business, dealing used cars.
He was actually working for someone else and things didn't work out and thought, I can do this and on my own, and he did, and it just blew up.
I remember him telling me, I will never work for somebody else. He started out on a $600 unemployment check, started just buying and selling cars.
He was good at what he did, and he bought and sold and traded and worked his way into business.
Small car dealers don't really do very well for that long. It's usually just a couple years, but he just skyrocketed.
Soon, his used car lot is a multi-million-dollar company. But as Brian's business flourishes, his marriage falls to pieces.
Yes, hi.
When him and my mom were together, he was working all the time.
Things got destructive, and maybe they didn't mean to do it to each other, but it happened.
I am doing everything I can to get home ASAP. Stop harassing me.
After a flurry of blowouts, his wife has had enough. She soon files for divorce, and Brian moves out.
He stayed in the motorhome on the side of the car lot.
He just couldn't let go. It was really, really hard for him.
You girls like to go fast?
Middle-aged and lonely, Brian throws himself into the life of a much younger man.
I got fast cars, I got
complete with heavy partying and lots of women.
He was single, so he was going on multiple dates.
He loved younger girls. He just wanted to be young again, and so he was trying to hang out with younger people.
My buddy's here. I'll be right back.
Brian develops new problems to compound the old.
He was getting drunk and acting crazy, and it got him in trouble.
He had done drugs. I'd known that.
A year and a half after the divorce, Brian is crashing in the fast lane.
Things went to hell.
Making matters worse, Brian's work literally goes up in flames.
There was a fire and the business went under due to that.
He was very heartbroken.
When his son Mitch is arrested soon after,
seriously, Dad?
He hits rock bottom.
My brother had stolen a check to write my mom a check, and so my dad had pressed charges. It was like this big ordeal that ended up getting them a no-contact order.
Having lost both his business and his family, Brian realizes it's time for a change.
He'd look for advice on what to do, and I told him you could change yourself and find yourself again and get your life back. And he was really trying to do that.
He actually had started investing in properties and started renting them out.
For 6 months, Brian seems to be back on solid ground. That's why it's so surprising to his daughter that he doesn't respond for days after his 50th birthday.
I got a text message back from his phone saying that he was in Jackpot, Nevada. It was just, why would you be in Jackpot? Why would you be gambling? You don't do that. You never do that. My husband was just like, he's just turned 50, you know, like maybe he really did. Maybe he went out and, you know, splurged.
As the days continue to pass without a phone call, Megan's worry turns to suspicion.
Hi, you've reached Brian's voicemail. Again. Sorry I can't take your call right now. Please leave a message.
Dad, call me. We need to talk. Bye.
Would call me punky and things like that. And through the text messages, I was getting honey and sweetheart and things. Okay, maybe he's really having fun. Maybe he took some lady up there, you know, but I don't know why he won't answer my calls or call me back.
Finally, Megan gets a call, but not the one she's expecting.
My brother called me on November 2nd telling me that there are some teenagers in our dad's house. I met my brother down the street first, and then we drove down together.
As soon as they set foot inside, Megan and Mitch know something's wrong.
I freaked out at that moment.
What happened to our photo?
No idea.
I thought maybe he's doing drugs and he's hiding it from me. Maybe he just got involved with the wrong people.
What's going on with Dad? I can't go through this with him again, Mitch. I can't.
But the truth is darker than Megan can even imagine.
She said Brian did drugs and that he had a drug dealer.
If you keep chasing the young, you'll never get there.
Brian Guetta's decision to gamble away his 50th birthday is a shock to his daughter. After a year and a half of living in freefall, he had recently vowed to turn over a new leaf. It starts with the purchase of a new home. The minute Brian steps into his bungalow on the Boise riverbank, it's love at first sight.
He called it his oasis, so he loved that house, and that house was everything.
This home for Brian was a new beginning after everything he went through. This was a great thing for him to get started.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, you?
Good. I didn't know you were going to be here.
I thought I'd come and help out.
The house was the first thing since the divorce that was just his and that he had done for himself. When I first walked in, I mean, everything he had was gorgeous. He was a clean freak, very meticulous about how everything was just perfect and always smelled good, always looked really good, so I was pretty surprised.
Everything had to be perfect and polished. Every car was waxed, and the boat was always waxed and polished, and the house was immaculate, and the garden and everything was in perfect order all the time.
It's also a chance to mend fences.
He was asking family to come over.
I want you to know how sorry I am. I haven't spent as much time with you as I should over the past couple of years, Punky.
That's all right. I know you've been having a tough time.
Yeah, well, I just want you to know I've been dealing with my issues. How's that?
He wanted to be a good person, so he was trying everything he could to make that happen.
I've taken up hiking.
Really?
Yep. Your old man's got some life in him yet.
Well, that's great, Dad. I'm really proud of you.
He really liked anything that had to do with outdoors.
It's on one of those hikes that Brian comes across a beautiful 21-year-old. Jordan Shaver.
Hi. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Are you okay?
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize anybody could see me.
Brian and Jordan met on what's known as the Boise Greenbelt. It's a 20-mile trail that extends along the Boise River.
I'm okay. I'm just lonely, I guess. That sounds so stupid.
No, to me it doesn't. I'm Brian, by the way.
Jordan.
Nice to meet you, Jordan.
Brian told her that he knew how it felt to be lonely.
He saw that she was distressed and gave her his phone number and told her to call him if she needed.
I actually don't live that far from here, and
You can come over anytime you like, if you want.
You're so lovely. Thank you.
Oh.
Thanks.
Okay. See you later.
Bye.
Brian doesn't give Jordan another thought until the following week.
Oh my God, Jordan? What happened?
I didn't know where else to go.
Jordan got into a domestic altercation with her boyfriend.
It's okay, it's okay.
Brian was there trying to comfort her and just giving her some support.
Let's go inside out here.
No, it's okay. I don't want to be any trouble.
It's no trouble. Here, let's get you inside. End of story, all right?
Brian called the police to his residence to help Jordan.
He was a good person.
To keep her safe, Brian invites Jordan to spend the night.
So where are you headed?
Home, I guess.
You can't stay there.
I mean, I sort of have nowhere else to go, other than my mom's house, which is worse.
Well, I'm not letting you go back there to get hit again.
It was a father trying to help, a younger child, like a daughter.
I've sort of been hit and hurt for as long as I can remember.
She had a pretty rough childhood, and she was trying to overcome some of that.
She'd been sexually abused as a child as well.
Jordan, I'm so sorry that this has happened to you.
Whatever.
Stay here with me.
What?
Yeah, you'll be safe, and I'll help you get back on track.
Oh, no. That's way too much. I can stay with friends, but maybe if I could just leave some of my stuff here, just while I get sorted out.
Whatever.
You're my hero.
He was just trying to help her out when basically she didn't have a lot of alternatives.
It's a perfect pairing. Jordan has the safety she longs for, and Brian has the companionship he craves.
I think he was lonely and wanted somebody to talk to. Nobody needed him anymore, like his children were grown, didn't need him to take care of them. He didn't have a wife anymore. It was kind of something to do, somebody to help, but at the same time, I think he was lonely and wanted somebody to talk to, and I think any, late 40s, old man sees a pretty girl, he's going to want to talk to her.
He took pride in pulling her under his wings and giving her advice.
What?
Brian and Jordan fall into a comfortable routine.
Okay, pick up 4 cards.
But it's sometimes disrupted.
Oh, I gotta go. I'll be back Monday, probably.
All right.
She was living there, and then she would couch surf place to place with friends.
Desperate to keep up with his youthful companion, Brian falls back into his old ways, and Jordan soon discovers what they are.
She said Brian did drugs, and that he had a drug dealer.
Brian's thirst for youth comes at a cost.
Was trying really hard to wash it with God, and on the other side, he was playing with the devil.
And the pair soon learns that the devil's best trick is making you believe he's not real.
There's some major problems there.
She got caught up in, I believe, a love triangle.
I hollered at him, said, "What are you doing?"
I didn't know where else to go.
After fleeing an abusive relationship, Jordan Shaver has turned to Brian Geddes for help. But she soon realizes he's got demons of his own. Good thing Jordan loves the high life just as much as he does.
Hey.
You found it.
I did.
It's not long before they have even more in common.
Whoa, try that.
strong.
A little bit. Her relationship with Brian was just a friendship in the beginning. Did get to the point where it would just be kissing, holding hands, and type of flirting behavior amongst Brian and her.
Young, good-looking girl. And I guess he thinks he was gonna get some.
But that's not what Jordan thinks, even as she settles in more deeply.
I just got the most amazing house down by the river, and it has a pool and a hot tub.
Jordan wanted her friends to perceive her as a well-to-do person, doing well in life, living in a nice area.
Yeah, I own it. You guys can come over all the time.
It's just that youthful thing that you want to build yourself up, much like people build themselves up on resumes.
I have a lot of like family over right now and renovations, but I want to invite you guys over as soon as I can.
Jordan wouldn't let people know about Brian. The reason she did that was obviously so she wasn't judged that she was staying with an older gentleman.
Jordan may not talk about Brian, but she certainly talks to him about almost everything.
Whoa, you got a gun.
Yeah. I've been getting all these weird calls. Like what if it's my ex-boyfriend, you know? What if he found me again?
If it makes you feel better, then I think you should have it.
I think Brian was a safe place for her and was a place for her to vent her frustrations and her fears.
I love how much you support me.
Well, I just want you to know that I'm never going to let anyone hurt you again.
Brian was an outgoing person that very easy to get along with, liked to listen, liked to help people.
He also likes Jordan, but her heart is not 100% with him. It's stuck in the past with a boy named Burke Grange.
They were in school together and she had a crush on him and he didn't seem to reciprocate.
She really wanted to impress him, you know, because he came from something more wealthy and she came from nothing. Jordan thought that she wasn't good enough, you know, because of her background.
But living with Brian could help change that.
She felt that by having Brian's money, his cars, his motorcycle, his home, that somehow that would elevate her status and make her appear that she was worthy for his love.
Jordan's self-esteem was very, very, very low. And I believe Jordan wanted people to like her for what she had, more than for what she was.
Jordan has big plans. One she hopes Burke will be a part of. They text each other all the time. As Jordan's attachment to Burke grows, she works hard to keep both him and Brian in the dark.
Cheers.
Jordan would tell Burke about a residence she was living at. Burke was an outgoing type of individual. He wanted to hang out there. She really restricted him from coming to the residence, but would talk about it, how nice it was.
I'm gonna get another beer. Do you want one?
Yes.
She got caught up in, I believe, a love triangle.
Is Brian around? I have a problem with my water.
As Brian's 50th birthday approaches, Jordan becomes a permanent fixture in the house. She helps with his tenants while he's away.
No, I'm sorry. He just left town to celebrate his birthday. But he left me the number for his repair guys. I can call someone for you if you want.
She introduced herself and told her that she was house sitting for Brian.
I don't think we've actually met. I'm Jordan, by the way.
Are you his daughter?
No, I'm just taking care of his properties while he's away.
With Brian out of the house, Jordan gets to work redecorating. She starts by getting rid of Brian's old bedding.
Jordan talks about putting them in trash bags.
Then the shopping begins.
She buys bathroom mats, the toilet mat, the toilet cover.
The final touches, new pillows and candles. With all traces of Brian tucked away, Jordan's finally ready to invite Burke over to her home. But Burke is less interested in the decor than the possibilities. Within a couple of days, he's made himself the man of the house.
She praised him as being the love of her life, the person she wanted to be with.
A few days later, Burke and Jordan host a Halloween bash for their closest friends.
They drank, handed out candy that night, and smoked marijuana.
The party rolls on, and 2 days later, friends are still hanging out by the pool.
She was using the home as kind of party central, as a location for her and her friends to have parties at.
There's unlimited beer. There was unlimited partying. There's a jacuzzi, unlimited food, unlimited marijuana.
But not everyone's in the party spirit.
Megan was concerned because she kept texting her father, kept calling her dad, hasn't heard from him in 2 to 3 weeks, which is unheard of.
I just kind of kept blowing it off for a while until November 2nd, when finally I was just like, something is up. Because my brother ended up calling me saying that there was people in the house. And that's when I was like, something's going on.
Megan and her brother Mitch go straight to their dad's house.
I just like barged through that door and saw Jordan.
You, where's my dad? Who are you? Who's your dad?
Brian Geddes?
She, like, completely changed. And that's when we were just like, what the heck? Where is he? And she could not tell us anything. She was so scared at that moment. I noticed, too, that she had his phone, and that's where we kind of started arguing.
Why do you have my dad's phone?
It's mine.
Like hell it is.
Hey! Hey, give me my phone!
So much happened so fast.
What the hell is going on in here? What is all this?
I started just ripping off the blankets and everything off the bed, asking,
Where's my dad's stuff? Give me my phone! Where is it? Alone! Hey! Get back
a
here!
lot of yelling and fighting and screaming.
Where's my dad?
Oh, stop, please, get off!
Where's my dad?
Calm down! I am house sitting for Brian while he's away in Jackpot. I swear!
Jordan is out of options.
You got 10 seconds, get him on the phone!
I can't, I don't know the number.
Pretty much told her, if you can't get my dad on the phone right now, I'm gonna call the cops.
Then I'm calling the police. Mitch, give me my cell! Hey!
Jordan ended up bolting and basically ran off.
I'm at my dad's house and he's gone and everything's different and everyone's lying. And...
With Jordan gone, Megan's left bruised, frantic, and full of questions.
Why does my dad's house look like this? Where's my dad at? Where is he?
And the answers are far stranger than she could ever imagine.
And I remember being like,
Who is this?
oh my gosh, my dad's calling me.
It just wasn't adding up at that time.
I was very confused. I was lost.
After finding her father's home in shambles and her dad missing, a fight between Megan Goh and Jordan Shaver at his home leaves her panicked.
I'm at my dad's house and he's gone and everything's different and...
Desperate and bewildered, Megan calls 911.
Well, I don't know.
We received a call from Brian's daughter. She was just kind of concerned, just trying to find her father.
Megan's brother Mitch shares that concern, but knows he has to get off the property for his own protection.
They're on their way.
Keep me posted.
As soon as I had to call the police, though, my brother left. At the time, I think him and my dad had a no contact order, I believe. So he was also scared to even be there.
When police arrive, Megan insists they search the house for Brian.
We got here and this girl was in the backyard having a party like she owned the place.
She wanted a welfare check on him in his home. Welfare checks are pretty common. A lot of time people can't reach a family member, so they ask us to go by the house. So this is a pretty routine call.
There's the usual party aftermath, but nothing noteworthy.
We found some marijuana.
Even with no evidence of foul play, police take Megan's story seriously.
Things weren't adding up, and we just didn't know what was going on yet, but we thought that there was something wrong.
As a welfare check only allows them to do a walkthrough, they request a warrant to fully search the house. As Megan waits for news, she receives a surprising phone call.
And I remember being like, oh my gosh, my dad's calling me.
Who is this?
And I said, well, this is your dad. You need to tell those people to leave and tell the cops to leave. Jordan's fine. She can be here, but they need to leave because I have drugs in the house. It was some young guy. It was not my dad.
Okay, Dad. First off, when's your birthday?
And he said, like 9/16/62. And I was like, you're a month and a day off there, And then I said, well, when's mine? And then that's when they hung up because they couldn't answer.
The police order a trace on Brian's cell, last seen in Jordan's hands.
We decided to ping Brian's cell phone. And what that does is try to get a location of that cell phone.
Investigators traced the phone and Jordan to a local parking lot.
They ended up finding her like less than 2 miles away in a Walmart parking lot.
Hey, look, I don't have anything to do with this, all right? I just offered to help her out.
She's with the man who just called Megan.
I need to talk to Detective Madden.
Right before police came to the Bryant residence, Jordan went out on the greenbelt.
Hey, are you okay?
She was hiding in the bushes. A male came walking by, asked her if everything was all right. Jordan then asked to be driven to the Walmart. The gentleman complied.
Look, she just told me it was a prank call, right? I didn't do anything.
Both Jordan and her friend are taken down to the station. As the pair is being processed, Detective Mark Madden is struck by the name Jordan Shaver.
I had a good professional relationship with Jordan. I knew Jordan Schaefer. A lot of the patrol officers knew who Jordan Schaefer was due to past investigations where she was a victim to sexual assaults.
But Jordan is more than just the victim Brian took her for. 5 weeks earlier, she was caught shoplifting and she failed to appear at her court date.
Jordan did have an active warrant for her arrest. Meet with Jordan in an interview room. She immediately recognizes me before I can get a word out. She's talking about how she's doing better in life. She's trying to do better things, and that she was trying to get money for her warrant so she could get bonded out.
It's awesome. I have a good job and a boyfriend, and it's great.
We'll talk about that later. Right now, there's more urgent matters at hand. We need to talk about Brian Geddes.
Yeah, whatever you want. I'll stay here all night.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
My goal in the beginning was to just get the backstory.
Why didn't you call Brian when Megan asked you to?
He would have been mad at me. Brian trusted me with almost everything, and I didn't want to disappoint him. And he didn't want anybody to know where he was going. He went to Jackpot.
Brian advised Jordan that nobody was to know where he was at. She was devoted to Brian and determined to not let the kids know where he was at because that was his wishes.
He wanted to get away? He's 50. Like, doesn't he have the right to do that? Maybe he went because he didn't want his family to know that he went there to gamble and drink and party.
He is an adult. He feels that he wants to go away to Jackpot or out of the country. Yeah, he has every right to do so, and to not let people know, he has that choice as well.
We need to talk to him, Jordan, just to confirm he's all right.
Do you promise that you won't tell him that I gave you the number?
I promise.
Jordan would tell me it was a pay-to-go phone that Brian was using. She didn't have the phone number memorized yet.
But maybe if I could dial it?
I provided Jordan a piece of paper that had the keypad of a phone. She said she could memorize the phone number by just movement of her hand.
Give it a try.
We tried that several times. She gave us probably 4 to 5 phone numbers that she thinks were the numbers that belonged to Brian.
None of the numbers work.
Jordan would give me 7 different stories. I would open those stories, I'd look into those stories, and they'd come to dead ends.
As officers contact hospitals in Jackpot, Jordan makes an odd request.
Can I hold your hand? It would help me remember more.
And I provide my hand.
After hours of interviews, Jordan says she wants to tell Madden the truth about Brian's disappearance.
I kept knowing that there was more to the story. I'd ask her, well, what do you think happened to him?
Something bad. Like with a drug dealer?
Jordan explains to Madden that Brian didn't only leave town to celebrate his birthday.
Wait, Jordan. I've got to leave town for a couple of days.
What are you talking about?
I had a little bit of a run-in with a sketchy character, a dealer, and it's just not good. And I think it's safer if I just lay low for a little.
She said Brian then asked her to stay at her residence and babysit the house while he was gone out of town. Brian asked her to do this because he didn't want the drug dealer coming into his house and stealing things.
I mean, there's money under the mat. Get whatever you need, and I'll call you as soon as I can.
Okay, I'll take care of everything while you're gone. Be safe.
All right. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
But Jordan says things took a violent turn.
What happened to Brian, Jordan?
I don't know. But I think,
Oh, lucky girl. You want to stay lucky? You better do what I tell you.
Jordan doesn't recognize the drug dealer because his face is covered. The drug dealer asked Jordan to make things better between Brian and him by going on some drug runs, and believes that this drug dealer did something to Brian, therefore agrees to help. She said the drug dealer then leaves the gun behind with Jordan. She's feared for her life and believes that this drug dealer did something to Brian. She recognizes the gun. She's able to provide me a name of possibly who Brian's drug dealer is.
Police drag in a number of likely suspects for questioning, including Burke and Tim Steinbeck, the man Jordan says attacked her. Over 50 people are questioned, and a handful are read their rights. And then the investigation takes another sharp turn.
He was wearing Brian's jacket.
I was just, hyperventilating, screaming.
Brian Geddes is missing, and his housemate Jordan Shaver tells police a man held her at gunpoint. Tim Steinbeck, who she says was Brian's dealer. Police bring Tim in for questioning.
You have firearms? So why would I get a tip that your 9mm handgun was in Brian Geddes' house?
I didn't do anything to the guy, if that's what you're thinking.
Well, I heard you had a gun.
Okay, I lied. I'm sorry. I had a 9mm, but it was stolen from my house party a couple of weeks ago.
Did you report this theft? Can anyone back up that your gun was stolen?
Yes, my parents. They're outside right now.
After confirming that the gun was stolen 2 weeks before, police realize that nothing, Jordan says, is what it seems. So why is she lying?
Maybe she was trying to protect somebody, this and that. I don't know.
Photos posted on social media suggest her boyfriend Burke could be the somebody Jordan's trying to protect.
There's pictures of him wearing my dad's clothes.
He was wearing Brian's jacket.
It's really weird.
Why are you showing me this?
Well, do you know him?
Of course I know him. It's Burke. But what does he have to do with Brian's disappearance?
You tell me.
That's enough to bring Burke in. Hoping one of the lovers crack.
Let's go over this again.
Police walk him past Jordan's interview room.
Yeah.
Just the sight of him is enough to make her break down.
The door opened while I was talking to Jordan. Burke appeared, and Jordan began to cry, telling Burke that she loved him and that she was scared.
It's all right.
Jordan tells Detective Madden she has more to say.
She's upset, she's crying, but at the same time, she's not hesitating in what she's telling me.
But it's got nothing to do with Burke.
Brian never went to Jackpot. He was sitting on the bed.
Jordan talks about how she was in Brian's residence in his bed, giving him a back massage.
He was cleaning the gun. He handed it to me.
Well, we shouldn't have any problem with that. She said the gun goes off accidentally and hits Brian right in the back of the head.
Oh my God, oh my God.
She left the residence, taking the gun, going out to the river, and puts the gun to her head and contemplates committing suicide. Before pulling the trigger, she remembers her father telling her that if you commit suicide, God will make you rewatch it. She said she couldn't do that. She puts the gun down.
Jordan's confession is enough to clear Burke and her alleged attacker, Tim, but she still has more to say about what she did with Brian's body.
Jordan is able to roll Brian up in the comforter with the sheets, places a tarp down on the floor by the bed, and is able to pull Brian down onto that tarp. Jordan says she waits till about 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, where then she drags Brian in the tarp through the bedroom, into the kitchen, down the hallway, and out the back. Once out the back, Jordan says, there's a patio there. Jordan says that she drags Brian down the flight of stairs and placed him under the residence. But an officer went out to the residence and was able to, with a flashlight, see Brian under the residence wrapped up in the comforter.
Megan finally gets answers, but not the ones she'd hoped for.
Around like 3-something in the morning, the detectives came to tell me that they had found him deceased. You know, my mind at the time was going, well, what's going on? You know, can you tell me? And still, at that time, was not thinking they were going to tell me that. I just remember...
Who did this? Who did this? Dad!
Screaming, you know, and like falling, and then that was it.
After the body is found, police realize that Jordan may not be telling the whole truth.
When the Ada County coroner did his autopsy on Brian's body, his conclusion was that he died of a gunshot to the back of his head. There was no way that it was an accident.
I wanted to believe Jordan, but in the end, she was not telling anybody the truth.
With the autopsy results and the evidence gathered from the house, police pieced together a different version of events. Jordan first stole the gun from Tim at a house party. The same gun she used to purposely kill Brian.
Brian had been shot in the back of the head while he and Jordan were in the master bedroom.
Later, Jordan hides the body and puts the bloody sheets and pillows in the trash.
And then within hours, she's calling her friends, telling them to come over and party with her.
And party they did.
Burke did have an intimate relationship with Jordan in the same bed that Brian was killed in. Burke didn't have a clue of what was going on. He was very surprised and very disgusted.
As Megan suspected, Jordan was using Brian's phone to maintain her lies.
Using his phone, texting his family, she was pretty much pretending to be him.
Jordan also cons Brian's tenants.
I just wanted to drop off November's rent, as I'll be out of town myself.
I'll make sure he gets it right away.
Thank you, dear.
Brian had several rentals. Jordan started collecting the rent payments from his tenants.
With Jordan herself admitting that she shot Brian, she's arrested and placed behind bars.
Jordan was charged with first-degree murder, which in Idaho could carry a death penalty sentence.
Has zero conscience. No, nothing inside telling her, no, I shouldn't do this. That's what's beyond me. How can someone so young become so evil that fast? And to be able to have no conscience, to be able to just kill someone, take their life, and not have a second thought about it, just dispose of it. Everything's gonna be fine. This looks like a good place. We'll just move in here. Yeah, and start telling stories.
Anybody that can cover up a blood-stained mattress with just a sheet and sleep on it, that is not a normal person. There is some major, major problems there.
Having Brian in her life made her feel good. Having Burke in her life made her feel even better. So the choice was Burke or Brian, and I think she chose Burke. And the only way to have Burke was to eliminate Brian.
Where did you really think it was gonna get you? She ruined her entire life.
Despite her sins, Jordan dodges the ultimate punishment.
She and the prosecutors ended up working out a deal where she would plead guilty to second-degree murder, which could still carry a life sentence, but it doesn't carry a death penalty sentence.
Given 20 years to life, Jordan will spend the rest of her youth behind bars. Fitting, given it was that very youth that lured Brian to his death.
You're not supposed to admire the young. You're supposed to admire and follow being old, because that's where you're going. And if you keep chasing the young, you'll never get there.
Yet no life lesson is a substitute for a good friend or a father.
I'll go sit at his grave and just cry and cry and cry. You have to go there and talk to him. It's the only place I have to go to see him, really. It's been almost 3 years, and the first thing I think to do is I'll still grab my phone to go and call him. I still have his phone number memorized, and I'll go to call him and just be like, oh, never mind. It's still so fresh. I'm not over it. It still affects you. It'll affect me forever, though. It'll be like this forever, I'm sure.
Jake Linton finds new digs and new friends to heal old wounds.
Still working on that pipe?
I think he was doing some couch surfing, and then, what do you know, his dear friend from the bar says,
I got an extra room.
Sometimes a stranger's smile can lift your spirits, and more.
Kiss me.
she was getting a lot of bang for her buck in the proverbial sense. That was the tipping point where things started to go bad.
Make yourself at home.
Thanks. There were so many people, from under my understanding, in and out of the house.
The hell, man? Don't push me, man!
It was just like conflict all the time.
Conflicts that lead to a brutal ending.
It seemed unlikely that this was a random act of violence.
When death comes knocking, no one is safe. Shoreline, Washington is generally a peaceful place.
It's a suburb of Seattle, right outside of Seattle in the North End.
It was determined to be one of the best neighborhoods to live in the Seattle area. So not a lot of crime, not a lot of homelessness, not a lot of noise in the middle of the night.
Until sirens break the silence of a serene Sunday evening.
911, what are you reporting? Oh my God, there's someone just broke in my house, and it's the guy that's downstairs. Can you please come? He's bleeding out or he's dead.
It's a woman who's frantic on the telephone reporting that someone was in her home, had assaulted her roommate.
I don't know, there's blood everywhere. Please help me.
And ran out the door.
Please just send someone, please.
And so fire and medics and police and everyone starts responding.
My roommate is in the basement.
There they find 36-year-old homeowner Jenny Martinez.
She was emotional. She was crying, verging on hysterical, very, very emotional.
I don't know what happened.
She said she had no idea what happened. She was asleep. She didn't see anyone in the home. She saw a door open and didn't see the person.
She instructed him to go to the basement. They saw the victim lying on the couch, covered in blood. Wrapped in a blanket on the sofa, he was bleeding profusely from his head.
Apparently not breathing, blunt force trauma to the head, blood everywhere.
Jenny's roommate is rushed to a Seattle hospital on the brink of death.
He was not breathing. There was obvious huge issues with his head. Swelling had already started.
As the man's life hangs in the balance, the hunt for his attacker begins.
At that point in time, they still didn't know the identity of the assailant.
Police begin their investigation, determined to find out who could commit such a brutal act. 3 people lived in that house, including Stephen Pollock, Jenny Martinez, and Jacob Linton. Which begs the question, was it really an intruder, or was this an inside job? Back in the spring of 2008, 29-year-old Jacob Linton wasn't even living in the Shoreline house.
Yeah, baby.
He's just getting settled in Seattle with his fiancée, Melinda Harris. After a lifetime of bouncing back and forth between Texas, where his father lives,
It's good to be back,
and the Pacific Northwest, where his mother lives,
Want to join me for a run?
Jake is ready to grow up and settle down.
I don't know, I kind of missed you. I had something else in mind, you know?
Really?
Yeah, really.
Melinda and Jake were together for 7 years, and they had a lot of ups and downs, so they decided to move to Seattle. They started going to gyms, working out, they were running, they were just healthy.
What time is it? Oh, shoot, I'm late for work. That's my brother.
Jake works in construction with 2 of his brothers.
I'll call you later, babe.
And despite a tough economy, is doing okay.
My brother was a framer. I worshipped him. If I needed help, he would always come and help me, or if he needed help, I could go help him. He was a lovable, outgoing person.
I hope you brought something grubby. I raided your closet. This is the nicest shirt I could find.
Everybody liked him. He was just a good-to-go person.
Jake is good-looking and charismatic.
Jake was very particular about his appearance. Everything was ironed. I've seen him iron a hoodie. He liked his jewelry.
He's a very nice looking man, young man, very conceited.
His charm makes it easy for him to make new friends.
Boo! What's going on, man? Guess we'll be working together. I'm Jake.
Hey, Steve.
Nice to meet you, bro.
Hey.
That's my brother, Scotty.
Including Steve Pollock, a 21-year-old California native he meets on a job site.
He was doing the same thing my brother was doing. He was framing houses and stuff, framing sheetrock, a little bit of everything.
Still working on that pipe?
Just finished.
Looking good. Hey, we're gonna go grab a beer. You wanna come?
Sure, yeah.
Steve is rooming with some college students while he tries to launch his career in construction.
I thought he was a really cool guy. I was like, this guy seems like somebody I could get along with, hang out with all the time. In a way, they were both the same person, but just two different bodies.
Jake and Steve become fast friends.
They both liked the same stuff and did the same stuff.
Including drinking at the local bar without Jake's longtime girlfriend, Melinda.
Come on, man.
They talked constantly, always talking crap to each other, and like all guys do. Just joking around, messing around, horsing around, I guess you'd put it. I'm gonna kick your butt. Oh, no, you're not. I'm gonna kick your butt. And they just keep going for hours.
See what you got, little buddy.
My understanding was that Stephen looked up to Jacob quite a bit.
What's going on, Mel?
Wanted nothing more than to spend time with Jacob and revered him on some level.
It's my girlfriend. She's really pissed.
They joked around, they laughed, they played.
Yeah, I'll see you soon. Already whooping your butt, little man.
Jake was a leader, not a follower.
Okay, well, we'll see. I'll just get us some more drinks.
No, I got you, man.
He always was smiling and joking and making other people laugh and just good-hearted.
They were best friends. I know that Jacob had taken him under his wing.
And at the local bar, their circle of friends grows ever larger.
I know they were pretty much considered regulars. It's kind of like a Cheers type bar, and they were the Norm and Cliff of that bar.
Yo, what's up?
That's where they meet Jenny Martinez.
You feeling, little lady?
Great, how are you?
She would hang out there, and they met there.
Jenny is an attractive 30-something.
Fancy a game of pool, guys?
Three's the crowd, Jenny.
With an equally cute younger sister.
I meant doubles. My sister Amber.
What's up, Amber? I'm Jake.
Steve.
She's on my team.
Maybe we should mix it up. Why don't I be with Amber?
I'll break.
All right.
Amber meets Stephen through Jenny, and they ultimately began dating.
Meanwhile, Steve and Jake have grown so close that Jake's mom, Julie, often invites him over.
She really said that, though? I can't make that stuff up, man.
Nice young man. Nice young-looking man.
Hey, Jake, where's Melinda?
I don't know, Ma. She should be here by now.
We all like to play cards. We played poker a lot, and he would sit down and play.
I considered him kind of like a brother in a way.
That's probably her. Could you get it?
Everybody seemed to get along with him fine.
Everyone, that is, except for Melinda.
Oh, I didn't know Steve would be here.
Hey, Melinda.
And that's when things start to get complicated.
Melinda had said that she actually hated Stephen Pollock.
Do whatever you want. I'm going home.
She kept him under control until Stephen came along, and I don't know what happened.
Come on, man.
30-year-old Jake Linton's fallen in with a new crowd.
Already whooping your butt, little man.
Steve Pollock and Jenny Martinez. But his fiancée, Melinda, doesn't like it.
Oh, I didn't know Steve would be here.
Hey, Melinda.
You could see that she was getting more agitated. She just like gave him like a dirty look, like, ugh, why?
Oh, 1 second. Hey, guys.
Jake would always want to go do something and she wouldn't.
You guys want to stick around for a nightcap?
When Jake became friends with Stephen, there was a lot more partying going on. Melinda felt very left out, I think. Was used to having Jake to herself, and for some reason, Jake took to Stephen more.
Night is young. Come on, baby, just one drink.
You know what? Do whatever you want. I'm going home.
I could see it quite a few times that she was irritated.
Still love you, baby.
Like, oh, come on, Jake, let's just go do our thing. And he'd be like, no, I'm gonna go do this with Steven, and I'll come back and we'll do something. And then it'd be like 4 or 5 hours later, and she would get really mad, PO'd.
You still up, baby?
I think that Melinda believed that Steve was a bad influence on Jake.
She was totally not supportive of the lifestyle changes he was making, of him going to the bars, of him drinking and being out at all hours.
Finally, enough's enough.
Why you gotta be like that?
Jake, you're always with Steve. I really hate that guy.
He's my friend. We have fun together. What's the problem?
It was a bombshell. She just dumped him.
I'm done. Tomorrow you're leaving.
After 7 years together, Melinda breaks off their engagement, at least until Jake turns his life around.
I knew she broke up with him because she wanted him to quit drinking, and he wouldn't. He, I guess, basically wasn't ready.
Melinda wanted a life change. I think she felt like she just wasn't getting it, especially with Steven in the picture. He was pretty devastated because, I mean, he wanted to have kids with her and get married to her. And, I mean, she loved my family loved her. And so he was pretty devastated when it happened.
Broken-hearted, Jake couch surfs with friends.
Jack, straight up.
Where are you going?
You know.
No way. It happened.
Yeah.
You got kicked out.
Something like that.
I'm sorry.
It's all good.
No, I got it. Put on my tab, please.
Until Jenny offers a much more comfortable landing pad.
I got an extra room.
You for real?
I think he was looking for something slightly more permanent, and then, what do you know, his dear friend from the bar says, it just so happens I might have room for you.
And next thing I know, he moves in with Jenny.
Jenny's a single mom with a teenage daughter named Samantha and a school-age son, Kyle. But there's plenty of room.
The 16-year-old did a lot of what she wanted and stayed at her boyfriend's house a lot. And I believe that the 8-year-old spent a lot of time with his dad. It was average home in need of repair.
This is it. What do you think?
It's perfect.
She had decent furniture, but the house itself was...
You can put stuff there, there.
...in need of an update.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
I think she saw an opportunity.
I really like your place.
She was smart enough to realize that he had some skills and might be able to help her around her home.
Just needs a lot of fixing up, you know? Like that.
They strike a deal.
I could help you with that.
Jake can live there rent-free in exchange for his services.
You can help around the house and stuff?
I can do a lot of things.
I like that.
It works out well. As construction work slows down for winter, Jake's in a tight spot financially.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, let me help you with that.
Oh, thank you.
You got it. Man, you got a lot of stuff.
This is looking great.
Thanks for the groceries.
Oh, please, come on.
My brother tried to give her some money a couple times, but she wouldn't take it because she knew he was kind of doing bad.
I don't need charity.
Yeah, but you do need my tacos. And it's not just for you. Steve might come over, and Amber's coming over later, so don't worry about it.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Jake isn't the only one in their circle of friends who could use a boost.
I'd like to make a toast to our new roommate.
Construction slowed, and it was my understanding that Steve had a really hard time getting work and was scrapping to pay bills and make ends meet.
Thanks for letting me live here, Jenny.
My pleasure. It's a win-win. You help me, I help you.
Sounds good. It's gonna be fun, man.
She used the same program that she had used with Jacob. At that point in time, we have both Jake and Steve and Jenny and her 2 kids, and oftentimes the daughter's boyfriend staying over at the house. So it is a full house.
A full house and not enough rooms to go around.
You have your choice of beds. My kids are not home often, so let's just say you won't be spending every night on the sofa.
Cool.
Make yourself at home.
When we asked Jenny about where everybody slept, she really couldn't come up with where everybody was.
It didn't seem to be a very organized household program.
So much booze, guys.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, it's time. Definitely time.
He's done.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do, bro.
What do you want to do?
I don't know.
I know what I want to do.
Is that right?
Somewhere in this game of musical bedrooms,
Kiss me.
Jake and Jenny end up spending the night together. In the morning, they declare it a mistake.
She claimed it was a, one-time thing and they were drunk.
Ooh. This is awkward.
Awkward? What do you mean awkward?
You know what I mean.
I'm playing.
She would say that they had a one-time sexual relationship, that it was an accident.
What a night, though.
That was good, right?
Yeah, that was, yeah. You know I'm trying to fix things with David, right?
Oh, yeah, I got you. I get it.
Okay.
You got David, I got Melinda.
Right, okay.
I do think that Jenny wants to get back together with her ex-husband.
Friends.
It was my understanding that Jenny and Jake maintained a friendship after they had their one-night event.
But the dynamic in the house has changed.
Hey, guys. What's up, man? How's it going?
Good, bro. How are you? Sleep well?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, guys, I forgot to tell you, but David's coming to drop off Kyle in a few minutes. Do you mind just waiting in the basement for a little bit for me?
For real?
Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna look good if you guys are here, so won't be for too long, okay?
Sure.
Thanks.
Jenny, for some reason, she hid the fact that my brother was living there, just so there wouldn't be any problems. The only thing I can think is maybe it's a jealousy issue.
Jenny, she more than once said, oh, I don't want him to know that Jacob and Stephen are living here. I want to be back with him.
I would imagine there was either spousal support or child support involved. They never went through the courts with their breakup, and he was probably just giving her a certain amount of cash each month. And if her spouse knew that she had roommates and potentially money coming into the house, he might give her less money.
So what did you do?
Tell it.
Yeah,
We
we
did
went-
the trampoline.
Huh?
We went horseback riding.
I know, huh?
Laser
You took him?
tag.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, who's that?
It's nothing.
It might be Mom's roommate.
You're funny. Hey, you have to go get ready, because we're going somewhere really cool right now. Hey? Let's go.
David suspects Jenny is hiding something. Or someone.
Who's your roommate?
The TV's on downstairs. You know what? I think he misses a man around the house. That's what.
I would imagine that the 8-year-old son would tell him who's always in the house.
And this crowded house will soon turn lethal.
She was getting a lot of bang for her buck in the proverbial sense.
Hanging out with Jenny ultimately took him down this fatal road.
Wake up, man. You gotta clean up. Come on.
To our new roommate?
Jenny Martinez offers Jake Linton and Steve Pollock a place to live rent-free.
Cool. Make yourself at home.
In exchange for some renovation help.
Jenny was able to get both men to do far more in terms of the work that they were doing on the house than might have been equatable to the rent they would have paid.
Take it back. I got it from here.
All right.
So she was getting a lot of bang for her buck in the proverbial sense.
What's up, man?
Hey, guys.
Steve's been dating Jenny's sister, Amber, but that relationship ends abruptly.
What's wrong, dude?
Amber's pregnant. Congratulations, brother. I told you had it. It's not mine.
Amber breaks up with Steve because Amber's boyfriend is released from prison. And Amber is pregnant now with her ex-boyfriend's baby.
Oh, sad.
Jake tries to make light of the situation.
Man, I told you she had that bad boy fever, dog.
It's not funny, Jake.
Yo, you need to step up your game, choir boy.
I said that's not funny, Jake. You guys are jerk, man.
Yo, I'm just playing, Steve.
Jake was the joker.
I was playing, dog.
Jake was the fun guy. Jake was everybody's friend and buddy, and he had more fun making Steve be the brunt of the joke than really having that compassionate guy talk about, hey, buddy, things are gonna get better.
For Jake, things do get better. His ex-girlfriend Melinda, the source of his heartache, is back in the picture.
There's the most beautiful lady in the world.
I was totally shocked when I looked up and seen Jake, and then the next thing I know, I seen Melinda.
Oh, so glad to see you.
We were hugging, and I thought, oh my gosh, they're working. Maybe they're gonna get back together.
My mama. My ladies.
They stayed late that night, and I do know they stayed together that night.
But this new development with the old flame makes things a little awkward.
Jake, it's me again. Can you call me back?
After Jake slept with Jenny, it was never quite the same.
She got feelings for him quite badly. I guess because it'd be possessive with him.
You guys have a good night's sleep?
Yeah, Mom. You?
She would have to know when, where he was, what time he'd be done, when he'd have to be home, and just basically kind of little stuff like that.
Hey, where are you?
I'm busy. What do you want, Jenny?
Can you tell me when you're coming back at least?
Stop asking me that all the time. I'll get there when I get there.
He didn't like it whatsoever. He straight up was like, it doesn't matter when I'm gonna be done. I'll be home when I be home.
Jake would come to the house to see us, and he would constantly tell me, Mom, if Jenny calls, I am not here. You haven't seen me, you don't know where I'm at, I am not here. I don't even really know how she got my phone number personally, because Jake had a cell phone.
I would assume that she was probably wanting to get serious with my brother.
If Jenny sees Melinda as the competition, she's mistaken. After spending the night with him, Melinda rejects Jake for good.
I don't know what to do, Mom. I'm so messed up.
At a certain point, she was just done with him.
I know. I love you too. Bye.
He would call me, crying, very depressed, because he missed her so much.
Jenny! Steve? You guys home?
Jake turns to Jenny and Steve for comfort, but all of a sudden, they don't have time for him.
You guys all right?
Yeah.
They started spending more time together. She started talking to him more, paying more attention to him. It was almost like Jenny was playing housewife for this guy who was kind of crumbling to pieces, playing like she was his girlfriend.
Did y'all hear me upstairs?
No, man. A little busy, you know what I mean?
You want me to get you another one?
No, I'm good. Just stick around.
I don't think they were a couple, but she's doing a lot of things that you would do if you were dating someone. So Jake started getting excluded as she included Steve.
This love triangle was like the elephant in the room.
And as you can imagine, the dynamic between the three of them gets more strange as that occurs.
I truly believe that she just played both of them. So I think that she would turn it on and off for wherever she needed the alliance to shift.
The tension builds for weeks.
One night, Jenny suggested everyone get together, kids included, and go bowling.
Come on, let's go. The kids are waiting for us.
I'm straight. I'm gonna stay here and clean up.
And Jacob wanted nothing to do with it, didn't want to hang out with Steve, didn't want to do this weird pseudo-family thing she was suggesting.
Come on, don't be ridiculous.
I don't need charity like some people.
Whatever, man.
Suit yourself.
I think Jacob was kind of sulking, wanting Jenny to really beg him to come along, and she didn't. At the same time, I think he wanted to shame Steven into, I can't believe you're gonna go and let her pay for everything.
And so she went with Steve and the kids, and Jake didn't go.
It proves to be a fateful decision for everyone.
You're a pretty good shot.
Oh, thanks. You know, I'm glad Jake didn't come.
Why?
Yeah, you know, he's just using you.
You think?
Yeah, your house, your generosity. I mean, you are generous. With everything.
And you're pretty cute.
Thanks.
Come here.
Steve and Jenny were kissing at the bowling alley.
Jenny's sister, Steve's ex, Amber, shows up just then.
Steven is still in love with Amber, and they still hang out together quite a bit.
I don't think he had the foresight to see the dynamic was going to become more and more of a problem. There was jealousy, there was a love triangle, there was weirdness, there was tension in the household. None of it really makes a lot of logical sense to me.
Tensions are still high when the gang gets home that night.
Jacob stays home and is supposedly gonna clean up, but Jacob stays home and drinks.
Jenny is expecting to come home to a clean house. Instead, she finds broken glass, blood, and vomit.
Oh, are you kidding me? Jake!
Jacob had broken a wine glass and
he's wasted.
had cut himself.
Wake him up.
Dude, wake up, man. Dude, wake up!
What the hell, man?
Wake up, man. You gotta clean up. Come on.
Watch the glass.
I did hear that him and Steve got into an argument.
Dude, wake up. Come on.
Touch me, bro!
Whoa, 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 whoa.
In the course of the fight, it turned into actual physical kind of altercation, and tempers really flared up, and yelling occurred, and voices were raised.
The hell, man?
Don't push me, man.
Okay, that's enough.
I'm out of here.
You think you're the man of the house?
Steve! What did you do?
To the point that finally Steve says, I'm leaving the house, I'm out of here, I'm moving my stuff, and I'm leaving the state.
And the next morning, Jake has had enough too.
We didn't talk on the phone a lot, and he called me in Dallas and talked about moving to Texas. He seemed like he was ready to start something new and to leave.
I need to get out of this place. There's nothing for me here.
And we ended our conversation. He was going to go take a nap, and he was going to call me back later.
Say what's up to Billy for me, okay? Yeah, I'll hit you up later. Bye.
But neither man gets the opportunity to break free. Later that day, Jenny makes a desperate call for help.
I don't know, there's blood everywhere. Please help me.
There was a hole in his skull. The first responding deputies initially thought maybe he was a victim of a gunshot wound.
But the weapon is not a gun.
First responders found in short order a large wooden table leg, which they believed was the instrument used to inflict the harm.
An unlikely weapon for an intruder. No one knows what's going on.
Jenny had more versions of this story than I have suits in my closet.
I don't know if he's dead. Let's go. Help him.
Police arrive at the home of Jenny Martinez to find one of her two roommates bleeding in the basement.
His name is Jake. Jake Linton.
Jake is barely hanging on.
You can see literally a hole in his forehead.
He was put on life support, assisted breathing, the whole 9 yards, in a desperate attempt to save his life.
Jake's family is called in.
I got the phone call and I had no idea what happened. When you go in and you see your child laying there, you don't really think about how it happened or who did it. I don't know if it's because the damage was so bad to him. His face was black and blue. They'd stitched him up. He was on so many monitors. I mean, I knew it was him. But it wasn't my sweet Jake.
I instantly broke down in tears. I went out and I ended up punching a wall. I was angry, very upset, and hurt. And then I was trying to be strong for my mom, aunt and my dad and everybody that was there.
I was thinking I just talked to him hours ago. He's supposed to be coming down here. And then the next call I got was from my mother-in-law that the attack had happened.
As Jake receives visitors and the best possible care, Detective Bartlett sets out to piece together how this brutal attack happened. And the obvious place to start is with Jenny Martinez.
I had her in the back of my police car to interview her.
How much have you had to drink?
I just had an orange juice and vodka. This was hours ago.
She seemed very intoxicated to me. My entire police car smelled like stale alcohol. We gave her a breathalyzer test, and she still was a .03. It was significantly high for having had only one drink, unless I suppose that drink was 8 ounces of straight alcohol.
You want to tell me what happened?
But Jenny's sober enough to say it was a regular Sunday morning, despite the fight the night before.
Steve wasn't home. Kyle had gone with his dad, and my daughter had just left with her boyfriend. I made Jake and me a brunch. That's when I had a drink.
They had breakfast. No one else was in the home. She and Jacob had one drink.
We were getting a little tired, so we decided to go downstairs and watch a movie.
It's your house, you decide.
At some point, we must have fallen asleep.
But the nap ends abruptly.
And then I heard a loud crashing sound. And Jake was lying there, covered in blood. I didn't see who did it.
Jake! Jenny said it was a stranger and that it was a break-in.
There were no clues on the scene as to who did it.
Police check to see if anything is missing. And indeed, Jake's gold jewelry is gone. But that's it.
In fact, Jenny had $300 cash in her purse that was sitting on the counter. She reported no loss. They're both sound asleep, reportedly on the couch. And an unknown assailant, for no apparent reason, walks in, doesn't ransack the house, hits Jacob in the head, leaving Jenny totally unharmed. It seemed unlikely that this was a random act of violence.
While police consider their options, Jenny goes to the hospital.
I met Jenny one time at the hospital.
You must be Jake's mom?
The morning after Jake was hit.
I'm Jenny. How is he?
Baby brain dead. I don't know.
Oh, he's probably lying there thinking about me right now.
The first things out of her mouth when she walked in the hospital was that she knew that he was just in there, laying there, worried about her.
You! Get the hell away from my son!
I flat looked her in the face and I told Jenny that if Jake was thinking about anybody, it was his family and Melinda. And I never spoke to her again, and I would not let her see my son.
I was praying to God every day that he would pull through. I was always in there holding his hand, talking to him.
My brother, he was a strong person, and I was hoping and praying that he would pull out of it. But I think it was just too bad.
I stayed in his room, sitting in a chair, holding his hand, talking to him, and I could see that he was going, but slowly. When it finally stopped, I can remember the nurse reaching over and turning it off. And I laid there with him for a few hours.
8 days after the beating, Jacob Linton succumbs to his injuries. His attack is now considered a homicide, and police are anxious to speak with Jenny's ex, David.
Who's your roommate?
Certainly, he would be somebody that we would look at. He would have a motive because Jenny is living with these other two men. David came actually to the scene while we were processing it. And so certainly when he shows up, we have a strong interest in him.
What's going on?
He provides accounts of everywhere he was during the day, and the 8-year-old son is with him and also says that he was with his dad all day. So David is quickly eliminated.
But Jenny is not.
Well, everybody's a suspect until they're not. We wanted a very clear version of her events.
She too was brought back in.
I thought I already gave you my statement. I don't understand what I'm doing here.
Because her statements have been inconsistent. There's the story she told first responders.
I don't know what happened.
And Detective Bartlett.
She woke up to a noise. I never saw anybody. I just heard somebody hit somebody with something.
But that story doesn't match her 911 call.
When you listen to the 911 call, she reports that there's a stranger, he came, she saw him hit Jacob and run out the door.
And so it was at that point in time, detectives thought it might be in everyone's best interest to try to get to the bottom of it and do a polygraph.
Is your name Jenny Martinez?
Yes.
Are you friends with Jake Linton?
Yes.
Did you see who hit him?
No. No, I didn't.
Police know Jenny's lying about something. The question is, what?
Jenny had more versions of this story than I have suits in my closet.
But police have a more urgent concern. Jenny and Jacob's other roommate, Steve, is nowhere to be found.
They made efforts to try to reach him to be able to interview him, and he was at large.
So in trying to get more information to be able to find Stephen, then we went and tried to get a hold of Amber, Jenny's sister. And so while we were in these long interviews, Amber actually received a telephone call.
Aren't you gonna get that?
It's nothing.
And she didn't answer it. She finally admitted that it was Stephen calling.
Call him back.
Hey, it's Amber. Sorry, my ringer was off. Call me back.
Which turned out to be a very smart thing because within minutes he returned her phone call.
Will Stephen Pollock have the answers police are looking for? Jacob Linton is beaten to death while he's napping next to his roommate, Jenny Martinez. His other roommate, Steve Pollock, is missing. Until police convince Steve's ex-girlfriend, Jenny's sister Amber, to get him to call her.
One of the detectives was able to hear their conversation. And she basically kind of said, what's going on? What are you doing? What happened?
Look, I need to talk to you about what happened.
What happened?
With Jake.
What do you mean?
Look, it was him or me. I had no choice.
Where are you?
I can't tell you. Am I on speaker? I gotta go.
Steve is in trouble, and police still can't find him.
You lied.
Then, faced with her polygraph results, Jenny admits to knowing it was Steve all along.
What happened was that Steve came home to borrow Jake's keys because my daughter had taken his. As he was looking for the keys, I guess he saw Jake and me sleeping in his room.
Steve goes to take a shower.
A few moments later, Jake and me went downstairs to watch a movie. And eventually fell asleep.
But not for long.
She woke up that Steve was standing and that he had this piece of a table leg in his hand.
And he dropped the table leg and he just ran out.
A warrant is issued for Stephen Pollock's arrest.
I'm sorry, but these are basically my two best friends. I love Jake, but I wanted to protect Steve. I didn't want him to get in trouble.
The very next day, he makes a surprising move.
Hello? There's a warrant out for my arrest.
He turns himself in.
My name is Stephen Pollock. I'd like to speak to my lawyer.
He's been hiding out in California.
I think he realized that it was going to catch up with him and that it was a matter of time.
But he doesn't confess to murder. He says he killed Jake in self-defense.
Look, I went into the basement to grab my keys.
What are you doing?
Relax, man. I'm just looking for my
stuff,
keys.
man.
Just looking for my keys, man. Jake was there. He was pissed.
Don't touch my stuff, man.
Dude, relax. I'm just looking for my keys.
I'm tired of your crap, man.
He just lunged at me. I mean, he's much bigger than me, so I found the first thing I could grab and I hit him.
What are you doing, bro?
Once. And then I just left. I was scared. That's what happened.
As Steve indicated in his phone call to his ex-girlfriend, it was either him or me. He started coming at me.
Police and prosecutors find it suspicious that Steve happened to find a table leg so readily.
The whole table leg was odd, just in and of itself. It just didn't make sense.
It also strikes them as unlikely Jake would just wake up and attack.
Jake didn't have any defensive wounds on his hands. Jake would not have let someone hit him and not fought back unless he was asleep and he didn't know it was coming.
Steven's a small guy.
Looking for my keys, man.
Literally, Jacob could have picked him up and thrown him across the room. And we had blood spatter on the sofa. So there's no doubt in my mind that he was fully aware of what he did. He also had the opportunity to use the other end of this stick. The table leg had a really large screw, and that is what penetrated Jacob's brain. There's no way that Stephen did not know the damage that he caused.
Instead, they believe a different scenario likely played out.
Over time, Steve is getting more and more attention from Jenny. Yet, despite that, he's still jealous of Jacob, the bigger, better-looking, more social guy.
I think he just obsessed about it.
You need to step up your game, choir boy.
I said that's not funny, Jake.
It consumed him. I think Stephen believed that he and Jenny were going to be in a relationship together. He had been out with Jenny the night before. They had been kissing.
When he comes home to find Jenny and Jake quietly napping together, he loses it.
They're downstairs, they're together, the TV's on, and I think he just became enraged.
The big difference in the defense's account versus the prosecution is whether Jake was asleep or whether he lunged at Steve.
It was unclear whether or not he had started to get up and there was a confrontation, or in fact, he was lying on his back and the attack was unprovoked.
Problem is, the crime scene was compromised.
The focus was getting him out, getting him to Harborview, getting this person with blunt trauma to the brain saved, if at all possible.
They have to do whatever that takes. He was reportedly wrapped in a blanket, which they took off of him.
Different people remember the location of the blanket differently.
Without the benefit of knowing the blanket's placement, the prosecution is at a loss.
The whole concept for Stephen's defense was that he was small and that this would be David versus Goliath.
There's one more problem. The only witness is unreliable.
Is your name Jenny Martinez?
Our star witness, Jenny, she has lied throughout the entire investigation to the point that her testimony would become uncredible.
No, I didn't.
To this day, my gut instinct tells me it was a fit of rage. But could I prove that to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt? No. I mean, that's why we had to resolve the case.
Prosecutors reduced Stephen Pollock's charges from murder to manslaughter, and he pleads guilty. His sentence, 7 years.
I do think that he should have got longer than 7 years. Definitely. You took somebody's life. I hope he regrets it for the rest of his life, which I'm sure he will.
That regret is nothing compared to the loss of Jake himself.
It hurt very, very bad. It still does to this day. I miss him to death. He was a lovable brother. I mean, he'd do anything for you. If he had it, he would give it to you. No matter if he didn't have it no more or not, he would give it to you.
He's missed a lot. I mean, there's not a day that goes by I don't think about him.
It's like a part of you goes. It's like a part of your heart's gone.